Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hard Rock Tease, a Rockstar Romance by Athena Wright, narrated by Stephanie Wiles. Chapter 1. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. I took deep breaths to try and calm myself. It didn't work. I was going to miss my interview with Etude Entertainment. I was going to lose the best chance I had at getting my foot in the door in the music industry. The building had too many twists and turns. The corridors all looked the same, with their eggshell white walls and marble-tiled floors. Rushing around one more corner, I pushed my way through a set of double doors with shaky, clammy hands. I didn't know which way I was going, but I hoped if I continued on, I'd at least find someone to ask. Light strains of music hit my ears the moment the door swung open. Piano music. Some of my rising anxiety eased. Maybe there was finally someone I could ask for directions. Following the music down the hall, I found an open door. A quick peek inside showed me a man sitting at a piano, broad-shouldered, black hair, and tall. Even though he was sitting down, I could tell when he stood, he'd reveal an impressive height. No doubt much taller than me. I was about to knock on the open door frame when the man began to hum. Lithe fingers spidered across the keys, a soft tinkling melody that complemented the humming. Every so often he would stop to make a notation on a piece of paper laid flat on the top of the piano's surface. Even without words, the man's singing was lovely, almost sweet and romantic somehow. The music made my heart swell, touching something inside of me. Such a sad song, yet at the same time hopeful. There was a longing beneath the light humming. My rapid heartbeat slowed, my frazzled nerves soothed by the music. Without meaning to, I lost myself in that melody. As a music student, I could appreciate the intricacies of each note. The song didn't sound quite finished. A rough draft, maybe. Still, I could tell the man was gifted. Hunched over the piano, his shoulders tensed up. He pressed down hard on the keys, fingers now flying. The soft melody turned harsh and aggressive. Whatever loving sentiment the man had begun with, he'd lost it. The music became louder, unpleasant. I could hear unspoken rage in the smash of every key. The longer the man played, the more discordant the notes became, until he slammed his hands down one final time, the music resolving itself in a crash of noise. I jumped, my heart beating a pounding rhythm against my rib cage. The man buried his hands in his hair, tugging at the strands. He hunched further over the keyboard. He cursed, a quiet, forlorn expletive. Moments later, he shot up from his seat at the piano with a flurry, knocking off the papers full of music notes, sending them scattered to the floor. I took a few steps back out into the hallway, nervous adrenaline racing through my veins. The man stood in front of the piano, his back to me, chest heaving with every breath, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He took a slow breath in, then out. Running his hands down his face, he let out a soft, pained sound. This man was clearly in the middle of an emotional breakdown. I didn't want to interrupt. I took a few more steps backwards, intending to leave before he noticed me. He bent to pick up the music sheets from the floor. I saw his face for the first time. All the air left my lungs. This was a man I'd recognize anywhere. Blinking once slowly to clear my eyes, I counted to 3, making sure I wasn't imagining things. When I looked again, it was still him, dressed all in black, from his open leather jacket, to his form-fitting t-shirt, to his tight jeans. My eyes nearly bugged out. Damn, those were some tight jeans. My stomach muscles clenched involuntarily, an instinctive reaction. A pulse of arousal spiked through my body, warming me from the inside. My gaze followed his body down further to his heavy black combat boots. My heart stuttered in my chest. It really was him. Noah fucking Hart. All my senses went on high alert. Noah Hart, lead singer of my favorite rock band Darkest Days, a rock star god, a man I admired beyond all reason, stood mere feet away from me. My eyes traveled over his body, taking in his long legs, broad shoulders, and messy dark hair. I gnawed on my lip as excitement ran through me. He looked even hotter in person than he did on stage or on TV. Although I had to be honest, I was sort of disappointed he wasn't wearing leather pants and eyeliner. Pure misery showed on his face, his expression alight with inner turmoil. I held still, not making a move, not making a sound. I didn't want to disturb him in what seemed to be a private moment. I also didn't want to risk opening my mouth and freaking out in the presence of one of my music idols. Noah scooped the papers up, gathering them into some semblance of order. His face was open and lined with pain. The emotion he exuded on stage was just as evident in person. I wondered if he was working on a new song, if this was part of his process. Something lit up inside my chest at the thought of Noah Hart having trouble writing songs. The fact that it might not come easy to him, despite the wondrous lyrics he wrote and the passionate way he sang, gave me a small bit of comfort. Sometimes it seemed like the work that I struggled with came about so effortlessly to everyone else. Maybe he and I had something in common when it came to that. I was still lingering in the doorway, watching him, drinking him in. Dark tattoos peeked out of the collar of his shirt. Enough of his upper chest was exposed to make my thighs clench. One of my shaky hands gripped the doorknob. The other was pressed to my heaving chest, feeling every one of my shallow breaths. I shouldn't have been so affected. It wasn't like I'd never met this man or his band before. I was a fan, after all. I'd seen them backstage dozens of times. I'd shaken their hands and spoke a few words to each, gotten their autographs and given them my thanks. I'd even seen a few members of the band up close at a private event once. Being a music student and having friends with connections in the industry had its perks. Of course, at the time, all I'd been able to do was stare at them, mouth gaping open and blushing. It had been mortifying. I wasn't going to let that happen again. I had to get out before I made a fool of myself. But I had stood in the doorway for too long. I should have left when I had a chance. Noah turned to leave. He froze as his eyes met mine. Immediately his expression shut down, eyes shuddering. His face went blank, no trace of the pain I'd seen before.
"What are you doing here?"
"I'm so sorry," I replied immediately, shuffling my feet back and forth awkwardly. His voice was flat.
"No one's supposed to be here."
I'm lost," I stammered. The expression on his face was chilly, except for the lingering frustration in his eyes and the downturned corners of his mouth. He set down the papers he'd picked up from the floor on the piano. "I'll just leave," I said weakly. Noah eyed me up and down slowly. My cheeks flushed with embarrassment at that penetrating gaze. I couldn't help eyeing him back. Damn, but those jeans were tight. I'd heard rumors, but he couldn't really be that big, could he? I could practically see his outline through the rough fabric.
"Do I know you?"
he asked. I shook my head, trying to suppress the heat flaring between my legs.
"I've seen you before."
The words weren't a question.
"It was at a party. That album release."
My heart sank. The last thing I wanted was for him to recognize me. I didn't want him to think I was just another one of his swooning fangirls, even if it was true.
"I remember."
His eyes narrowed.
"You were so starstruck you couldn't say a word."
I fought to shake myself out of my daze. Noah was right. I had been struck speechless before, almost like I was now. I didn't want to let that happen again. I could pull myself together. Definitely. I could totally do that. "Well, you know," I gestured to him. He tapped his fingers on the top of the piano in a staccato rhythm.
"No, I don't know." "What?"
"You're Noah Hart. I shrugged helplessly. Noah fucking Hart. I still couldn't believe it.
You're a fan?
I tried to make light of it. Who isn't a fan of Darkest Days?
So the answer is yes?
He asked.
How lucky for you to have stumbled upon me.
I was either lucky or cursed. How could I possibly manage an interview after running into the lead singer of Darkest Days? My heart felt like it might explode out of my chest. My limbs were trembling. My insides were throbbing. I had to get a hold of myself. I didn't mean to intrude. I'm here for an interview.
This area is off limits to non-employees.
I'm sorry. I think I got off on the wrong floor. I hovered in the doorway, unable to make myself walk away.
You want an autograph or something?
He asked.
I can't imagine why else you'd still be standing here.
Sorry, I trailed off, breath hitching as Noah strode over. He moved like a wild animal, purposeful, with a barely restrained edge. As he approached, he scanned me up and down, his dark eyes intense. I felt my nipples tighten and peak underneath my blouse. His eyes lingered on my chest. I had no doubt he could see the effect he was having on me. I fought back a flush.
Or maybe you want more than an autograph.
I folded my arms over my stiff nipples to hide them. I don't know what you mean.
Fangirls throw themselves at me all the time. You think I don't recognize that look you're giving me?
I'm not throwing myself at you. I'm just standing here.
Your nipples are hard as a rock.
A sense of shame swirled and combined with outrage inside my chest. It's cold in here.
It's almost summer.
The air conditioning is on.
Is that why your face is red?
I put my hands to my cheeks. It is not.
I bet your panties are soaked too.
My mouth popped open, appalled and turned on at the same time. Hearing those words out of this man's mouth made my inner walls pulse. Famous rock star or not, you don't get to make comments on my panties.
Am I wrong?
He took another step forward, crowding me until my back was nearly to the wall. My breathing sped up. I couldn't even tell if I was angry or turned on.
Have I turned you speechless again?
I inhaled a sharp breath, but nothing came out. His eyes glinted as he backed away. I let out a wavering whimper, my vocal cords beginning to work again. Noah gave me a darkly amused look as he walked through the open door.
Good luck with your interview, fangirl.
The moment he left, I clung to the doorframe, my knees going weak. Shivers ran down my spine, half in arousal and half in anxiety. I only had room for one thought in my head. Who exactly was this Noah Hart I'd met? And what the hell happened to my soulful, romantic poet? Chapter 2. I couldn't believe I'd met Noah Hart. I couldn't believe Noah Hart had been so moody and abrasive. I also couldn't believe I was actually sitting in the vast foyer of Etude Entertainment, with marble floors and expensive leather furniture. My stomach was doing flips, and it had nothing to do with the sexy, gruff rock star I'd encountered. Well, maybe it had a little to do with that. Okay, a lot to do with that. I'd been sitting in the same spot for over 20 minutes, though. Straight back to avoid slouching, chin up to convey confidence, thighs pressed together to prevent a flashing incident. I exuded a sense of calm, competence, and professionalism. On the outside, anyway. On the inside, my mind gibbered away at me non-stop. Why were they making me wait so long? I didn't care. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. But what if they decided to go with someone else? Of course they'd go with someone else. I was nothing special. It didn't matter how long they made me wait, though. I'd sit there forever if it meant I had a chance to work with one of the biggest entertainment companies in the world. Despite my misbegotten encounter with Noah Hart, I'd wait forever if I had a chance to work at the music label that had signed Darkest Days. I gave myself a mental shake. No use getting all worked up. I might not even get the job. I'd been left waiting for so long. Maybe they really had forgotten me. I'd been a single minute late. That might have been enough to disqualify me. Light footsteps sounded down the hallway. I stood up with haste, smoothing down my pencil skirt and blouse. I forced myself to breathe deeply, hoping to wipe away any hint of nerves. Thank God my nipples were no longer stiff with arousal. A woman wearing a smart pantsuit, in her late 20s or early 30s at most, stepped into the lobby. Jennifer Young? I pushed aside all thoughts of a certain grumpy, gorgeous, and goddamn sexy rock star god. I plastered a pleasant smile on my face. Yes, I'm Jen. Naomi Sarah. The woman held out her hand for a shake. I made sure to grasp it firmly. She pulled out a sheet of paper and handed me a pen. Before we do anything else, you need to sign this NDA. A non-disclosure agreement? Exactly. You can't tell anyone the details of what we talk about today. I scribbled my name with haste and handed it back to her. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Her black hair, cut short in a severe bob, swayed back and forth as she shook her head, an apologetic look on her face. I had some trouble with... She cut herself off with an almost exasperated laugh. Never mind. You'll see soon enough. My interest piqued. I followed her through hallways decorated with framed vinyl album covers, each one labeled with its recording sale award, either gold, platinum, or diamond. I recognized almost all the names. Will I be meeting with any others? I wanted to get a feel for how this interview would go. Naomi had sounded nice through the emails we'd exchanged, but who knew how many other people would be interviewing me? Just myself and... She paused for a moment before continuing. And one other person. That's the reason I'm so late. He was being difficult. You aren't the first person we've interviewed for this position. The others didn't work out. That small hesitation made me nervous. Why wouldn't she tell me who else I'd be meeting with? Could it be one of the bigwigs? Someone from the C-suite? And why hadn't the other people worked out? That question was answered the moment Naomi waved me into an open office. Scanning the room quickly, I immediately zeroed in on the man leaning against the wall, tattooed forearms crossed over his chest. No leather jacket. From what I could see, the tattoos were random designs, odd shapes and geometrical patterns. If they had any meaning, I couldn't decipher it. Even with his face turned away and his mouth twisted into a scowl, his presence dominated the room. Although his eyes were averted, he seemed to sense the exact moment I walked in. He tilted his head a fraction of an inch toward me. Dark glinting eyes met mine. Noah. I assume you know who this is? Naomi motioned to him with a wave. Noah stiffened, shoulders tensing, the only indication of his surprise. You? I straightened my back. I wasn't going to let him know I was rattled. Or aroused. Again. Naomi looked confused. Do you two already know each other? Noah stayed silent, not bothering to explain, so I did. We've met. He ignored me and turned to Naomi.
Why is she here?
She's here to interview for the job.
She's barely out of school,
he said flatly. She is actually called Jen, I cut in. He was trying to needle me, trying to throw me off balance, maybe. I didn't know why. His very presence was enough to do that. I'm not a student. I've graduated college. Only weeks ago, but he didn't need to know that. I know seeing Noah Hart must come as a surprise, Naomi told me as we sat down at the conference table. But we don't want to let interview candidates know too much about the position before they sign an NDA and are officially offered the job. I resolved to put aside my feelings. I needed to act professional. I couldn't let him get to me. I wanted to get off on the right foot with Noah. Although I had a feeling on the wrong foot was the only way Noah Hart knew how to interact with people. As the manager for Darkest Days, it's my job to interview candidates for this position, Naomi said. I wondered why Noah Hart was part of the interview process. He didn't seem to want to be here at all. The professor who recommended you sent us some samples of your work, she continued. We were impressed. But I'd like to learn more about you personally. Naomi turned to Noah, who was still leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. Sit. He did what she said, but turned his head toward the wall, away from me. How much do you know about Darkest Days? Naomi asked. I forced back a nervous smile. I knew everything about Darkest Days. Everything. I didn't know what this had to do with the job, but if they wanted an answer, I'd give it to them. I turned away from Noah and focused on Naomi. They're one of the biggest rock groups to come out in the last few years. They've gone platinum multiple times over. Their latest album won a dozen awards. I wondered how much else to say. Naomi gave me an encouraging look, so I continued. Industry insiders often remark on their ability to take multiple music genres and blend them together into a hard rock sound that's still commercially accessible. Some say their influence is redefining rock music itself. You're familiar with the band and their music, Naomi nodded. Good. And what about you? Tell us about your musical background. My hands went cold and clammy again. I tried to remember the interview tips I'd read online. They all said to sell yourself. I didn't think I had very much to sell. I was sure nothing made me stand out from all the other applicants they'd probably interviewed. I wasn't an expert in anything. I just fooled around with a lot of different instruments. Maybe that could be enough to impress. I've been playing my whole life. I started with piano and violin as a child. Later on, I learned the cello and harpsichord. I can also play guitar and bass. Noah shifted, staring at me out of the corner of his eye. When he saw that I caught him, he immediately looked away. I'm also a fan of the hammered dulcimer, I continued, starting to feel self-conscious. I started playing it because no one else at my academy did. I didn't have anyone to compare myself to. No one to feel inadequate next to. If I was only mediocre, it didn't matter as much. I'm not an expert by any means, though, I continued. I wouldn't call myself an expert in any of them, but I can play well enough, I suppose. And what about composing? Naomi asked. You write your own songs, yes? Yes, although I only started composing in high school. Most of the students at my music academy have been writing music since they were kids. I almost felt embarrassed to have only started in my late teens in comparison. A few of your compositions have been performed professionally, your professor told me. Those were mostly songs I worked on with other students. I can't take all the credit. Naomi looked thoughtful. You went to the prestigious Academy of Orchestral and Performance Studies for college, is that right? Yes, Opus Academy. I double-majored in composition and music theory. Noah eyed me.
All the theory in the world means nothing when it comes to writing real music.
Play nice, Naomi admonished. He looked away. Naomi continued. Your professor did say you were one of the brightest students she'd ever taught. She was right to recommend you. I tried not to duck my head, embarrassed. She's exaggerating. There are many students much more talented than I am.
How modest,
Noah said under his breath. How accomplished, Naomi spoke over him. She made a sharp movement under the table. Noah flinched, rubbing his knee. She continued speaking without a pause. I'm impressed with your qualifications. All the praise made me flush. I looked down, wavy long hair falling over my face. I recently graduated, so I'm not sure how qualified I am. I could name a dozen classmates who had more talent than me, people who were naturally gifted. I often struggled with my schoolwork, and even though I loved learning new instruments, it sometimes felt like I took forever to become even mildly proficient. I wasn't all that special. Naomi stared me down for a few moments, a considering look on her face, then nodded once. "Jennifer, I'd like to offer you this job."
"Are you serious?"
Noah said, voice flat. Naomi ignored him.
"Are you interested?"
She said it so matter-of-fact, I wasn't sure I'd heard it right. Had I done it? Was I really going to be working with Etude Entertainment? The words sank in. Maybe I was more qualified than I thought. Maybe Naomi saw something in me I didn't see in myself. I let out a small choked cough and hurried to reply. "Yes, of course I am."
"Wonderful."
Noah sank back into his seat.
"Yeah, great."
Despite his lack of enthusiasm, I couldn't suppress the glee that rose up in my chest. Then the rational part of me gave me a kick. I placed my clasped hands on the table and cleared my throat. "Although, before I formally accept, I would like to know about the position. What exactly were the others hired to do? And why weren't they able to do it?"
"We need you to write a song,"
Naomi said. "That's it?" Noah scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Naomi threw him a vexed look, then turned to me.
"It's not quite so simple. We need you to write a song for Darkest Days."
I gaped. "Are you kidding me right now?"
"Not in the slightest."
"I'd get songwriting credits?"
"No, but you'd get royalties."
My mind nearly exploded trying to imagine the sum of money that entailed. Way more than I'd ever gotten at my crappy part-time jobs. "But the band always composes their own songs," I protested, still unbelieving. "They never use outside songwriters. They have 100% artistic control."
"You're right. August composes the basis of their songs, and Noah writes the lyrics. Then the guys all work together to flesh it out. But this time, each member of Darkest Days is creating a song solely on their own for their newest album, from composing the music to writing the lyrics. Therein lies the problem."
"Problem?"
"Noah is a lyricist."
I quickly glanced at the lead singer of Darkest Days. That was why he'd been so frustrated at the piano. I immediately felt bad for him. I understood that feeling all too well. "You can't write songs? Just lyrics?" I received a withering stare.
"I can write songs," he said through gritted teeth. "Then why haven't you?"
Naomi arched an eyebrow.
"You've had months."
Noah averted his eyes.
"I don't care if you've got writer's block or performance anxiety or what, but you need to compose something," she stressed.
"Why can't one of the other band members help?" I asked. He visibly blanched.
"I can do it on my own." "Clearly you can't," Naomi countered. "So if you won't ask the other members for help, we'll come up with another solution." She turned to me. "That's why we needed you to sign a non-disclosure agreement."
"So I'd get fortune, but not fame. That was fine by me." "If you don't want anyone to know, how are we going to explain me hanging around?"
"The same way we explained it with all the others. We'll say you're a consultant brought on to help with producing the album. No one will think it's odd to see you and Noah working together."
"So I'm supposed to work with the lead singer of Darkest Days to write a rock song and pass it off as being composed by him?"
"Exactly. Are you in?" Naomi asked.
I wondered what had happened to all the others they had hired that hadn't worked out. I caught a glimpse of Noah shifting in his seat out of the corner of my eye. He looked irritated beyond belief. And that was why working with this man was clearly not going to be easy. Especially not when I thought I caught a hint of heat in his eyes when he glanced at me. I couldn't be imagining the quick looks he was throwing my way. Looks that made my heart pump faster. Looks that made my head swim. We'd only just met, and he'd already made comments on my hard nipples and soaked panties. If I didn't manage to get a grip, this was going to end up being difficult in more ways than one. Then again, a professional career in music was never going to be easy. I had to take what I could get. And apparently what I could get was a job working with the lead singer of Darkest Days. I nodded fervently to Naomi. Definitely. Yes, I'm very interested in the position. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You really think you can work with me? Noah bit out. You couldn't even string 2 words together the first time we met.
His eyes fell to my chest again, leaving it unspoken how my body had responded to his. I fought back a flush and pleaded with my body to cool down. Well, I have lots to say now. We need to talk about what kind of song you want to write. What kind of sound you're going for.
I don't need help. And I don't need help from some fangirl.
Pursing my lips, I resisted the urge to snap at him. Stop with the fangirl stuff.
Stay out of my way. I can do this myself.
I've been hired to do a job. I'm going to do it to the best of my abilities.
I don't need your help, he repeated.
You've got it anyway. Noah scowled. Naomi smiled.
Looks like we've got the right person for the job.
Chapter 3. As I left the interview room, Noah was still bickering with Naomi. She had asked me to step out of the room while she and Noah discussed a few details. I wanted to get out of there before I snapped at him again. What a great way to start our working business relationship. Relationship. I could feel my cheeks heating up. Not exactly the word I wanted to use when thinking about Noah Hart and myself. We would be working together. That was all. Of course, my body was showing interest in Noah in ways that it hadn't in a long time. I was torn between terror and excitement. Putting aside the way my insides gushed when I was near him, there was more than one reason why I should feel worried. It wasn't so much that Noah clearly resented being forced to work with me. I could deal with that. In college, I'd been forced to pair up with fellow students who I had nothing in common with, people I might not have chosen to work with, people I might have clashed with in previous years. Still, I'd managed to be professional and had learned to work with people of all sorts. Working with a lyricist who was dealing with the musical equivalent of writer's block wasn't all that bad in comparison. It was that I was supposed to be writing a song for Noah Hart, lead singer of Darkest Days. Noah Hart, the soulful, romantic poet whose lyrics spoke to my very soul. I was supposed to be writing a song with the man who had made me the person I was today, the man who saved me during my darkest days. It was cliched and dramatic, but it was also true. And I was supposed to write a song with him. No way. There was no way in the world I was good enough to do something like that. As far as I was concerned, Noah was a god. I was a student barely out of college. Sure, I was pretty good when it came to composing, but I was nowhere near the level it took to work with someone like Noah Hart. Why had I said yes? Why had I even bothered to show up for this interview? I should have told my professor no. There were dozens of other students I could name who would be 1,000,000 times better than me for this kind of job. I gave my head a vicious shake. I couldn't let my insecurities get the best of me. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. But Noah was right. I was a fangirl. I'd been able to hold my own against him so far, but what if I broke down and panted at his feet like my body wanted me to? What if I couldn't control my arousal and embarrassed myself in front of him? What if Noah knew exactly how much I wanted him and used that against me? No, I wasn't going to let that happen. I was going to take this chance, and I was going to excel. I was going to write the best goddamn rock song the world had ever heard. All the emotional whiplash was beginning to give me a headache when Noah and Naomi walked out of the room. "Thank you for waiting," Naomi told me. "Everything's been sorted. I'll leave you with Noah to work out the details." She shot him a look that clearly said behave before leaving. Noah stared at me with his arms crossed over his chest. "Congratulations," he said. "I suppose you get to live the dream." "Excuse me?" "Doesn't every fangirl wish she could sink her claws into Noah fucking Hart?" he said, using the nickname fans had come up with. My cheeks flushed, half in anger and half in shame. He wasn't exactly wrong. I'm not sinking my claws into anything. I'm here to do a job. I'm going to work with you whether you like it or not. His eyes were dark and intense.
I don't like it.
Gee, I couldn't tell. Maybe you should try to be a little less subtle. Maybe try telling me straight to my face that you resent me being foisted upon you. I really had no idea up until this very moment. His eyes burned with irritation. I bit my tongue. Why had I mouthed off? At least that was better than melting into a puddle at his feet. This is my first real job in the music industry, I told him. I want to do well. You may not want to work with me, but in this case, being a fan is a help, not a hindrance. I love your music. I'm going to do my best to fulfill your vision.
I suppose it might work, he said grudgingly. You can't be worse than any of the others.
Why? I asked with trepidation. What was wrong with the others?
Everything, he shot back. They had no talent. They were hacks.
I promise I'll try to live up to your high standards then.
Good.
He looked away, eyes sliding away from mine to gaze up at the ceiling.
Because Naomi says I have to work with you or else.
Or else what? I couldn't imagine anyone trying to tell Noah what to do. Then again, he had listened to her in the meeting. As his manager, she must have had something to hold over his head. Noah's mouth twisted in distaste.
Or else she'll tell August,
he said, referring to August Summers, the band's drummer, main composer, and founding member. Would that be so bad?
Hell yes.
Why don't you want your bandmates to know? He didn't say anything, his expression awkwardly self-conscious. Noah was trying to hide his problems from the rest of the band, but I didn't know why. Now it made sense. You don't want them feeling sorry for you? Or are you worried they'll think less of you? He clenched his fist.
Don't try to psychoanalyze me. We're working on a song together. That's it.
I know you're a literary genius, but I'm sure the guys don't expect you to be some master composer as well. I tried to reassure him, as if the words of one fangirl would ever hold meaning for him. Noah shot me a look, almost unbelieving for a brief moment. He stalked towards me, making me back up. He got right up in my face. It would have been intimidating if it weren't for the fire in his eyes. I suppressed a shudder as that now familiar heat hit my gut, centering between my legs. It wasn't because he was famous or because he was talented. This man was capable of setting me aflame in a way that had nothing to do with his status and everything to do with the way his dark eyes pierced me down to my very bones, threatening to scorch me from the inside out, like he was seeing inside my very soul, like he could see parts of me that had been buried deep and hidden for years. Because of his lyrics, I always felt like I knew Noah Hart, even though we never met. When he stared at me like that, it felt like he knew me too.
A literary genius? Is that really how you think of me?
He leaned closer, tilting his head. Doesn't everyone? I bit my lip to keep from saying any more. He didn't need to know exactly how I felt about him. He didn't need to know I worshipped him like a god. He didn't need to know that I wanted to lick every inch of his body right then and there. His eyes fell to my lips. His own eyes darkened, pupils dilating.
No wonder you're so eager to work with me.
He flicked his eyes up to mine again.
You got a fangirl crush?
I could tell he was trying to sound sarcastic, but it came out sounding almost curious. Crush is a juvenile word, I said, my voice shaky. Teenagers have crushes.
Then what exactly do you have?
Professional admiration. He leaned closer, his lips nearly touching mine.
Is that it?
Yes, I stammered. What else would it be? His eyes were bright and burning. It reminded me of that first moment when I'd seen him sitting at that piano, furiously scribbling down notes on his music sheet, trying to compose, but somehow unable to. My heartbeat raced. That look was the same one I'd seen on stage dozens of times. The passionate poet Noah Hart. That was the man I wanted to work with. That was the man who ignited such desire inside me. The cold Noah I'd seen in that meeting was nowhere to be found in those eyes. I could only see the fire burning inside of them, matching the fire burning inside of me. His gaze trailed down my face, pausing on my lips again. I wet them unconsciously. His fire raged even brighter. He placed a hand beside my head on the wall, boxing me in.
Don't get any ideas.
His words were low in his chest.
You're going to play music. I'm going to write down lyrics. That's it.
A shiver went through my body. The difference between the coldness in his words and the heat in his eyes had me trembling. I couldn't keep reacting like this. I steeled myself, locking my shaky knees and straightening my back. I looked him straight in the eye. And what kind of ideas do you think I'm getting?
The kind all fangirls get when they come face to face with their idol. You're wondering if I'm as big as you've heard. You're wondering what it would be like to have me fuck you.
I nearly whimpered at his words. Warm, wet heat flooded my body. But despite my inner feelings, I was going to act professional if it killed me. I cleared my throat, trying to steady my voice. Don't you get any ideas? I'm here to do a job, not throw myself at some rock star.
Don't lie.
The warmth of his breath caressed my lips. His eyes were dark and glinting.
You're thinking about spreading your legs for me, right here and now.
God, but he was right. I ached inside, throbbing and empty. The fact that we were in the middle of a hallway in public meant nothing to me. If he made a move right now, I had no doubt I'd succumb. I took in a shallow breath and forced myself to meet his eyes. Despite the longing between my legs, I wasn't going to fall at his feet like all the other girls. I'm here to work, not to play groupie. I placed a hand on his chest, putting some distance between us. The heat coming off his body was incredible. I felt every firm muscle of his chest under my palm. My brain threatened to fog up. I filed the sensations away to examine later. He let me push him away, slowly backing off. I leaned against the wall, trying to fake a casual pose. In reality, I needed something to keep myself upright on shaky legs. He studied me, a curious look, despite the heat of his eyes.
Fine then,
he said.
If you're here to work, meet me at 8 tomorrow.
In the morning?
Yes, in the morning,
he said impatiently. Don't rock stars party all night and sleep until noon?
Not when they've got an album deadline, apparently,
he muttered.
The room you found me in was on the 4th floor. I'll be there working tomorrow.
He gave me one last heated look.
Don't be late.
He strode off, leaving me reeling, leaving me wanting. The quivering in my stomach wouldn't abate. Noah was so prickly, but those looks he gave me, the words he spoke to me, only caused the simmering tension between us to rise higher with every encounter. He knew exactly what effect he was having on me. He knew I was lusting after him. And despite his words to the contrary, I had a feeling Noah Hart didn't mind in the least. Chapter 4. Laying in bed on my back, earbuds in my ears, and an unopened letter in my hand, I listened to my favorite Darkest Days album on repeat. With blistering dual guitars and heavy on the bass, the song was at once aggressive and melodic. It was the lyrics, though, that stood out to me. The singer's voice, soft and full of longing, crooned words of devotion for the first verse, then deepened into a low growl, dripping with rage for the chorus. The dichotomy of the two, the switch from loving to loathing and back again, sent shivers up my spine. I extend my hand, Our fingers touch. Music was supposed to touch you, to make you feel, but not a single musical artist affected me the way Noah Hart did. Whenever I listened to him, my heart always fluttered in a near swoon. His performances on stage were awe-inspiring. His lyrics told a story in such a way that you felt every word, every syllable, in your very bones. The audience didn't just listen to his songs. In those moments, the audience lived his songs. I ached for the ability to do the same. I despaired at the knowledge I never would. I'd never be good enough. I didn't have that kind of talent. I especially didn't have the talent of Noah Hart. Coming from any other person's mouth, the lyrics might have rang false, written solely to capture the attention of a fickle audience. From this singer's mouth, from the mouth of Noah Hart, lead singer of Darkest Days, I never had any doubt those words came straight from his heart, straight from his soul. Cold and damned, you crumbled to dust. Those were the exact same feelings I'd been having since I was in my late teens, when Darkest Days exploded onto the music scene with their debut album. It had changed my life. It had saved my life. Now, years later, I was getting the chance to actually work with a member of the band. My favorite member of the band, Noah Hart, the lead singer. The one person who dragged me out of the darkness and into the light. The one person who understood me. Rolling over onto my stomach, I stared at the letter I held in my hand. My stomach clenched as I turned it over. My name was written in a familiar, delicate handwriting on the outside. I'd lost count of how many times I held this letter, willing myself to open it, but unable to do so. I'd thought, maybe now that I'd gotten this job, I might have the strength to read the words inside. But I could still only stare at it. Only two remain in innocent eyes. I grabbed my purse from my nightstand and shoved the letter inside a small side pocket. Perhaps another day. But holding that letter had reminded me I'd believe Noah Hart might be someone who understood my pain. Now I had my doubts. After meeting Noah and seeing what he was like in person, I didn't know if he could understand me at all. Listening to their album again was my way of getting a better read on Noah. I couldn't reconcile the two men. One was so passionate and romantic and sensual. The other was so caustic and harsh. I couldn't deny he was still sensual, though. The thoughts that ran through my mind when I was in his presence, the feelings that ran through my body, I shivered as heat pooled in my core. Of course, I'd imagined a dozen scenarios where I would meet Noah Hart. Of course, some of those fantasies always ended up with us in bed. What fan of a hot rock star didn't think about stuff like that? Still, I liked to believe my attraction to Noah was more intellectual. I was attracted to his brain, to the part of him that wrote such heartfelt lyrics, words full of such meaning. I'll take you away, beyond the lies. What I had found was a completely different person. He resented being forced to work with me. I consoled myself with the fact that he resented working with anyone. It had nothing to do with me in particular. The fact that I was a fan seemed to be a sticking point. He hadn't seemed able to get over it. I wondered if he'd had bad experiences with fans before. As a rock star, he'd obviously encountered fans all the time, during concerts and backstage and at other events. But none of the rumors said anything about Noah being this much of a jerk. I knew I had to steel myself against it. If I let Noah affect me, I'd never be able to work with him. He had been right. The first time I'd met him in person, I'd been speechless, an overwhelmed fangirl who hadn't been able to string two words together. I wasn't going to let that part of myself out again. I was going to be professional, even if it killed me. If Noah didn't kill me first, somehow I had the feeling that if I didn't impress him, or worse, if I ended up annoying him, I'd be sent packing, the exact same way all the other consultants had been. I'd never forgive myself if I had the most perfect job within my grasp and I ended up losing it. I'd never forgive myself if I lost the chance to put my demons to rest. I had to impress him. I only hoped I was good enough to work with someone like Noah fucking Hart. Chapter 5. Finding my way back to the fourth-floor room with the piano the next day wasn't too difficult. I'd only gotten lost twice, taking wrong corridors, but I'd calculated that into my time, and I'd planned to leave half an hour early so I could make sure I didn't leave Noah waiting. I ended up waiting for him. Noah strode in an hour later as I was sitting at the piano, playing a little melody I'd been up all night composing. He looked as delicious as he had the day before, dark hair falling over his face and dressed all in black like an angel of death. Morbid, but accurate. His cheekbones could have been chiseled by the gods themselves. I tried to hide my attraction, but some small part of my reaction must have been obvious, whether it was my flushed cheeks or the way my breathing sped up. I'd worn a tank top under my blouse this time to make sure my peaked nipples wouldn't be noticeable. I had no doubt they'd be stiff after an entire day of working next to this man.
"Thought you didn't have a fangirl crush," he said. "You're practically panting after me already. Try to restrain yourself."
"I'm not panting after you," I replied. "I'm pissed off that you're late when you made such a big deal about me being on time."
"I'm the rock star. You work for me, not the other way around."
Wow, you don't have much of an ego at all, do you? What a change it is to be around someone who has such a good head on his shoulders. What a difference from working with pompous jerks who have an overly inflated sense of self-esteem. I bit my tongue at the end of my rant, chastising myself for going off on him. Noah snorted, but instead of looking upset, his lips twitched upward, almost seeming to crack a smile.
"I take it you've worked with my type a time or two?"
When you go to one of the best music colleges in the country, you tend to run into people with big egos. He raised an eyebrow.
"So how did you manage to stay so level-headed?"
Good upbringing. I immediately changed the subject. How do you want to do this? Do you already have some sort of idea what kind of song you want to write? Any beginnings of an idea?
"I was working on something yesterday. I thought I was making progress until a certain person interrupted me."
He gave me a pointed look. "As I recall, you threw a temper tantrum and tossed all your papers to the floor before you even noticed I was in the doorway. You can't blame your frustrations on me." It did leave me wondering, though. Before Noah had noticed me, he had seemed different, much more open and expressive. He'd been that passionate, emotional person I recognized from concerts. He'd only shut down when he realized someone was watching him. Surely there had to be more to Noah Hart than met the eye. If I wanted this song to be a true reflection of the man, I needed to get under his skin and uncover the real person he was underneath it all. I'd been up half the night, worrying about whether or not I'd be able to come up with something worth playing for someone like Noah. I shouldn't have worried. The moment he sat down, Noah grabbed my sheets of music from my hands and tossed them in the garbage bin. "Hey!" I protested. "I worked hard on that."
"Doesn't matter," he said. "Forget everything you learned in college. Nothing your teachers taught you was going to help you write a song with me."
"And how do you know? You don't know what I did or didn't learn in school?"
"Nothing I do can be taught in a classroom."
As he spoke, his eyes burned with an inner fire.
"It comes from the heart, from the soul."
"Is this how you write all your songs?" He shot me a look, the fire in his eyes fading.
"Just follow my lead."
He sat down next to me on the piano bench. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, every sense now tuned into Noah's presence. I could smell him, something spicy, with undertones of leather. The masculine scent threatened to make me lightheaded. I let out a shuddering breath.
Are you even paying attention? He asked. Or are you too busy having sex daydreams about me?
Don't flatter yourself. But it was a lie. As Noah sat there, explaining what sort of song he wanted to compose, how he wanted it to sound, my mind was a million miles away. As he tinkered on the piano, playing bits of music here or there, I tried to take it all in, but I was overwhelmed. Not because I was in the presence of Noah Hart, rock star god, but because I was near Noah, a man who caused my every nerve to sing. I'd never felt such an attraction to someone so quickly before. I hated myself for it. I didn't want to be a groupie fangirl, lusting after rock stars. My love for Noah wasn't based on sexual desire, no matter how hot, sexy, or gorgeous this man was. But damn, was he hot, sexy, and gorgeous. I shook myself mentally. I wasn't going to go there. It was going to be difficult enough to work with Noah if I felt overwhelmed because of the pressure to do the job right. It would be even harder if I had to wrestle with these burgeoning feelings. Maybe I just needed to go out and get laid. Get all that sexual tension out. I was sure my best friends would agree.
This right here is where I want the chorus to go.
Noah's words jolted me out of my reverie. I thought back to the last few minutes, trying to piece together what he had been saying. What if we made the bridge a few bars longer? I said tentatively.
Why would I want to do that?
Never mind, it's nothing. He tilted his head, eyeing me.
Tell me.
I just thought if you had a few more seconds, you could try holding the note longer, leading into the first chorus. Maybe try blending and overlapping the first and last syllables.
I usually save that kind of thing for the last chorus.
I know. I'd listened to every single one of Noah's songs a million times. That's why I suggested switching it up. He stared at me for a moment before he shut his eyes and hummed a few bars. First the way he'd originally envisioned them, then the way I'd proposed. His mouth twisted into a grimace.
Shit, I don't know.
He growled and ran his hand through his hair.
August always makes this look so goddamn easy.
He closed his fingers into a tight grip, tugging on the strands at the back of his neck. You're doing fine. Without thinking, I placed my hand over his clenched fist, prying his fingers loose. Don't go pulling your hair out over this. He shot me a look. I immediately scooted away on the piano seat. The chilly look in his eyes eased up. If they weren't exactly warm, at least they didn't threaten to freeze me from the inside out. I remembered the first time he'd confronted me, when he'd backed me up against the wall, practically pressing himself against me. This man did things to my insides, things that made me want to rip off my clothes right then and there. I got up and stood a few feet behind him. I couldn't take being that close to him anymore. How did one man have the power to affect me this much? I quickly looked away, hoping my feelings weren't showing on my face again. You don't need to feel so frustrated. I tried to smooth over that awkward moment. There's something special about the way you're composing the song. It sounds more like you than you know.
And you know enough about me to say that?
Sometimes it feels like I do, I said without thinking.
Because you listen to my music, he scoffed.
I wondered whether or not to say what I was thinking. Yes, you put so much of yourself into your lyrics, into those songs, that I feel sometimes like I know the person you want to be more than you know yourself. Don't all artists put themselves into their work?
Maybe I should listen to more of your songs, he said sarcastically. It's not fair that you get to root around in my brain, but I can't root around in yours.
You've heard my stuff? I asked, surprised.
The professor who recommended you sent me some samples from your end-of-year performances.
I shuddered inwardly, suddenly embarrassed. My stuff isn't worth listening to. Not for someone like Noah Hart.
I thought your professor called you a genius.
She was exaggerating.
So modest.
No, I just know that I'm nothing special. Noah gave me a probing look, something almost like curiosity on his face.
You shouldn't say things like that out loud.
Why not?
Don't let other people know you doubt yourself. It makes them doubt you.
Is that why you don't want the other guys to know about us working together?
I told you. Stop trying to psychoanalyze me.
It's okay if you don't want the other guys to think less of you.
I want you to stay out of my head.
The words were quiet. Noah's eyes were almost dead inside, other than the slight frustration I could see simmering underneath. And I told you, I'm here to do a job. I can't compose a song for you until I've gotten to know the real you. This has to sound authentic. Otherwise, it won't ring true to the fans.
And you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? You're a fangirl.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Of course I'm a fan. Your music touches me.
I don't write music for people to get all weepy.
Don't you want people to feel something when they listen to your songs? Isn't that the whole point of creating music?
I don't care if anyone feels anything. I write it because it's marketable. Because it sells.
I was appalled at the words coming out of his mouth. Noah Hart, talking about how marketable his songs were. It was baffling. Are you serious? You don't care how your music makes people feel? You just want money?
That's right.
I don't believe that. You said the music came from your heart, from your soul. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be having so much trouble with this one song. You want it to be good. You don't want to let your fans down.
You've got me all figured out, haven't you?
Underneath the tension and frustration, I could hear a hint of helplessness. Noah was having trouble. He didn't want anyone to know. But he knew he needed help. He just couldn't bring himself to ask for it. I don't have you figured out. I gnawed at my lip. But I'd like to. Noah stood from the piano bench and approached me slowly, slinking almost like a jungle cat, the look in his eyes threatening to burn me up from the inside.
You want to know more about me?
He got closer, forcing me to take steps back until I hit the wall with a thud. I couldn't move any further away, and yet Noah didn't stop advancing. He stalked toward me until he was mere inches away. He inclined his head down. We were practically nose to nose.
I can think of a few ways to get to know each other.
His lips tilted upward. My inner muscles clenched as I contemplated all the different meanings of those words. Was he serious? Or was he teasing me? Making fun of my so-called fangirl crush? Noah kept on making these comments and innuendos. How much of it was him needling me? His eyes were on my lips. My breath caught in my throat. I made an aborted motion, stopping myself before I could reach out and touch him. If Noah didn't feel the same sexual tension between us that I felt, if it was all just a sick game to him, I'd end up making a fool of myself. I let out a shallow breath and shifted to the side, putting a few feet between us. I'm gonna go get a coffee, I said weakly before stumbling out the door on shaky legs. I had to get out of there before I did something I'd regret. Chapter 6. I made my way to a small kitchenette down the hall. There was a complicated-looking chrome coffee machine on the counter. It took me about 5 tries before I figured out how to make a latte. I could have simply poured myself a regular cup of coffee, but working for one of the most established entertainment companies in the world had to have its perks. Besides, if I was going to be dealing with Noah all day, I deserved a goddamn latte. The machine was complicated enough to make it slightly frustrating, but I was glad for the distraction. If I kept on thinking about the tension growing between me and Noah, I was going to explode. Or melt. Either one seemed likely at this point. I must have drifted off, lost in my thoughts for longer than I'd realized, because I hadn't heard someone entering the room until he spoke. I recognized the voice.
Hey there, gorgeous. You new?
I nearly dropped my coffee cup as I saw Cameron Thorne, bassist of Darkest Days, standing in the doorway. I knew when I took the job at Etude Entertainment, I'd probably run into the rest of the band, but it honestly hadn't occurred to me that it might be under such mundane circumstances. Wasn't I supposed to run into them backstage at a concert while they were all dressed up in their rock star best? There were no leather pants and no eyeliner, just jeans and a t-shirt. Of course, Cameron Thorne's t-shirt was tight and thin enough to show off every muscled ab, and his bright, fire-engine red hair was tousled in a careless manner that clearly took more effort than it looked. I stood frozen, mouth gaping open for I don't know how long. Cameron gave me a carnal smirk. I shook myself, fighting down a flush. My latte spilled over the rim of the cup, splashing my hand. I hissed at the burning sensation and laid it down on the counter with a shaky clink. Sorry. Yes, I'm new. Hi, I said dumbly. Cameron eyed me up and down, his gaze lingering on my legs. I flushed and resisted the urge to pull my skirt down, even though it already reached the tops of my knees. It was well known among fans that Cameron Thorne was a shameless ladies' man, which was a more polite way of saying man-whore. I got the feeling he was picturing me naked. I didn't know if I should be flattered or appalled.
What do you do here, gorgeous? He asked. Are you the new intern?
I was hired to... Oh no, what was the cover story again? I'm one of the new consultants helping produce your album. I've been working with Noah. Cameron let out a choked laugh.
Who'd you piss off to get that job?
No one?
Good luck. You're gonna need it.
He's not that bad, I lied. Cameron wrapped an arm around my waist and stroked my back.
You poor thing. If you get tired of that asshole snarling at you, you can always come work with me.
He leaned close, putting his lips near my ear.
I know how to treat a girl right.
I stepped back, shocked. I'd heard about Cameron's reputation, but coming on to the new girl at work within minutes of meeting her was something else. Almost as bad as commenting on her panties and nipples. Cameron walked with me as I headed back to Noah's piano room, latte in hand. Between the wicked grin Cameron Thorne threw in my direction and the knowledge that Noah was going to be waiting for me, my nerves were almost shot.
See you later, gorgeous.
Cameron gave me a smirk and left as I walked into the piano room. Noah looked up from his music sheets, his expression turning panicked.
Was that Cameron?
Yeah. He cursed and stood from the piano bench.
We're not doing this here.
Where are you going? We're still not done.
I don't want you in this building. We'll work at my place.
Your place? Me and Noah, alone. Just the two of us. Would I survive?
Got a problem?
Nope.
Good.
He cursed again and ran his hands through his hair.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. Just that I'm working with you. Noah whipped his head around, glaring. That I'm just a consultant, I clarified. No one knows I'm actually writing the song for you.
Quiet!
He darted his eyes back and forth, as if making sure there was no one else in the hallway who might overhear. Why don't you just tell the others? He ignored me.
Come on, we're leaving.
If I was in a band and had friends to rely on, I'd ask them for help.
Friends, right.
Are the other guys not your friends?
More like overbearing siblings, he muttered.
Is that such a bad thing? Don't you like having people who look out for you?
I can look out for myself.
There's nothing wrong with relying on people.
The only person I can rely on is me.
He started gathering up all the music sheets he'd been scribbling on.
We're done for the day. I'll text you the address to my place. Be there tomorrow.
He strode out without another glance, leaving me wondering what I had said to make him leave in such a hurry. Chapter 7. I listened to more Darkest Day songs on my way to Noah's place. I couldn't have imagined the pain I heard in his voice. The words he'd written had to mean something more than what he told me they meant. It had to be more than just marketability. There was no way Noah Hart could have written such heartfelt lyrics simply because he knew they would sell. Those words must have come from somewhere deep inside of him. I needed to find out what kind of person Noah was when he wasn't throwing up all those guards and putting barriers between himself and others. I needed to get to know the real Noah Hart. That was the only way I'd be able to write a song that not only resonated with the audience, but also reflected something of the man himself. It was going to be an impossible task. Noah was so prickly. He never seemed to let anybody in, even his own bandmates. I wondered what had happened to make him like that. Was he always that way? Was he like that as a kid? I didn't know anything about Noah. Not his family, or where he grew up. Nothing. For all the information available online, there didn't seem to be much people knew about Noah Hart. There were rumors of trouble with his family, and people talked of a younger sister, but no one had seen his family or heard from them. It was as if he had appeared on the music scene like a ghost with no past. If I tried to analyze the words in his lyrics, maybe I would find a way to get inside that head of his. I wanted my first real music job to go well. If I wasn't able to work with Noah to write a song, or if I wrote a song and it wasn't up to his standards, or even worse, if we wrote a song and his fans hated it, that would be the end of my professional reputation. I didn't want my first impression in the music industry to be a failed one. Noah's building was a high-rise condominium right in the middle of downtown. It must have cost millions. When I walked in, the concierge greeted me by name and gave me directions to head up to the penthouse floor. Noah must have told them to expect me. He was already working when I opened the front door of his apartment. He'd kept it unlocked for me. The music was similar to what I'd heard him composing the first day, but it sounded sadder, more mournful. I stood inside the doorway, not wanting to walk into the room and disturb him. A grand piano sat in the corner of a huge living room with plush carpets and dark hardwood. The decor was warm and homey, unlike anything I would have expected from someone as abrasive and closed off as Noah. I half expected to find an austere living space with minimal furniture and a modern style. Instead, his living room was warm and inviting. It was at odds with everything I'd come to know about him. Noah played the song we'd been working on slower, in a lower key, and with more cautious movements. It made the whole thing sound more forlorn than what I'd originally envisioned. It wasn't a bad sound. In fact, I thought it was even better than the way we had worked on it the day before. I hadn't realized how happy the previous song had sounded until hearing Noah play it slower. This song fit Darkest Day style much better. Noah can never be considered an upbeat or cheery person. The slow, deliberate notes were emotionally devastating, just the way his lyrics were. He was somehow able to take the feeling of his lyrics and put them into music. I wondered why he was having so much trouble finishing a song, if this was the kind of stuff he was able to compose. The song he was playing on his piano right now was good. All he needed was some help fleshing it out, and it would be perfect for their new album. With a thundering crash, Noah slammed his hands on the keyboard. I jumped back, heart pounding. He dragged his hands over his face, staring at the floor. His eyes looked blank and unseeing, as if he were struggling with some invisible inner demon. Noah. He whipped his head around, looking unsettled.
What are you doing here?
You said you wanted to start work at 11. He flicked his eyes to a clock on the wall.
Oh, right.
You seemed frustrated, I said tentatively. Is there something wrong with the song?
Everything.
I liked it.
Of course you liked it.
And what is that supposed to mean?
It means it sounds like every other piece of drivel anyone else has ever written.
I raised an eyebrow. Are you saying I have no taste? He stared at me for a few moments, before slumping his shoulders, looking almost exhausted.
No, he said grudgingly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you like it because it's marketable.
Isn't that what you want? He looked down at the piano, playing a few quiet notes.
Maybe.
Just maybe? He buried one hand in the hair at the back of his neck.
The others are going to write songs that sound like them. I don't want mine to be just another Darkest Days song. I want it to sound...
He trailed off, the words barely audible. For all that Noah talked a good game, he obviously wanted this song to be different from his usual work. I was resolved. I was going to get to know this man, no matter what. Even if he tried to shut me out, I was going to crash my way through those guarded walls and find out what he was truly like. You want it to sound like a Noah Hart song. I can help with that.
How?
I sat next to him on the piano seat. He didn't shuffle over to make room for me. We ended up pressed hip to hip. My inner muscles clenched and throbbed as our thighs brushed together. The rough scratch of his jeans against my leg nearly had me reeling. I could smell him, leather and spice. It was intoxicating. I snuck a glance at Noah to see if he was as affected by our closeness as I was. His gaze was turned in the other direction, not looking at me. His lips were pressed together firmly. I took a moment to breathe deeply and compose myself. I only succeeded in breathing in more of his scent. I felt myself flushing. I scooted away as far as I could on the piano bench, putting distance between us. We want your song to sound unique, I told him, proud that my voice was smooth, not giving away my inner struggle to contain myself. So why don't you tell me about yourself? He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye.
Why would I want to do that?
Despite his bad-tempered personality and penchant for needling me, there was something about the way Noah Hart looked at me that made me want to swoon. Those rare moments of curiosity, like he was trying to figure me out. Those heated moments when he would zero in on my lips. I inhaled and exhaled deeply to calm myself. I couldn't get so worked up. Yes, I wanted Noah Hart to tear off my dress and take me on the piano right then and there. No, I wasn't going to let that fact affect my work. I could be professional. I picked up the sheets of music notes he'd been working on, avoiding his gaze before I did something stupid. If we're going to be working on a song together, then I'm going to need to get to know the real you. If we want this song to sound authentic to your fans, it needs to sound like something you wrote. I've listened to your lyrics millions of times.
I knew you were a fan, but millions?
I ignored him. I feel like I know the Noah Hart who wrote those words, but that's not the Noah Hart I'm sitting next to right now, is it? You're a different person.
You mean I'm an asshole?
No, he snorted. Okay, yes, you're an asshole sometimes, but that just makes me want to get to know the real you even more. You're not an asshole around everyone, right? What about your bandmates? Your friends? He stiffened.
Friends? You mean the people who come out of the woodwork once you get famous, trying to sponge off you and use you? Yeah, some friends.
What about your family? He shot me an almost panicked look, eyes wide and nostrils flaring. The look was soon replaced with a scowl.
We're not talking about this.
His family must have been a sore spot. I filed it away as something to explore later. We don't have to talk about anything you don't want to, but I think it would be good if I got to know you.
And what about me? Don't I get to know you?
I shrugged. There's not much to know. Noah's dark eyes held that same spark of interest I'd seen before, as if I were a puzzle to be solved. What was it about me that made him so curious?
And what exactly do you want me to talk about?
He asked. If I'd known as a teenager I'd have the chance to ask Noah Hart anything I wanted, I would have been ready with a list of questions. Now that I was actually in front of him, I was at a loss. Maybe you can tell me how you first got into music? He thought for a moment.
It wasn't the music so much, he murmured. It was an English teacher who...
He cut himself off, looking almost embarrassed. What about your English teacher? I prompted.
He got me into poetry, he admitted.
You had a "oh captain, my captain" moment? Noah looked almost amused.
Are you really referencing Dead Poets Society?
Robin Williams at his best. I gave him a small smile. So you got into writing poetry first? Then the music came later?
It was an outlet of sorts, a way to deal with all the shit I was going through.
I opened my mouth to ask exactly what kind of shit that might be, but I stopped myself. I'd listened to his lyrics enough times to guess. There was something in his past that caused him pain, that caused him grief, something that made him feel angry and guilty and alone. I didn't want to open up that Pandora's box. We weren't quite ready for that. Not yet.
My teacher convinced me to go to some poetry readings,
Noah continued.
That's how August found me.
I sat up straight, getting excited. There was little information online about how the band had formed. August saw you at a poetry reading?
He was looking for a lyricist. August can compose music, but he's no good with words. Then he approached me and found out I could sing, too. That's how it all began.
I never knew. There's not much about you guys before you burst onto the scene. Noah shifted uncomfortably.
None of us want people prying into our past, our personal lives.
I'm sorry, I said automatically, suddenly ashamed. I don't want you to think I'm prying. I just really think knowing more about you will help me.
And what about you? Don't I deserve to know about you? And don't say you've got nothing. Everyone's got a story to tell.
I hesitated. I didn't know how much to share. It was my mom, I began slowly. My mom used to play piano professionally when she was younger. She was the one who got me into music. I have a lot of good memories of sitting next to her on the piano bench as she taught me scales. We used to... I paused to clear the lump in my throat, forcing myself to continue. We used to write music together. It feels like I've been writing and playing forever.
Tell me about your first.
I flushed, my mind immediately jumping to all sorts of connotations. Noah noticed and smirked.
Your first instrument,
he clarified.
Although if you want to tell me about the other, I'm all ears.
My first instrument was the piano, just like my mom, I said, ignoring him and moving on. I didn't need to start thinking about sex and Noah and all the various ways I'd like to have sex with Noah. At least the sexual frustration was helping disperse the spike of pain radiating from my chest. My purse with the letter was only a few feet away on the sofa. I could practically feel the thin paper between my fingers. Could see the fancy handwriting on the envelope.
But you also play other instruments, right?
Noah asked. I like to experiment, I said, turning my attention back to our conversation. You know what they say, jack of all trades, master of none.
You don't think you've mastered anything?
Like I told Naomi, I play well enough to get by. Although I suppose I'm not bad on the hammered dulcimer. That one's my favorite. He raised a skeptical eyebrow.
That's different.
Maybe that's why I like it. No one else at my music academy plays it.
Does it matter if you're the only one who plays it?
I suppose not. Even though it was a lie, I wasn't going to bear all of my insecurities to Noah. That was for damn sure. So that's how I got into music. We both went silent for a few moments. I had a feeling this was as much as we were ready to share about ourselves with each other.
And did all this sharing help you?
He asked. I could tell he was trying to sound sarcastic, but I catch a hint of real curiosity. Let's get back to work and see, shall we? We continued working on our song, talking things through and hashing it out. All the while, I tried to hide my elation. Even though it required me sharing more of myself than I'd wanted, I'd finally gotten Noah to open up to me. Chapter 8. No, stop. Noah halted his playing, hands hovering over the piano keys.
What is it this time?
You're doing it wrong.
You're going to tell me that I'm doing it wrong?
Yes, If you're doing it wrong, I'm going to tell you. Shove over. I hip-checked Noah out of the way and took his spot at the piano. He slid off the piano bench, barely catching himself before he hit the floor.
You could say please, he grumbled.
I was beginning to lose my patience. Noah had an idea of what he wanted the song to sound like, but it wasn't working. I tried to explain 100 times that his way of attacking the problem was the wrong approach. I would just have to show him. Here, like this. I put my hands to the keys and began playing, softly at first, then with more passion. I hit the keys harder as the bridge came to an end and exploded into the chorus. I closed my eyes and let the music wash over me. I could see the color of the notes in my mind's eye, could taste the flavor of them on my tongue. All my senses were engaged. The song came to an end with a clash. I opened my eyes slowly and found myself breathing heavily from the exertion. That often happened when I played, when I lost myself in the music. I hadn't let it happen in front of Noah yet. I looked down at my hands and flushed, uncomfortable with how I'd gotten carried away. Like that, I said quietly.
Shit.
I cringed. Noah hated it. Of course he hated it. I shouldn't have even tried. Now I'd embarrassed myself in front of him. He was going to realize I had no idea what I was doing.
That was fantastic.
I glanced at him, surprised. Really? His eyes burned with intensity.
Why do you do that?
Do what?
Doubt yourself like that.
Noah, come on. You're you, and I'm me. You don't have to lie to stroke my ego.
You think I care about stroking anyone's ego?
No, I guess not.
So quit it. If I say you're talented, you're talented.
My spirits lifted a little. Whenever Noah Hart said it, I couldn't help but feel that maybe he was right.
Move. I'm going to try it that way.
Noah took his place again and tried to repeat what I'd played. My mouth twisted in contemplation as I listened. When he finished the song, he sat there, still and quiet. That was... I trailed off.
It was trash,
he said flatly. A little.
Shit.
Noah buried his hands in his hair and stared blankly at the piano.
I can't do this. I'm never going to be able to write this goddamn song and make it not sound like garbage.
We just need to keep working on it.
August composes entire albums in days. I've had months. I can't fucking do it.
Despite the pain in his eyes, a small part of me was thrilled. Noah was slowly opening up to me. Instead of frustration and irritation, he was beginning to show his insecurities, his vulnerabilities. Yes, you can. We've only been working together for a short time. We just need more inspiration. It's like I said before. If I keep on learning more about you, we'd have a better chance of writing the perfect song.
You go first,
he said grudgingly.
I shouldn't always be the one spilling my guts.
I paused, thinking about what to say. Noah gave me a pointed stare.
And tell me something real. I don't care what your favorite instrument, or your favorite color, or your favorite food is.
I wanted Noah to open up to me. If I wanted him to share something real, I supposed I would have to be willing to as well. My mother had depression, I blurted out before I could second-guess myself. My father was away for work all the time. I think he was having affairs. I had to take care of my mom when she couldn't take care of herself. Hearing me play music was the only thing that made her happy. I clapped my hand over my mouth, appalled that I had told him so much. Sorry, I whispered. I didn't mean to unload on you. I waited for Noah to make fun of me, to make a snarky comment, but he was silent, watching me with those unreadable eyes.
It's fine, he murmured. I wanted something real.
That was too real. I don't want to bring us down.
I've heard worse.
Have you? I asked tentatively. I don't mean to pry, but from the things you write in your lyrics, I can't help but wonder. I hesitated, not knowing how to articulate what I wanted to say without scaring him off. I wonder if maybe you've got stuff that you feel is too real to talk about too. Noah was eerily silent for long moments. I was about to take back everything I'd said and tell him never mind. He flicked his eyes quickly to mine.
My drug addict mom left when I was barely a teenager.
A pang of sympathy ran through me. I knew what it was like to have mother issues. I'm so sorry.
I was sent to foster care. It sucked.
His voice was devoid of emotion. I'd heard enough horror stories not to need any more detail. I can imagine how hard that must have been.
It wasn't a fucking walk in the park,
he muttered. He tugged on the hair at the back of his neck. Without thinking, I put my hand on his and pried his fingers from their grip. You can talk to me about it if you want. I'll listen. His eyes met mine. I halted, my hands still on top of his. I should have pulled back instinctively. Maybe if it had been days or weeks earlier, I would have. But I saw something in his gaze. Just like the simmering frustration I was used to seeing, there was now a simmering heat. Noah pulled back, looking away. I tried to squash the disappointment in my chest.
Whatever, he said. I'm over it.
Are you? I asked quietly. He gave me a sardonic look.
Are you over your depressed mother and absent father?
Fair point. I suppose that explains some of your sad lyrics.
They're not sad.
He looked almost insulted.
They're sorrowful, melancholy, tragic.
That's why you're the poet.
It's not like all my lyrics are bleak. I write other stuff.
I know. Fiery passion, wistful longing, painful heartbreak. You've got a gift for emotional range, which is ironic.
Ironic how?
The only emotions you ever show are irritation and impatience.
I show more emotions than that.
Like what? A dark smirk appeared on his face.
Deviant lust?
I let out a nervous laugh until I saw the look in his eyes. They were half mocking, but there was something deeper there. The pupils of his eyes had dilated, turning his dark eyes almost black. His eyes flicked to my lips. I parted them without thinking. Was he going to kiss me? My stomach quivered, all my inner muscles clenching, throbbing. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted him to do more than kiss me. A shiver ran through me. Without thinking, I placed my hand on his leg. He stared at me, unmoving. I pulled back and ducked my head, embarrassed. Why had I touched him like that? I must have misread all the signs. He was probably just teasing. He probably thought I was an infatuated fangirl. I cleared my throat and brought my hands to my lap. I had to bring this back around to business. Now that we know a little more about each other, why don't you tell me about your usual process? I fought to keep my voice from shaking. What do you do to get your muse talking? Noah's eyes flared with heat as they held my gaze. I found myself wetting my lips unconsciously. His eyes narrowed as they focused on my mouth. Surely you don't just sit down with a pen and paper, waiting for inspiration to strike? I asked, now filled with nerves. His gaze fell to my chest, that heat turning scorching hot. My nipples peaked, turning hard underneath my shirt from arousal.
You want to know my process?
Yes, I breathed, nervous anticipation flowing through me. His fingers twitched at his sides, his lips parting. I wanted those lips on me, on my skin, sucking and kissing and licking.
You want to know how I get my muse talking?
He murmured, dark and low in his chest. I could see the bulge in his pants twitch, beginning to fill out. I felt the sudden urge to reach down and touch it, to unzip those jeans and pull out his stiff length. I wanted to wrap my hand around it and feel the heat of it against my skin. I lifted my eyes to meet his. The burning desire I saw in his gaze was no doubt reflected in my own. I knew exactly what Noah Hart was going to do next. Shivers racked my body, nerves and excitement and arousal clashing together, making me tremble. "Show me," I whispered. His eyes flashed with a dark heat as he crushed his lips to mine. Although I'd been expecting it, the kiss still caught me by surprise. Noah's lips were firm and insistent. His tongue immediately flicked at the seam of my lips, demanding entrance. I opened for him, and he slipped inside, stroking his tongue against mine. I molded my body against his, moaning into his mouth as the shock dissipated. He growled and fisted my hair in his hand, angling my head back to take more of his kiss. Our tongues tangled together, slick and hot. The taste of him, the smell of him, tough leather and spice, made me dizzy and lightheaded. I clutched his shoulders to keep myself balanced. He placed his hands on my hips, pulling me until I was practically in his lap. His fingers burned my skin, even through the fabric of my dress. He sucked on my bottom lip. My brain fogged over at the thought of him sucking other parts of me. My back arched, my breasts pressing against his front. Shivers ran through me as my stiff nipples found delicious friction. With one smooth motion, he gripped my thighs, forcing one leg over his lap until I was straddling him on the piano bench. My dress rode up to my waist. I let out an embarrassing squeak as I found myself pressed against the front of his jeans. He felt impossibly hard, even through the fabric of my cotton panties that were quickly becoming damp with arousal. I could feel the outline of his length straining against his zipper. I remembered my earlier desire to touch him and placed my hand against that bulge. I explored the shape of him through his jeans. He let out a groan. I flushed with pleasure. I made him that hard. I made him desire me that much. He shifted his grip on my hips until he had one hand free. He reached under my sundress, sliding his hand up the soft skin of my inner thigh. My whole body shook with anticipation. He reached the apex and pressed a thumb against my clit. I let out a sharp whimper as pleasure shot through me. He slipped a hand underneath the elastic of my panties. My stomach muscles clenched. He dragged 2 fingers between my folds. I bit my lip to suppress a moan, my every limb trembling.
"You're soaking wet already,"
he murmured against my lips.
"You want this bad, don't you?"
I inhaled a sharp breath and gave him a nod.
"Tell me what you want,"
he demanded. My breathing was almost too shaky to speak.
"I'm not going to give it to you unless you tell me exactly what you want."
"Please," I said, trembling. "Inside me." He thrust one finger into me, his callous skin almost rough. I moaned, my head tipping back as my eyes closed shut.
"Look at me."
I lifted my head, struggling to keep my eyes open. He slowly pumped that finger in and out, keeping his gaze locked on me.
"I want you looking at me when you come on my hand."
I moaned as Noah added a second finger. I couldn't believe this was even happening. Although it had only been 2 weeks since I'd run into him in the piano room, it felt like I'd been waiting my whole life for Noah Hart to put his hands on me, in me. Now I was finally getting what I wanted. It was glorious and terrifying and overwhelming. It was almost too much to take, and yet I wanted more. I shuddered and clutched at his shoulders even tighter. My thighs squeezed his hips in an unconscious, rhythmic motion. He moved inside me faster and faster, sending me spiraling upwards.
"Close, aren't you?"
I could only whimper and squirm on his lap.
"Come for me," he ordered. "Come while I fuck you with my fingers."
I struggled to take in enough air into my lungs as he increased the speed and force. I rocked my hips against his hand, trying to get friction where I needed it. He pressed his thumb to my clit, rubbing in small circles. I let out a muffled shriek, my eyes squeezing shut against my will. Pleasure exploded outwards, singing through my every vein. It coursed through me, wave after wave of it. He continued playing with me throughout, sending shockwaves up and down my spine. When the pleasure finally subsided, I slumped against his chest, breathing heavily. He wrapped his arms around me, holding me close. One hand stroked my hair.
"Did you come?"
He murmured in my ear. I nodded weakly.
"Good girl."
He fisted my hair and pulled my head back, forcing me to meet his eyes.
"But you didn't look at me like I told you to."
My breathing became shallow at the intensity of that look.
"What do you think happens to naughty girls who don't obey?"
I let out a shaky, nervous laugh. Are you going to punish me? His gaze burned brighter.
"Would you like that?"
Yes, I would. I wanted everything and anything this man chose to give me. Biting my lip, I nodded silently. His eyes flashed with a dark heat.
"Follow me."
Chapter 9. I tugged the hem of my dress down my hips and pulled my panties back into place as I climbed off Noah's lap. My limbs were still trembling. Noah stood and pulled me against his side, guiding me through the living room and down a hallway. My mind was still in a daze, still clouded over with lingering arousal. Noah fucking Hart had fingered me in his living room. The thought made me clench around nothing. I mourned the loss of his strong, rough-skinned fingers inside me. The thought of being filled with something even bigger, even harder, threatened to make my knees fall out from under me. The sexual tension had been simmering between us from the very beginning. I should have known eventually things would lead to this point. All my resolve to keep things professional went out the window the moment he laid his hands on me. And now Noah was taking me deep into his apartment, down a dark hallway, to a room with a closed door, where he was going to punish me. My insides quivered, not knowing whether to be scared or aroused, or both. Is this the part where you take me to your secret BDSM dungeon? I said playfully, trying to ease the heavy silence. Noah shot me a look.
"Are you so eager to get flogged and whipped? Because I'd love to turn those sweet-ass cheeks of yours bright red."
I flushed and stammered. I should have known better than to try to play games with him. He stroked a hand down my back and cupped my ass.
"No, I'm not into that shit."
Then what?
"Naughty girls don't get to ask about their punishment. They just take it."
My breathing went shallow, still aroused, despite having just been brought to orgasm by Noah's talented fingers. He opened a door and pulled me inside. It was a bedroom. I was surprised at how mundane it looked. No BDSM playroom. There was a king-sized bed with a navy bedspread, a chest of drawers, and a tall mirror hanging on one wall. The kind of austerity I expected from Noah. Very different from the coziness of the living room. "This is it?" I asked.
"You sound disappointed."
"I thought you were going to punish me." I threw him a bold look. "I've been naughty, haven't I?" Noah advanced slowly, a smirk on his lips.
"Are you doubting whether I can make you beg without any cliched toys?"
I took small steps backwards until my legs hit the bed. "Is that what you're planning on doing? Making me beg for mercy?" Noah kept walking forward until he was inches away from me.
"You're not going to beg for mercy."
He was too close. I lost my balance and tumbled backwards onto the bed. "What exactly am I going to be begging for, then?" Noah crawled on top of me, pressing down with his full weight. I felt his hardness against my stomach. My heart began beating faster.
"You're going to beg me to fuck you. You're going to beg for my cock. I'm going to make you wait until you're wet and aching and dying for me to fuck you."
I shuddered beneath him, my panties already soaked at those words.
"And it's only when you beg for me that I'm going to bury myself inside that tight pussy of yours."
His eyes flashed, dark and wicked.
"And I'm only going to let you come if you're impaled on my cock."
I nearly whimpered as heat flooded my entire body. I wanted him to fuck me. I needed him to fuck me. I was already throbbing and aching inside. But I wasn't going to let him know how much he was getting to me. You want to hear me beg? You want to hear me scream and moan and cry out for you? I pretended to scoff, even though my thighs were sticky and wet. Not gonna happen.
You sure you want to test me?
No, I wasn't sure. Go on, Noah fucking Hart, I said, challenging him anyway. Just try and make me beg. That evil smirk returned.
You're going to regret those words.
My heart pumped wildly in my chest as Noah crawled down my body. As he slid down, his hands slid up, bringing the hem of my dress to my waist, over my breasts, and up over my head. Deft fingers unclasped my bra and shoved it aside. Noah tweaked both my nipples with a thumb and forefinger, plucking at them until they were bright pink and plump. He mouthed up my stomach with sucking kisses until he reached my chest.
Your tits are so hot,
he murmured against my skin.
Been thinking about sucking them all day.
He did just that, sucking one nipple into his mouth with a hot, wet suction. I moaned and squirmed, arching my back to push my breasts further into his hands and mouth. He moved from one nipple to the other, sucking and licking and biting down lightly. The sensation had a direct line from my breasts to my very core. I found myself getting wetter with every swipe of his tongue, with every nip of his teeth. He hadn't done anything except play with my nipples, and I was already close to begging him to fuck me. I regretted having challenged him. I had no doubt he was going to tease me until I was nearly insane with desire, like he promised.
Have you had enough?
Noah asked. I feigned a yawn. I'm just lying here as you grope me. You're going to have to work harder than that if you want me to beg. But the trembling in my limbs and the madly beating rhythm of my heart was too obvious. He kissed his way down my stomach to the top of my thighs. My skin burned wherever his lips touched me, my rib cage, my belly button, the hollow of my hips. Removing his hands from my breasts, he drew my panties down, throwing them to the floor. He spread my legs open, baring me to his gaze. I flushed at the fire in his eyes as he stared at me, feeling self-conscious despite my arousal.
You've been a naughty girl. You lied to me. You're soaked again, just from me playing with your tits.
Noah ran his fingertips up my inner thighs, stopping inches shy of where I wanted him.
I'll have to add to your punishment.
My heart stuttered as he blew warm, wet breath over my very center. My stomach clenched as he placed a soft, biting kiss on my inner thigh. I had to stifle a groan as he flicked his tongue out to lightly tap at my clit. Then he did it all over again until I was a panting, squirming mess. Noah, I moaned.
Begging already?
I pressed my lips together and shook my head back and forth. He licked a firm line between my lower lips, barely brushing my clit with his tongue. My hips bucked without any input from my brain. I nearly choked with the effort it took to avoid crying out. He used 2 thumbs to spread me wide and dipped his tongue into my entrance, thrusting in and out. Oh my God, I moaned as my head fell backwards against the mattress. His thumbs caressed my folds, stroking and circling, as his tongue fucked me in a steady rhythm. My hips rotated, grinding against him, unable to keep myself from moving. It was so good. Too good. I almost couldn't handle it. And yet I needed more. Noah, I said again. He lifted his head.
You want more?
I hesitated. Did this count as begging? I didn't care. I nodded my head silently.
That's my good girl.
My heart stopped beating as he sucked my clit into his mouth, pleasure exploding through me. I cried out, fisting my hands so tight my fingernails cut into my palms. Noah licked and sucked, flicking his tongue out to lick at my clit in rough strokes. Shockwaves of pleasure coursed through my system. He played with me relentlessly, without mercy, not stopping for a single moment. My senses were overwhelmed as I rose higher and higher, so close to reaching my peak. I was seconds away from topping over that edge, and then he pulled back. I cursed and flailed. "No! Why did you—" He pinned me down with a heated look.
I told you, you don't get to come unless you're impaled on my cock.
"I can't. I need to—" I could barely speak in coherent sentences.
You know what to do if you want to come.
I was aching inside, the pulsing almost painful. He hadn't even fingered me while he'd been sucking on my clit. I felt so empty. I needed to be filled. I needed Noah in me, and I needed it now. His eyes flashed. He knew exactly what I was thinking. Noah divested himself of his clothes with haste. My inner walls clenched at the sight. The firm muscles of his chest were covered with tattoos, abstract designs that meant nothing to me, but no doubt meant something to him. His jeans were the last to go. The few seconds I got of his shirtless abs leading down to that tempting V-shape of his lower abdomen was enough to make my mouth water. Then the jeans were gone, and I nearly came when I realized Noah had been going commando this whole time, thin denim the only thing separating us. I licked my lips unconsciously as I took in his size, thick and long, ragingly hard and weeping at the tip. The rumors were true. Noah moved to hover above me, his eyes aligning with mine. We were pressed chest to chest, my stiff nipples finding friction against his skin. His hardness brushed my hip.
Be a good girl and give me what I want.
I met his eyes, practically pitch black now, the pupils wide and dilated. The muscles in his arms shook as he held himself above me. He wanted this as much as I did, maybe even more. "Fuck me," I whispered. He shifted his hips, parting my thighs with his knees until he was right at my entrance. The texture was different from what I'd expected. He must have put on protection. I'd been so absorbed in ogling his body I hadn't even noticed.
Louder.
My inner walls fluttered and throbbed in anticipation. "Fuck me, Noah." He pressed forward until the tip was barely nestled between my folds. My wetness dripped onto the head and ran down my thighs. He'd been right about making me wait until I was soaked and needy.
I don't think you wanted enough.
"Please," I said, finally giving up, giving in. "Noah, I need you to fuck me." He shoved himself inside in one thrust. My mouth flew open and my eyes rolled back as raging pleasure sang through my every vein. The force of him pushing through my folds, the rough drag of his head, was almost enough to make me come on the spot.
You sound so sweet when you beg,
he murmured into my ear, settling his hips against mine until I got accustomed to his size. That feeling of fullness, of being stretched like that, sent thrills up my spine. I was finally being filled, just like I'd wanted, just like I'd needed. "Move," I moaned, squirming. I clawed at his inked back, my legs splayed to either side of his hips. "I need more." He pulled out slowly. I took in a deep, shuddering breath. He slammed back inside with almost brutal strength. I let out a choked moan and clenched my fists, digging my nails into the skin of my palms. He stilled his hips again. "Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me." My whimpering was a litany, a supplication for relief from the exquisite agony within me. He withdrew again, then slammed back inside. He pulled out and repeated the motion. He fucked into me again and again, unrelenting, giving me exactly what I needed. I could feel myself rippling and fluttering around him. I was getting close again, and this time he had me where he wanted me. I was impaled on Noah and begging for him. "Noah," I choked out. "I need—" He pressed a thumb to my clit, playing with me expertly until he had me on the precipice, so close, and then fire raced through me. I clenched down, squeezing him as I came. Noah cursed and slammed into me once, twice. He twitched and spasmed as he tipped over the edge alongside me. the both of us reaching our peak and falling back down together. We moaned as our bodies shook against one another. After long moments, I let out a gasping breath. The burn in my lungs matched the burn in my muscles. I was exhausted in a bone-deep way I'd never before felt after sex. The entire experience had been mind-blowing. I slowly relaxed against the mattress. Noah stayed lying on top of me as he panted to catch his breath, using his arms to keep from crushing me. We lay there silently, our chests heaving together with every breath.
"Told you," he murmured.
"What?" I asked sleepily.
"That I could make you beg."
I happily stand corrected. Noah took both my hands and pressed soft kisses to the inside of my wrists. My heart fluttered at the tender touches. Noah's eyes flew open.
"Wait, hold on a second."
I froze. "What? What's wrong?" Noah scrambled over to the bedside nightstand, fumbling around in the drawers. His strong, muscled back was to me. His shoulder blades flexed with every movement of his arms. I could see the tattoos from his front curling back around his torso, joining the tattoos on his back shoulders. It was a tempting sight, even after I had just been fucked to within an inch of my life. He pulled out a handful of sheets of paper and a pen. Uncapping it with his teeth, he sat on the side of the bed and started scribbling on the lined paper. I crawled over to look over his shoulder. "Are you writing down music?"
"Yeah,"
he said, not taking his attention away from his work. Was the sex that inspiring?
"I always write after sex."
"So this is what you do? Fuck girls, then write songs?"
"You got a problem with that?"
I leaned back, ruminating on his words. A terrible thought occurred to me. Does Naomi know? Is that why I got hired? I sat up straight in bed, tugging the sheets to my chest. Is that why none of the others worked out? You didn't want to have sex with them, but you'll have sex with me? Anger and shame began to fill my chest. God, is that what this is?
"No,"
he said, cutting off my rising hysteria.
"You're talented."
He flicked his eyes to me, giving me a slightly amused look.
"Your fuckability is just a bonus."
I was torn between crying and laughing. Fuckability? Is that a word?
"I'm a lyricist. It is now."
So you didn't plan all this?
"No.
He didn't look up from making notes on the paper.
I usually sleep with models or actresses or other musicians."
Not fans?
"No. They all think having sex with me means they're going to be the one girl who captures my heart."
The words were practically dripping with disgust.
"They all think it means they know me."
I want to get to know you, Noah, I said quietly. He craned his neck around and stared at me, not saying anything. The real you. Will you let me? He set the papers on the nightstand and crawled back over the bedsheets to loom over me. He held both my wrists down, pressing them into the mattress.
"I'll show you how you can get to know me,"
he murmured against my lips before capturing them in a blistering kiss. Although I was still exhausted, both emotionally and physically, I opened my mouth to accept his tongue, letting it tangle with mine. Even as he fucked me again, slower this time, but just as intense, I was torn. I was using my body to get ahead in my career, wasn't I? That thought almost drove me crazy. But Noah seemed to respect my opinion. He said I was talented. I wanted to continue working with him on the song. Could we really sleep together and still keep things professional? It was too late now. I'd finally had a taste of Noah fucking Hart. I knew one taste was never going to be enough. Chapter 10. That was our routine for the next few weeks. Noah and I would try to compose. He would get upset and frustrated. He'd pounce on me and make me come until I was screaming. Then he'd run off and go back to work, sated and energized. After that first time, It had been impossible for me to turn him down. All he had to do was look at me, and I gave in. I knew I should have tried to convince him to keep our relationship professional, tried to convince him I could forget about what we had done if he could. I didn't want to forget. The feeling of his lips on mine, his fingers on my bare skin. Now that I knew how good Noah was in bed, I didn't have it in me to turn him down.
Let's go out,
Noah suggested abruptly later that week, cutting me off as I was suggesting we try working on the chorus again. Out where? I asked.
Anywhere. I'm going stir-crazy. I need a change of scenery.
Like a field trip? My heartbeat sped up. Going somewhere in public with Noah. Like a date? Do we need a chaperone? I joked.
If you want your chaperone to watch as I fuck you in public, sure.
I choked. Is that the kind of outing you're thinking of? Going off to have sex in public?
I'm not planning on it. I'm just not ruling it out.
He eyed me slowly.
I can't always say no to those fantastic tits of yours.
How romantic. Really, Noah, you're such a sweetheart.
You picked the wrong guy to fuck if you want romance.
I'm aware. He grabbed his leather jacket and shoved his wallet in his jeans.
I need a drink.
It's the middle of the day.
I'm a rock star,
he said, as if that was all the explanation needed. He shrugged on his jacket and pinned me with a look.
Come on, I know a place.
I followed him because, in all honesty, a break sounded pretty nice at that moment. Composing this song was a lot harder than I'd thought, and I'd clearly assumed it was going to be the most challenging thing I'd ever done in my life. I tried to keep it hidden from Noah, but inside I was a mess. Sometimes it felt like I could hear, taste, smell the music I wanted to make, but getting those notes down on paper was almost impossible. At least I hadn't cried myself to sleep yet. That was a change from back when I was in college. I thought Noah was kidding when he drove us to the sketchiest part of town. He pulled in behind a dilapidated building. When I stepped out of the car, my heel crunched down on what I was sure was a used syringe. I turned to him with my arms folded across my fantastic tits. I don't care how hot you are. I don't care how much this inspires your muse. I'm not fucking you in a crack alley.
Is that immediately where your mind went? Dirty girl.
Then what are we doing here?
There's this bar I like. It's out of the way. No fans. No media.
No concern for health and safety either, apparently.
You want to bitch and complain, or you want to drink?
You're the one who wanted to drink, not me.
Bitch and complain it is.
Scowling, I let him lead me through a series of hallways. We walked through one bar that looked pretty dingy, but he shook his head and continued on. When he finally reached a door with a restroom sign, I dug my heels in. If crack alleys are out, I'm sure you can guess my opinion on public toilets.
We're not fucking in the restroom either.
He pushed open the door to reveal a second bar, even more dingy than the last. I blinked as my eyes adjusted to the dim lighting. A group of biker-looking guys were playing pool in one corner. A trio of skinny punks were drinking in another. A burly man with tattooed arms and a scar on his face stood behind the bar washing mugs, while a girl in heavy makeup and a leather corset wiped down the counter. I edged behind Noah as if he could hide me. Is this some sort of secret criminal hideout?
So judgmental, he said. How do you know these guys are criminals?
I peeked out over Noah's shoulder. I suppose they could be good guys underneath all those tattoos and leather. Noah raised an eyebrow and gestured to his leather jacket and tattooed chest.
Are you saying that's what makes a guy bad?
Well, I sincerely doubt anyone's ever called you good in your life.
I seem to recall you saying I was more than good when you came on my cock last night. In fact, I think you said I was magnificent.
Shut up, I hissed. Don't say stuff like that out loud in public.
This isn't public. It's an exclusive bar. Only those in the know ever find out about it. It's like a safe haven of sorts. A bunch of rockers and bikers and underground fighters come here to chill, away from the media and police.
Police? I asked, incredulous. Noah laughed.
It's a joke. This place is cool, don't worry.
He draped his arm over my shoulder and led me to the bar. As stupid as it was, that small gesture comforted me.
Hey, Walt. Hey, Jesse. Got a newbie here for you.
The girl's eyes lit up. Noah Hart, with a girlfriend? She clapped her hands together in apparent delight. Noah removed his arm from my shoulder. We're not, I began to say, before I was cut off by the man behind the bar.
She a fan?
He gave me a scrutinizing look. Who isn't? I quipped before Noah could make a smart-ass comment. I won't swoon over your bar patrons, I promise.
You fucking?
I choked on my own tongue, but recovered quickly. Noah and I are working together temporarily, that's all. The man, Walt, seemed to relax minutely, his face relaxing.
Musician?
Of a sort. I'm not a rock star like Noah. I looked to him. I'm helping produce Darkest Day's new album. Walt nodded once and turned to put a glass away on the shelf behind him. I take it that's the end of the interview portion of our evening? I murmured to Noah.
Walt likes to know who's coming and going.
The hot corset girl, Jessie, came over with 2 beers, handing one to each of us, tops already off. I took mine with a nod of thanks. If I was going to work with a rock star, I'd suppose I'd have to learn that happy hour apparently started just after lunchtime. You and Noah are working together? She asked. I thought she would gush over how cool that was. Instead, she wrinkled her nose. That sounds like the worst job ever. I couldn't help laughing as he threw her a dark look. The last few weeks have been a challenge, yes. I don't know how you haven't killed him already, she stage whispered to me, with a grin and an eye towards Noah. He's such a Mr. Cranky Pants. I nearly died from holding in the laughter. It was the most accurate description of Noah I'd heard so far.
We didn't come here to gossip.
Noah sat on a stool in front of the bar.
We came here to drink.
I took a seat next to him and whispered in his ear. I thought we came here to fuck. The naughty part of me wanted to see how he'd respond after telling Walt and Jessie we were colleagues. He placed a hand on the skin of my upper thigh exposed by my skirt. His thumb stroked my inner thigh, nearly brushing the fabric of my panties. His eyes pierced into me as he spoke out loud in a clear voice.
If you're so eager for my cock, I'll give it to you here and now.
I pulled back with a flush and took a flustered sip of my beer. Why did I try to play these games with Noah? He always won. I sat next to him for several long minutes as he nursed his beer. His eyes were forward, staring at nothing. Are we really just going to sit here? I asked tentatively.
What were you expecting when I said I wanted a change in scenery?
I don't know. A walk in the park? Going to an art museum? He pinned me down with a flat look.
You realize who you're talking to.
You're right. Silly me. I should have known better. Of course Noah fucking Hart would choose to sit in a dive bar to get inspiration for a song that reflects his heart and soul.
I'm sure you go on nature walks or whatever for inspiration.
Mostly I sat in my room, tearing my hair out and crying, trying not to have a nervous breakdown as I struggled to compose even a single note. Noah eyed me.
You're thinking something deprecating about yourself again.
Now who's the one who's psychoanalyzing?
Am I wrong?
I ignored the question and sipped on my beer. Noah stared at me silently for a few moments before grabbing my hand.
Put your drink down. Come with me. Jessie.
Noah called out across the room where the waitress was cleaning up tables.
I'm borrowing the back room for a minute.
Have fun, kids, she called back. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Noah marched me through a set of double doors, leading me into some sort of storeroom with extra tables and chairs, boxes piled on top of one another, and cases of alcohol stacked in the corner.
We'll be back with more in just a moment. Until then, take this time to simply relax and enjoy this peaceful tune. Thank you for listening.
What are you? Noah spun me around, pushing me against the wall. My lungs froze at the simmering heat in his dark eyes.
I don't do long walks on the beach. I don't do candlelit dinners.
He said the words as if they tasted awful on his tongue.
I sure as fuck don't do romance.
I know.
But I will tell you to get over your self-esteem issues and stop doubting yourself, because you're talented.
His eyes pierced me to my very core.
You got that?
My heart fluttered. As abrasive as he was, the words were almost sweet, in a Noah Hart sort of way. Yeah, I got it.
Good.
He eyed me for another few moments.
And now I'm gonna fuck you so hard you'll be ruined for all other men.
My insides quivered and pulsed. Do it, I said. Ruin me. His eyes flashed with a dark, burning heat. He fisted my hair in a tight, almost painful grip and tugged until his lips came crashing down on mine. I moaned into the kiss, opening for him, letting our tongues flick and brush together. He pressed me into the wall, shoving at me with his hands and hips. There wasn't an inch of space between our bodies. He ravished my mouth until it felt bruised and swollen, until I was breathless with need. His knee pressed between my legs, parting my thighs and hiking up the hem of my skirt. Without meaning to, I found myself grinding down against the rough fabric of his jeans. He cupped my ass, giving it a squeeze, before taking my leg and wrapping it around his hip. I knew I shouldn't have let him pull me into the back room. I definitely shouldn't have given in to his kiss. It was too late now. I was wet and swollen and aching. I let out a shuddering breath as his fingers explored my folds through my thin cotton panties. He slipped a single finger under the elastic and pushed into me. My mind shut off, all my inner protests ceasing.
So fucking tight,
he growled into my mouth.
Can't wait to feel you squeezing and pulsing around my cock.
My inner muscles clenched down even harder at those words. I felt him twitch in his pants, filling out, expanding. With shaky hands, I hurriedly unzipped his pants, my mouth watering as his heavy length fell into my hands. I wrapped my fingers around him, stroking up and down with soft touches. The heat of him, the hardness of him in my hands, was maddening. He was absolute perfection. Noah groaned and tangled my hair in his hand, tilting my head back to meet his gaze.
I'm going to fuck you now.
His dark eyes pierced into me.
I'm going to bury myself so deep inside that tight pussy, you'll feel me for days.
Noah spun me around until my front was pressed against the wall. He took my hips in his hands and pulled me back until my ass was grinding against him. He flipped my skirt up, bearing me to the cool air. I shivered. He ran a warm hand up and down my back, no doubt feeling every tremble, every shake.
You need something?
He murmured in my ear. I nodded my head, shuddering. I felt him take himself in hand, rubbing the head against my wet folds. The texture of the tip was different, and I knew he'd put on protection.
You know what I want to hear.
Please, I whined. I placed both palms firmly against the wall, pushing back against him. I can't.
Beg me,
he demanded. I need you, I whimpered.
Louder.
Everyone will hear.
I know.
Noah!
I told you, I'm going to fuck you hard and deep.
God, yes, please.
But I'm not going to do it unless you beg me.
I inhaled sharply as a wave of lust spiked through me. Do it, Noah, I said, repeating my previous words.
Tell me exactly what you want.
I turned my head and met his eyes. The dark intensity sent shivers coursing through me. I want you to ruin me. With a single thrust, he stabbed himself into me. I choked back a shout as my folds parted around him, my insides fluttering and struggling to accept him. No matter how many times he fucked me, each and every time, I forgot how big he was. He would shove himself inside me, and I'd remember the delicious fullness, the sweet ache of being stretched to my limits. Arching my back, I rocked my hips against his, wanting him to move. Noah complied with my unspoken desire, snapping his hips forward and pushing himself further inside me, burying himself deep like he said he would. Small cries and whimpers left my mouth as he did it again and again, pulling out, then pushing in, penetrating me deeper each time, making me take all of him. My mouth hung open, trying to take in gasps of air. My arms scrambled at the rough wall in an effort to keep my balance. My hair flew everywhere as my head tossed back and forth in ecstasy. His fingers dug into my hips, bruising my skin just as thoroughly as he bruised my lips. He shifted his hips and found a perfect spot inside me, making my eyes fly wide open, making me cry out. He continued pounding me, hitting the spot over and over, with long, hard strokes meant to drive me crazy, meant to ruin me. I pulsed and throbbed around him, close to the edge. Noah twitched and flexed inside me. He was close too. He brought a hand to the apex of my thighs and played with my clit. My nails scratched against the wall as my whole body shook. My climax hit me with lightning speed, taking my breath away. I choked and sobbed with the pleasure of it, bucking my hips, wanting him to keep going, to fuck me through it. Noah didn't let up, doing exactly what I wanted, continuing his thrusts, even as I felt him harden and twitch, spilling himself inside of me with a stifled groan. I panted and shook, gasping for air, until slowly the trembling of my body ceased. My limbs went weak. Noah wrapped his arms around me, holding me close, keeping me upright. I straightened my back, leaning against his chest. He let out a hiss as he fell out of me. "Holy shit," I moaned softly.
"Nothing holy about it."
Noah's voice was wicked.
"That was pure sin."
I turned in Noah's arms, clutching his shoulders and pressing my forehead to his chest. "I'm fine with being a sinner, if it means you keep doing that."
"You mean fucking you in public?"
My head shot up, eyes darting around. "Oh, God."
"Did you forget where we were?"
"For a second, yeah." I groaned in embarrassment. "I bet everyone out there knows what we were doing."
"They've heard worse. They've seen worse."
My heart clenched. "You do this often?"
"Are you asking if I regularly bring girls to this pub and fuck them in the back room while everyone listens?"
I stayed quiet.
"No, you're the only one."
I felt Noah press a kiss to my hair.
"I don't often lose control like this."
Relief blossomed through me. I knew a man like Noah Hart had his share of women. I just didn't like thinking I was only one in a long line of them. "Is there another way out of here?" I asked tentatively. "I don't know if I want to do a walk of shame through the bar."
"We can sneak out the back entrance. I don't want to get shit from Jesse either."
Noah found some spare napkins to clean up and tucked himself back into his pants. He reached out to take my hand, then paused, a wild look on his face.
"You got any paper?"
"Paper?"
"Or whatever. Something to write on."
Noah tore through the back room, upending boxes and tossing them around.
"I need to write down some music."
"You're really going to do that here? Now?" Noah grabbed a random pen and began scribbling on a napkin. He murmured to himself, humming indistinctly. I used the rest of the napkins to clean myself up, righting my dress and putting my panties back on. I watched as he wrote down line after line of music notes. I should have known better than to hope for cuddles or sweet talk. This was about par for what I could expect from Noah. "So, coming to a dive bar did help you find inspiration after all," I drawled. Noah looked up to find me sitting on a discarded chair. He looked down at his napkins for a moment before shoving them into his pocket. He came over to me and took my hand, pressing a soft kiss on my inner wrist.
"Sorry," he murmured. "I get kind of carried away."
"It's fine. Your music is important."
"You're important too."
My heart gave a little flutter. "And you said you didn't do romance." He looked uncomfortable.
"You're an important part of my process. For composing, I mean."
Sure, of course, your process. I couldn't help but smile inwardly. That emotional barrier of his was slowly crumbling, piece by piece. Maybe soon they'd be low enough for me to peek over those guarded walls. Chapter 11.
Come out to Club Harmony with me tonight.
I paused in the middle of making a note on paper and turned to Noah slowly, my pencil still hovering in the air. Like a date?
Some rich celebutante paid ungodly sums of money to have Darkest Days perform at her 21st birthday. I want you to come and watch. Kickstart some ideas.
Right. Of course it wouldn't be a date. It was all business with Noah. At least, it was all business until he had his tongue in my mouth. And other places. Even then, that was sort of business to him, in a way.
I need to be there early for setup and sound check,
Noah continued.
You don't have to show up until later.
So we're not really going together.
The band's gonna party afterward.
He flicked his eyes to me quickly, then looked away.
You could stay and party with us.
A feeling almost like hope rose in my chest. Maybe he did want to spend time with me without there being a work reason.
Bring some friends. Hot ones, he added. I need girls there to distract Cameron, or he'll give me shit all night.
I let out a laugh of disbelief. You want me to bring my hot friends so your bandmates can hit on them?
You've got hot friends, right?
I can't believe you.
Didn't you say you had 2 roommates?
They're both taken.
Cameron won't mind.
Their boyfriends will. Noah pushed away from the keyboard.
Just be there at 10. I'll make sure you're on the guest list.
He made his way over to the front door, scooping up his wallet and shoving it into his pants pocket. You're leaving now? He shrugged into his leather jacket.
I need time to de-stress before performing.
Because being with me is so stressful.
Got no fucking clue,
he muttered, running a hand through his hair. What was that?
Nothing.
He shot me one last careful look.
You can stay and work as long as you need. I'll see you tonight.
He shut the door behind him. I turned back to the piano, staring down blankly at the keys. Being around Noah twisted me up into knots. There had been certain points during the last few weeks when I'd almost come to believe he might actually like me. Not just tolerate my presence, but actively enjoy it. Then he'd walk out like I meant nothing, and I'd remember that Noah didn't care about me at all. I was just a means to an end for him. At that thought, the roiling in my stomach intensified, those knots becoming a tangled mess. Was he only having sex with me because he needed to, as part of his process? I didn't know if he actually liked me, or if he would sleep with any hot girl, as long as they served as inspiration. Was I having sex with Noah Hart because I wanted to feel close to him? Because I felt like there might be a deeper connection between us? Or maybe I was using my body to get ahead in my career, using all the tools at my disposal to help my client with his work. All those thoughts ran through my head constantly. I had to stop doing this to myself. I took the time to go home and change into more club-appropriate clothing, a tight black skirt with a shimmery blue halter top. I wondered if I shouldn't wear a Darkest Days band t-shirt, but that would probably be too fangirl of me. I could imagine the disgust on Noah's face if I showed up wearing one. The thought was funny enough to tempt me, but my outfit made me feel sexy, and I needed some of that. As pathetic as it was, I needed to feel like I, Jennifer Young, was desirable in my own right, and not just because I happened to be the only consultant Noah Hart could stand to be around. When I arrived at the club, I was let in by the bouncer immediately. I had half wondered if Noah would forget to tell them my name and I'd be left out in the cold. It seemed like the party had been in full swing for hours. I'd shown up just in time to catch the performance. Since I didn't know anyone else and didn't bring my friends as ordered, I made my way to the front of the stage and planted myself there with a drink in my hand. I only had to wait a few minutes before people started crowding beside and behind me. The air in the room crackled with anticipation. Squeals and cheers and shouts gave way to a wave of chanting, as the crowd began yelling for Darkest Days. The lights in the room dimmed, sending the crowd into a frenzy. 5 shadowy figures made their way on stage. My breath caught in my throat. My heartbeat pounded wildly in my chest. No matter how many times I'd seen them perform, my body always responded with that familiar kick of adrenaline. Even working closely with a member of the band hadn't diminished the effect. Cymbals crashed and lights exploded, illuminating the stage as music blasted from the speakers. As my eyes adjusted to the blinding light, I had a brief moment to ponder that Noah hadn't even said a word of greeting or congratulations to the birthday girl before starting. Typical. Then my vision cleared, and I found myself staring up at Noah fucking Hart, rock star god. His leather jacket hung open, revealing a tight t-shirt clinging to every peak and valley of his abs. The tattoos of his upper chest were visible above the shirt's collar. Messy dark hair fell over his forehead, highlighting his angular cheekbones. His dark eyes were heated. My inner muscles quivered. As Noah sang, all sense flew from my mind. I was trapped, ensnared by the inhuman talent this man possessed. It wasn't only the way he sang, or the sound of his voice. It was the words themselves, like he was digging deep inside me, exposing my soul, and flinging it outward for the world to see. Noah's gaze roved over the crowd slowly, as if making eye contact with each and every person, as if he were singing to them and them alone. Although he played it cool in person, the limelight ignited a fervor inside him. He scanned the front. He laid eyes on me. He paused, eyes flashing with heat, narrowing with a dark desire. A full-body flush ran through me, centering between my legs. Concerts were always emotional for me, especially Darkest Days concerts, but I'd never experienced this before. I felt gutted, drained, and laid bare. The band was only 3 songs in, and I was ready to weep. Our eyes were locked, him on stage and me in the audience, as if we were the only 2 people in the room, in the world. His words washed over me, words of love and devotion, words of anger and despair. It was as if I was feeling every emotion humans were capable of, all at once. He flicked his eyes away, and I was let go from the spell. I found myself breathless, gasping for air. The club was stifling hot. Bodies pressed me from every side. I had to get out. I elbowed my way through the crowd until I found myself free. I took a moment to gather myself and made my wobbly way up to the 2nd floor, where there were fewer people and more seating. I slumped down in a plush armchair with a view of the stage. I couldn't do this. Watching that band perform, watching that man perform, reminded me of all the insecurities I'd had the first moment when I'd been offered this job. Noah's songs made me feel something almost otherworldly. His talent was beyond anything I'd ever experienced. Watching him was as enlightening as it was enrapturing. I knew in that instant I can never create something so brilliant as to match the talent of Noah fucking Hart. Chapter 12. I wallowed in self-pity for so long, I missed most of the performance. I caught the last song and a half of the encore. From my vantage point on the 2nd floor, I could take in the whole picture. Now that I wasn't focused entirely on Noah, I was able to watch the other band members. Twin guitarists Damon and Ian Drake were known by fans as the portmanteau Damien. Dressed in identical black jeans, faded AC/DC t-shirts, and soft brown hair tuffed up in all directions, they were indistinguishable from each other. The twins, aka Damien, ran around on stage like maniacs, with enough energy for a dozen children hopped up on candy. I couldn't tell which one was Damon and which one was Ian, but it didn't seem to matter. The 2 of them switched guitars in mid-song and began wailing on each other's fretboards. Even their positions as lead and rhythm were interchangeable. Cameron held his bass low, hunching over it with a wicked grin as he played to the crowd. Long, bright red strands fell over his face, half covering his heavily kohl-rimmed eyes. The hair was tousled and unkempt, not in the sexy just-rolled-out-of-bed way, more in the wild, I will break your heart and you'll love me for it kind of way. August's entire attention was on his drum kit, ice blue eyes narrowed in concentration, arms moving at a near blur. The pounding force of his drumming must have been tiring, but he never slowed down, never showed a hint of exhaustion. August's performance was as effortless as it was flawless. The encore came to an end, and the band members left the stage. The audience dispersed with excitable chattering. The performance had been a hit. I sat in the armchair for several long minutes, trying not to mope, and failing miserably. I tried to resist, but the urge to take out the letter from my purse was too strong. I held it between my fingers, stroking the seam, holding the envelope closed. I knew eventually I'd have to open it and read the letter. Maybe one day when I was strong enough to hear the words I knew lay inside. But that wasn't today. I shoved it back in my purse and went back to moping. I didn't know where the band members were going to end up partying. I'd hoped to escape before I ran into them. I didn't want to have the inevitable conversation here. No such luck. The recognizable messy mop of Noah's dark hair ascended the staircase to the upper floor. I sunk down in my chair, but he saw me immediately. He headed over, scanning the area.
You didn't bring your friends.
Taking a seat on the sofa across from me, he reclined back and propped his feet on the closest table. Noah, I started hesitantly.
If you're gonna go all fangirl mode on me, save it. I don't need that shit.
I don't know if I can do this. He put his feet flat on the floor, leaning toward me.
Do what?
Write a song with you, I whispered. He looked taken aback, before a dark look crossed his face.
Why the hell not?
He bit out. I gestured helplessly. You're Noah Hart. You're the lead singer and lyricist for Darkest Days, one of the biggest, most influential rock groups to come out in years.
I know who I am. You don't have to tell me.
I'm just another average music student. There's nothing special about me.
I thought you weren't a student, he said. Didn't you tell me you already graduated?
That doesn't matter. I clenched my fists in my lap. This is my first real job in the industry, and I'm going to fail.
No, you're not.
How do you know?
I won't let you.
He leaned over the table and took my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him. His eyes burned into mine.
I told you, you're talented. We're going to write a song together, and it's going to be fucking fantastic. Okay?
I blinked back tears. Okay. Our eyes locked for long moments, the same way they had when he'd been on stage. His gaze dropped to my lips. I wet them unconsciously. Thank you for trying to cheer me up. He released me, going back to reclining on the sofa, looking deceptively casual.
Wasn't trying to do anything like that. Just don't want a depressed weepy girl crying all over me.
You can be sweet sometimes, you know that? He looked at me in a panic.
Don't say shit like that out loud.
I couldn't help but smile. It'll be our secret. He looked away.
The guys are heading out to another club. Cameron's got us a VIP lounge. You in?
I had been planning on going home and wallowing in misery, but Noah's words had managed to cheer me up. Sure, I could use a drink. He stood and grabbed my hand.
Let's go.
My heart immediately ran into overdrive as Noah dragged me out back. Noah had taken to holding my hand more often. It was such a small thing, such a tiny gesture, and yet it made my heart flutter like a 13-year-old girl with a crush. The other band members were waiting near a limo, standing around talking and joking with each other.
Hey, lovebirds.
Cameron smirked and nodded at our joined hands. Noah dropped my hand and jerked away as if I were on fire. I tried not to be insulted. He clearly didn't want anyone to know there was something between us. Not that there was anything between us. Not really.
There's only one of you?
One of the twins asked.
His Royal Highness said you were bringing some friends,
the other said.
I guess we'll just have to share,
they both said at the same time. identical wicked grins on their faces. I flushed and laughed at the same time, bringing my hand to my mouth to hide it. What a perfect nickname. Almost as good as Mr. Cranky Pants. Noah pulled open the limo door with a sharp yank.
Are we going to stand around all night, or are we going to party?
We piled into the limo one by one. I ended up squished between the twins somehow. It dawned on me that I was in the presence of the entirety of Darkest Days. I was surrounded by all 5 rock star gods. It was hard not to be overwhelmed. I clasped my hands together, trying not to let them shake. When that didn't work, I shoved them under my thighs.
So, Jennifer.
August spoke my name in a questioning tone as he stretched his long legs out.
Naomi said you were a fan.
Who isn't? I asked, faking a breezy tone. As much as I admired Noah, I couldn't deny being overwhelmed by the drummer. He composed all of Darkest Days' songs, and wrote songs for other bands as well. He played multiple instruments, and was personally involved in producing not only their albums, but also helped produce other artists. Whereas Noah was a literary genius, August was a musical prodigy. I hoped to one day be as good as Noah. I knew I'd never in a million years be as good as August Summers. No one could.
Which song is your favorite?
August's ice blue eyes pinned me down. Was it a test of some kind? I answered immediately. Beyond the Lies. Of course, that's one of the earlier songs from your first indie album. Your sound has matured quite a bit since then. If I had to choose something more recent, I'd go with The Time Has Come. One of the twins laughed out loud.
Really?
Something wrong with my choice?
Nope.
Brilliant green eyes flicked over to Noah, a smirk crossing his face. I looked from one to the other, lost.
It's just that those are Noah's favorite songs. I don't have favorites,
Noah said flatly.
Sure you do,
Cameron chimed in.
Those are the only 2 you don't bitch about singing for the millionth time.
Cameron kicked Noah's shin. Noah kicked him back. The 2 of them bickered the whole way, Cameron needling Noah, and Noah sniping back at him. I sat in silence, trying to ignore the evil grins the twins shared over my head and the contemplative look in August's eyes. We pulled up at the club. I shifted in my seat to follow the others when they filed out, but Noah's grip on my arm stopped me.
Stay here a minute.
I turned to one of the twins, who had his hand out to help me out of the limo. I'll just be a second. Whichever twin it was flicked his eyes inside, seeing Noah's hand on me. A knowing look crossed his face.
Cool. Have fun, kids. See you inside.
He slammed the door behind him. I was left alone in the limo with Noah.
You weren't really serious about quitting on me, were you?
His eyes pierced mine. I gnawed on my lip. I think I was just overwhelmed by your performance. I couldn't even put into words what Noah was, what he meant to me. Really good, I finished weakly.
Jen.
He was silent for a moment before continuing.
Don't leave.
Chapter 13. I met Noah's eyes, surprised. He looked sincere. I still couldn't believe this sexy, gorgeous man, a man who seemed to dislike everyone around him, even his fellow bandmates, would willingly spend time with me. He could have fired me any number of times, like he had his previous consultants. Was it only because I had become his sexual muse? Was he just using me for my body? He had to care for me at least a little. He kept on reassuring me, trying to help boost my self-esteem. Surely he wouldn't do that if he didn't care. I'm not quitting on you, I told him. I just don't know if my help is going to be enough.
Your help is the only one I want.
Because you don't want the rest of the band to know you can't compose.
Because you're good at what you do, and I need someone with your talent.
You keep on saying that, but...
I need you.
The words were almost desperate. He brought my wrist to his mouth in a soft kiss.
Please, don't leave.
My pulse jumped erratically at the touch of his lips on my skin. Okay, I said quietly. I'll stay. I'll help you. His eyes flashed with relief. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to mine. The spark that jumped between us was electric. I moaned softly, letting his tongue brush mine for a few moments. His hand snaked up my thigh, his fingers exploring beneath my skirt. He tugged at the elastic of my panties. I stifled a whimper before pulling away. I put my hands on Noah's chest. "We're in public." He pulled me back to him.
"We're in a limo.
"In the middle of a parking lot."
No one's around.
"The driver's up front."
There's a partition. Besides, he's seen worse."
"Noah," I said in a warning tone.
"Jennifer,"
he mocked. His dark eyes were burning and intense. His mouth was red from our kisses. His dark hair was still messy and tousled from his performance on stage. His leather pants were soft and supple under my fingers. I had a rock star god underneath me. No, I had Noah underneath me. My Noah. I gave in and returned his kiss.
"That's my good girl,"
he murmured against my lips. He tugged until I was sitting across his lap, until our hips bumped together. He was already hardening. I bucked my hips forward, pressing against him.
"Jen,"
Noah groaned, shifting in his seat.
"Fuck."
A new idea came to me. I slithered down from his lap. He looked confused for a moment, as if wondering why I was leaving. I knelt in front of him, in the middle of the limo. I was on my knees, my gaze focused entirely on the bulge in his pants, growing larger with every second I continued staring at it. I pressed my palm against the stiff length through his pants. Noah inhaled a sharp breath. I lifted my eyes to meet his. His gaze burned into me with a level of intensity I'd yet to see. It froze all the air in my lungs.
"You want to take me in your mouth?"
he murmured. I flushed, ducking my head.
"Don't get shy now,"
he admonished, tipping my head up, forcing me to look at him.
"All you need to do is ask."
I nodded shakily. "I want it." He brought a hand to my cheek, brushing my bottom lip with his thumb.
"Been dreaming about those pretty pink lips of yours."
His eyes were transfixed on my mouth, as if he couldn't look away.
"Been thinking about that mouth stretched around my cock for weeks."
He pushed through my lips, resting the pad of his thumb against my tongue, stroking softly.
"I'm dying to see how deep you can take me."
My cheeks flushed, but not with embarrassment this time, with arousal. I wanted to see how deep I could take him too. My mouth watered at the thought. His hand left my cheek to sift through my hair.
"Take me in your hands."
I lowered his zipper and he sprang free. Noah always went commando. I wrapped one hand around him. Noah hissed. I stroked with a soft touch as I examined him closely. He was so big, thick, and burning hot under my fingers. I leaned forward to take him in my mouth. Noah fisted my hair and tugged, stopping me.
"Tell me what you want."
I lifted my eyes to meet his. "I want to taste you."
"Is that all you want?"
I flushed, not knowing how to answer. Noah was the one who was good at dirty talk, not me.
"You want your lips stretched wide around me?"
My insides clenched as I nodded.
"You want me to fill your pretty mouth with my cock?"
I moaned softly. "Yes."
"Then be a good girl and suck me."
Keeping my eyes on him the whole time, I parted my lips and wrapped them around his thick, weeping tip. I flicked my tongue out, tasting him just like I wanted. He groaned, a low, rough sound. That groan sent waves of heat coursing through me. I sucked him down further, sliding my lips along his shaft. I used my tongue to caress the underside on the way down, and swirled around the head as I slid back up. Noah placed a hand under my jaw, guiding me slowly up and down.
"Just like that,"
he hissed.
"Fuck, your mouth is so hot."
I flushed with pride. Knowing that I was giving him as much pleasure as he always gave me was intoxicating. He twitched, and I sensed he was getting close. I clamped my lips around his head and sucked hard. He tugged on my hair, lifting me off him with a pop.
As much as I'd love to come in that sweet mouth of yours, there's something I want even more than that.
I scrambled to climb back on his lap, removing my panties in one smooth motion. He took the time to slide on protection. As I straddled his hips, I felt the head nudging against my folds. Noah placed a hand under my ass, lifting me up.
So fucking wet.
He gripped the base with one hand and teased me with the tip.
You got off on sucking me, didn't you?
I moaned and squirmed, rocking my hips to try and take him inside of me. His hand on my ass prevented me from sinking down onto him. My inner muscles clenched and throbbed. A sweet ache pulsed between my legs until I was panting with need.
Tell me how much you want it.
Noah.
Tell me,
he demanded. I need you to fuck me. Right the fuck now, damn it. He removed his hand from my ass and placed it on my shoulder. With a push, he shoved me down. I let out a shuddering moan as he slid into me. The rough drag of his head sent pleasure soaring throughout my body. I arched my back, trying to take more of him, wanting him deeper. He lifted me up again, using hands on my hips to guide me, then slammed me back down. I felt myself parting around him with every push and pull. My mind was reeling at the sensations, my body jolting with every thrust. I threw my arms around Noah's shoulders and clung to him, letting him set the pace. I simply held on and let him fuck himself into me, as hard and as fast as he could. We moved in unison, our hips grinding together. Noah began letting out soft grunts as he twitched within me. Reaching between our bodies, he used his thumb to rub and play at my clit. White-hot pleasure exploded through me. My limbs trembled, going limp as I slumped against him. Noah's arms around me were the only thing keeping me from falling over. He clutched me to his chest as his hips slammed into me at a furious pace. He let out a final groan as he spilled himself inside me. We shuddered against each other, bodies coming down from the high. I panted heavily into his shoulder. Noah buried his face in my neck. We were still fully clothed.
Shit, Noah cursed.
What? I sat up, alarmed.
I don't have any paper.
I stared at him for a moment before laughing. I climbed off him, wincing as he left my body. I searched through my purse, pulling out a handful of paper and a pen. Here. Noah took them from me with a curious look.
When did you start carrying around a pen and paper?
Since that time at the bar. Noah's gaze was piercing. He looked down at the papers in his hand, then shoved them back into my purse.
Never mind.
What do you mean, never mind? If you're feeling inspired, you should write.
It can wait.
But what if you forget? He cut me off with a kiss. I melted into him, letting our tongues brush together. He slowly let me go, staring into my eyes for long moments. His were dark and unreadable. He looked away and grabbed my hand, tugging me out of the limo.
You ready to go?
Still giddy from my orgasm, I let Noah drag me into the club as I pulled my panties and skirt back into place. Let's dance, I insisted as the pounding beat hit us. I still wanted to be as close to him as possible. I didn't want to let him go.
I don't dance.
I faked a pout and tugged at his sleeve.
Don't give me that look,
he said with a wry smile. Noah scanned the room for the closest bar and made his way over, tugging me along with him. He nodded to the bartender and held up 2 fingers. You want to go find the other guys? You said Cameron got you some private VIP thing?
Not yet.
He handed me a beer and steered me to a corner with tall tables. They were all taken. He glared at one couple until they began to look uncomfortable. The girl whispered to the guy, and they took off, shooting nervous glances at Noah as they left. Noah immediately parked us in front of the table. You didn't have to do that, I said.
Do what?
Scare those 2 off like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I eyed Noah over sips of beer, wondering why he decided to skip the group outing and hide us away by ourselves.
So, I've been thinking more about the song,
he started. Are you always thinking about our song when you fuck me?
As if I could think of anything but your sweet pussy when I'm buried balls deep inside it.
I flushed. He was always saying such dirty things out loud. It was as embarrassing as it was a turn-on.
I wasn't thinking about the song until after, he said.
So what about it? Noah began outlining some changes he wanted to make. I listened with half an ear as I sipped my beer. The longer he talked, the bolder I became. I want to dance. I interrupted Noah in mid-sentence.
I told you, I don't dance.
Then come grind up against me. That's what passes for dancing nowadays anyway. His eyes flicked to the couples gyrating on the dance floor.
No.
More than a handful of beers later, and Noah's eyes were slightly unfocused.
The song. It should be sweeping, you know? Epic. Epic, that's the word. I want our song to be epic.
I hid a smile behind my drink. Noah had begun rambling after his fourth beer. I'd limited myself to 2. He didn't seem to have the same understanding of limits. We can do epic, I agreed.
But it can't just sound epic,
Noah insisted.
It needs to feel epic. The song needs to speak to people. They need to feel it in their bodies, in their souls.
My lips twitched in a suppressed grin. Of course you want people to have a spiritual experience when they hear your song.
Not spiritual, something more sensual.
A sexual experience? He pointed his finger at me, wavering slightly.
Exactly. Yes, sexual. I want people to spontaneously orgasm when they hear the song.
You're gifted with words and sexy as hell, but that's going to be hard to pull off.
I can pull it off,
he said with complete assurance.
I'm Noah fucking Hart.
I wish I had that much confidence in myself.
You should.
He pinned me down with a heated look.
You're talented and sexy as hell, too.
I melted a little inside. Come with me. I stood and held out my hand.
Where?
You'll see. He eyed me suspiciously, but allowed me to pull him away from the table in the corner. I led him to the dance floor. When we were in the middle of all those gyrating couples, I turned around and placed my arms over his shoulders, lacing my hands behind his neck.
You tricked me,
Noah accused, standing stiffly with his arms at his side. Put your arms around my waist. He grumbled but obeyed. Now sway. We began moving to the music, our hips bumping together. And you told me you can't dance, I said. You're doing fine.
We're dry humping standing up.
Exactly. Noah's hand slid down my hips to the tops of my thighs, fingertips caressing the exposed bare skin below the hem of my skirt. He dragged his hands back up, bringing the skirt with him until my panties were nearly exposed. What are you doing? I asked needlessly.
I thought this is what you wanted,
he murmured in my ear. I felt the curve of his smile against my cheek.
Practically having sex on the dance floor?
This wasn't what I meant. Mostly I wanted to see if Noah would consent to being seen with me in public. He rested his cheek on the top of my head and swayed with me. Little butterflies of happiness fluttered in my stomach. Noah Hart was holding me with gentle arms. We were dancing together in a club. We were acting like a couple in public, in a way that had nothing to do with sex. I felt his hardness press against my stomach. Well, maybe it had a little to do with sex. I knew eventually the other guys would come looking for us. Cameron would no doubt give Noah a hard time if he found us entwined like this. I was going to enjoy every second of it I could, trying to convince myself there was something real between Noah and I.
Thank you,
he whispered into the hair at the top of my head. For what? He tightened his arms around me, squeezing tight.
Agreeing to stay.
I laid my head on his shoulder as happiness burst through my chest. Maybe Noah actually did care for me beyond my usefulness as his sexual muse. Chapter 14. I was about ready to pull my hair out. Scratch that. I had already tried pulling my hair out and had now moved on to banging my head against the piano keys. This is impossible, I muttered. I fought to suppress a heavy sigh. I remembered Noah wasn't in the apartment.
He'd gone to pick up his leather jacket from the dry cleaners and decided to indulge myself, letting out a deep, melodramatic sigh. Of course, that was the moment Noah walked in.
You freaking out again?
I can't do it, I moaned, my forehead still resting on the piano keys.
Yes, you can.
The words were impatient, but I could hear a concerned note in Noah's voice.
Remember what I said? We're going to write a song together, and it's going to fucking rock.
I was beginning to doubt that. I'd been working so hard, trying so hard, but the pieces just weren't coming together. There was something missing in our song, and I couldn't pinpoint what it was. It drove me crazy. I tilted my head to look at Noah. He still stood in the doorway, brows furrowed, as he stared at me with a curious look, as if he were dissecting me. I sat up straight, avoiding his eyes. I need a drink, I declared. He raised an eyebrow.
It's 4 p.m.
Never stopped you before.
Have I succeeded in corrupting you?
Looks like it.
Want to go to Walt's?
I made a face. That sketchy bar of yours?
Do you really want to go out in public and watch me get attacked by a flock of fangirls?
He had a point. Darkest Days was famous enough that going to a regular bar or pub would be risky. As the front man, too many people might recognize him. Fine. Sketchy biker bar it is.
Look on the bright side. Maybe Jesse will be working, and you two can gossip about me again,
he said sarcastically. When we arrived, I saw that Jessie was working, but she was too busy to talk. The bar was surprisingly packed for a midweek afternoon. The moment we walked through the door, Noah groaned, halting in the doorway. I almost bumped into his back. What is it? I asked.
Great, he muttered. Just what I need.
Peeking around his shoulder, I saw about a dozen men and a handful of women standing near the small stage at the back of the bar. I hadn't noticed it the first time. You guys have live music here?
If you can call it that,
Noah muttered. He went straight to the bar where Walt was pouring the beer on tap into glasses. I followed, craning my neck around to continue watching the stage. Jessie was there, fiddling around with what looked like an old-fashioned stereo and TV.
2 beers, Noah told Walt. You really gonna stick around?
Walt grunted.
You hate karaoke.
I choked back a snort. Karaoke? This place?
This guy hates listening to amateurs,
Walt said, speaking to me.
Too stuck up for his own good.
Noah Hart. I turned to see Jessie grinning at Noah from the stage. Is Mr. Cranky Pants here to show us all how it's done? She spoke into the microphone, speakers amplifying her voice. You sing karaoke? I asked Noah, trying not to laugh.
Hell no.
Aw, come on, Jessie cajoled. Noah turned his back on her, facing the bar. She laughed into the microphone. All right, boys, who's first? A large, muscle-bound man in a leather vest stood from his table with a swagger. Moments later, he took the stage to sing a barely passable rendition of Aerosmith's Dream On. I couldn't help wincing at his missed high notes.
Can't believe I'm sitting here listening to this,
Noah muttered into his beer. You're the one who chose this place?
Worst mistake of my life.
I suppressed a giggle. You sure you don't want to get up on stage? Show those guys a thing or two?
Why don't you get up and sing, if you're so hung up on it?
He shot back. No thanks. I'm good.
Got stage fright?
I'm not a very good singer.
No one here is.
I'd rather not. Noah got an evil glint in his eye. He grabbed my hand and dragged me to the stage. I protested the whole way, digging my heels in. It was no use.
Jessie, he called out. Got your next one.
Jessie looked beyond thrilled. This is going to be a nice change. Somehow I found myself on the stage, microphone in hand. I looked out at all the faces staring up at me. I caught Noah standing right in front of the stage, arms crossed, still smirking. I glared at him, that jerk. He made a waving motion with his hand, as if to say, go on, get to it. With a heavy sigh, I decided to give in and just do it. I flipped through the song list, not sure what I should choose. I had been telling the truth when I told Noah I couldn't really sing. I supposed I wasn't awful, but I was certainly no Noah Hart. I stopped when I saw one song in particular. It could be a great choice or a terrible choice, depending on how you looked at it. I decided to go for it anyway, programming the song into the karaoke machine. I had a few moments before the song began. I cleared my throat. I didn't want to stand there awkwardly in silence. Hi. I winced as the speakers gave squeaky feedback. My name's Jen. I chose this song because... I paused, hesitating, before powering on. I guess because it helped me through some tough times. So I guess I dedicate this song to Noah Hart. This is Beyond the Lies. The song started and I began to sing. I extend my hand, our fingers touch. My voice shook at first. The words reminded me of my teenage years. The words reminded me of too many things I'd buried deep down. Cold and damned, you crumble to dust. I felt tears sting the back of my eyes. My voice wavered. Only two remain in innocent eyes. By the chorus, the crowd was cheering and clapping, encouraging me. Noah had been right that these guys weren't so bad. Once I got through the sorrow of the first chorus, I was able to cling to the hopefulness of the last verse. Cling to the words I had heard Noah Hart sing to me 1,000,000 times. I'll take you away, beyond the lies. The song came to an end, and I rushed off the stage, my cheeks flushed. Noah was there to greet me. I was about to grumble and complain at him for making me sing in public, but I stopped when I saw the look on his face. It wasn't his usual bad-tempered expression. Neither was he gloating, pleased with himself for forcing me to go up there. His head was tilted, and his lips parted as he scanned my face. His eyes were bright and shining, as he gave me a curious look. "What?" I asked nervously. "Why are you staring at me?"
It's nothing,
he said with a shake of his head.
Your beer's still waiting for you.
As we made our way to the bar, a handful of biker guys and punk rock types clapped me on the shoulder with nods and whistles. I couldn't help but grin. As nerve-wracking as it had been, it had also been kind of fun. I couldn't hate Noah too much for forcing me to take part in Walt's karaoke night. We sat at the bar again. Noah handed me my half-finished drink. He called Walt over for another beer. He took his own and chugged down a few gulps. I didn't know how many he'd already had, but his eyes were beginning to fog over. Noah and I sat and drank and watched as various guys and girls went up and did their thing. Some weren't all that bad, actually. I found that I was actually enjoying myself. It was enough to help me unwind from the stress of trying to compose.
Did you mean what you said up there?
Noah asked suddenly after a while. Mean what?
About my music helping you.
I nodded slowly. I went through some hard times as a teenager.
Your mom?
He guessed.
You said she was depressed.
My chest ached, like I was picking the scab off an old wound. I could practically feel the letter in my purse burning a hole through the leather. Yeah, I choked out. My mom. It was tough. I left it at that. When your debut album came out, it spoke to me. I felt like someone understood me. Understood the pain I was feeling, the stuff I was going through.
I never really thought about my lyrics helping someone like that.
Noah glanced at me. His eyes were soft, almost unfocused.
Do you still feel that way? About me? About my lyrics?
I thought for a moment. The man who wrote those lyrics doesn't always feel like the man I've gotten to know. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Everyone uses art to express themselves. You put something of yourself in everything you write, even if you don't think you do. I think you're sort of amazing, actually. He was silent for a moment before averting his eyes.
I write words and I sing them. That's it. I'm not some god.
I know.
Do you? Sometimes, the way you look at me.
He trailed off. How do I look at you? I whispered. He shifted in his seat, leaning close to me.
Like I'm the only person on Earth.
When you sing, it's like you are. Noah stared at me, his eyes zeroing in on my lips. I wet them unconsciously.
You're so fucking tempting,
he murmured. He put his hand on my upper thigh, thumb mere inches away from my panties. My heartbeat sped up, heat pooling between my legs. We're in the middle of a bar, I protested weakly.
There's always the back room.
I let out a shaky breath as I seriously contemplated it. A cheer went up somewhere near the pool table, jotting me out of my haze. I ducked my head down, pulling away. As hot as it was, I don't think I want to do a repeat performance.
I suppose you're right. I need a bed to fuck you properly.
He brought his beer to his lips and took another swig. Don't get too drunk, I warned him.
Why?
If you're drunk, we can't have sex later. I don't want to take advantage of someone who can't give their consent.
I'm fucking you so I can write songs. Who's taking advantage of whom?
My heart clenched in my chest. Was that really all we were after all this time? My face threatened to crumble. I needed a minute alone before Noah noticed. I'm going to the restroom. Blinking back tears, I made my way to the back of the bar. I should have known there was nothing real between us. I thought Noah had started to open up to me, to let me in. I'd been wrong. It was just sex to him. I splashed cold water on my face to cool myself. My eyes were rimmed with red from holding back tears. I leaned against the sink for a long moment, taking deep breaths in and out. Okay, so Noah didn't have any real feelings for me. I'd known going into this whole thing that it was only ever going to be sex. Noah Hart didn't do romance. I had to keep reminding myself of that. I couldn't get my hopes up. If it was just sex to him, then I'd have to make sure to remind myself that it was just sex for me as well. I finally got a grip on myself and made my way back to the bar. When I got there, I found Noah staring down into his beer. I took a seat next to him gingerly.
I misspoke earlier,
he said, not looking at me. I continued to breathe in and out slowly. I didn't want to let him know I was upset. Misspoke about what? He stared at me for long moments. He brought a hand to my cheek, brushing my bottom lip with his thumb.
I don't want you thinking I only have sex with you so I can write music.
My heart swelled, the ache in my chest easing. I gave him a soft smile. Noah. His other hand wandered the swell of my ass.
I have sex with you because you're hot as hell.
I choked out a snort of disbelief. He removed his hands, turning serious again.
It's like I said before. You're talented.
He paused, looking almost embarrassed. He met my eyes.
I need you.
He said the words so softly I almost didn't catch them. When they finally registered, relief and elation filled my chest. I knew how hard it was for Noah to rely on people, even harder for him to admit it out loud. I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his cheek. I'll help you in any way I can.
Any way?
I pulled back to find his eyes were dark and heated. My inner muscles pulsed and throbbed. You want to get out of here? I asked.
Fuck yes.
Chapter 15. Noah dragged me back to his apartment, paying the taxi cab extra to speed and get us there faster. He immediately brought me to his bedroom and threw me on the bed. His kisses were heated and fervent, his movements eager as he began stripping me of my clothes. I unbuttoned his shirt and pulled it off his shoulders, running my hands over his chest, exploring his tattoos. He shuddered under my hands.
Fuck, Jen.
He kicked off his pants, leaving him naked and hard.
I met his eyes. They were still glassy and bright. He fisted my hair in his hands and pulled me in for another kiss. Wait. I put a hand on his chest. He pulled back.
What?
You're drunk.
And?
I don't want to sleep with you if you're inebriated. He stared into my eyes, uncomprehending.
Are you being serious right now?
Yes. He groaned and rolled over, flopping next to me on the bed. You've had a lot to drink, I said. I told you. I don't want to take advantage of you. He sighed deeply and ran his hands over his face.
Damn it.
We should both drink some water, I told him.
Don't get up.
He heaved himself off the bed. He was still hard.
I'll get it.
The moment Noah left the room, his phone on the nightstand pinged and flashed. I didn't mean to snoop, but I automatically responded to any text message or phone call with the urge to check it. It was a quick glance, but I caught the name flashing with a missed call. A girl's name. Lily. My heart froze in my chest. I stared at the name for God knows how long, my thoughts racing. Who was Lily? Just a friend? Noah didn't have any friends. Someone from work? Why wouldn't they just email? Unless it was an emergency. If it was a real emergency, wouldn't one of the guys call him? I couldn't get ahead of myself. Surely there was an explanation. An explanation that didn't involve Noah sleeping with another girl at the same time he was sleeping with me. I snapped my head forward as I heard the fridge door close. I tugged the sheets to my chest, sitting in the middle of the bed and trying not to have a meltdown. He wobbled into the bedroom with 2 glasses of water. His eyes were still glassy and unfocused.
Here.
He thrust the water into my hand and climbed back into bed. He paid close attention to the glass in his hand, trying not to spill water all over the sheets. Who's Lily? I blurted out. I immediately chided myself for even asking. Noah froze in the middle of taking a sip. He lowered the glass.
How do you know that name?
His voice was almost slurred from the alcohol he'd consumed. I nodded to the phone. I wasn't snooping. I tried to keep my voice from shaking. You had a missed call, and I checked it without thinking. He leaned over me to scoop up his phone. He glanced at me, eyes still unfocused as he pressed the phone to his ear, listening to the message. It was definitely a girl's voice I heard through the tinny speaker. With every second, Noah's expression changed. The tension between his brows eased, his eyes brightening. A hint of a smile crossed his face. He huffed out a short laugh as he hung up. I'd never seen him so open, almost cheery. He kept the phone in his hand and stared at me, a considering look on his face. I pressed my lips together, clenching my fists in the sheets. I wasn't going to ask again. After several moments, he sighed deeply and shifted back to recline against the headboard.
Lily's my sister,
he said. Relief crashed over me, making me breathless. All the tension in my shoulders left, my hands relaxing their grip on the sheets. I should have remembered. There were rumors Noah had a little sister. That rumor was old, though. I hadn't heard the name Lily spoken in years.
You thought it was another girl?
The word should have sounded accusatory, but he only sounded curious. I didn't want to pry.
It's okay to want to know if I'm sleeping with other girls.
I debated asking, not turning to look at him. Are you? I asked in a small voice.
No.
I let out a slow breath. I shifted back to recline next to him. Okay, neither am I.
Good to know you aren't sleeping with other girls.
I nudged his arm. You know what I mean. There was an odd expression on his face as he looked at the phone in his hand. You okay? Is something wrong with your sister? She had called so late at night. Maybe it had been an emergency.
Nothing's wrong.
You looked worried. Noah was silent for several long moments. I was beginning to think he wasn't going to answer when he finally spoke.
Lily was in London the past few years for high school. She just finished doing an art retreat program in Europe before she goes off to college. She's coming back for a visit.
That sounds wonderful. I bet you miss her. He murmured in agreement, but still looked concerned. He glanced at me briefly.
Don't tell anyone, okay?
About...
Lily. I don't want anyone knowing she's coming back.
Why not? He turned on his side, burrowing under the blankets. I thought he might go to sleep without answering me. A voice spoke from beneath the sheets.
You won't tell anyone, right?
Of course. He tugged me down to lay next to him. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. His face was softer in its worry.
The last time she was here, it wasn't good.
I thought back to the rumors. Fans had found out Noah had a little sister. A lot of people were curious about her, since no one knew much about Noah's past. It seemed like he'd sprung from the ether one day as the frontman for Darkest Days. Can I ask what happened? I asked tentatively. Noah clutched me tighter to his chest and buried his face in my neck. I'd never seen him so affectionate, so needy. You don't have to, I hurried to say. But if you want to talk about it, I'll listen.
I should have protected her,
he whispered. Icy fear struck my chest. I didn't dare ask for details about what had happened to his sister. I could think of a dozen terrible scenarios.
It was my fault,
he said, the words muffled into my shoulder.
I trusted the wrong people. I promised I'd never make that mistake again.
I brought his face up to meet my eyes with my hands on his cheeks. His eyes were pained and still glassy. I had no doubt he wouldn't be this open if it weren't for the alcohol running through his system. That was why Noah didn't open up to people. He was afraid of being hurt again. Maybe he was afraid of someone hurting Lily.
She wants to stay,
he blurted out.
Lily wants to come back.
Would that be a bad thing?
I love the idea of her visiting me. I miss her. I want to spend more time with her. But I don't know if she should live here permanently.
You're worried it will happen again? Whatever it was. I didn't know if Noah was ready to tell me yet.
I know something will happen again. That's the nature of people. We're selfish. We only care about ourselves. We don't care who we hurt. We betray those closest to us if it means we gain something.
My heart clenched in my chest. Do you really believe that?
Yes,
he said automatically. After a few seconds, he shook his head.
No, I don't know. Maybe.
He groaned and rolled over onto his back. He ran a hand over his face.
My head's all screwed up. I know that.
You're not screwed up, he snorted. You have issues, I explained. Everyone does. He turned his head to look at me.
Including you?
I thought back to my unopened letter. Including me, I said quietly. But there's nothing wrong with that. As long as we acknowledge our problems and work towards fixing them, and don't just let them fester. I almost laughed at how hypocritical I was being. I wasn't working on my problem at all. I was ignoring them quite soundly. But people are flawed, I continued. That's what makes us humans.
I'm more than flawed.
I thought for a moment. You have trust issues. You have guilt issues. But you can work on that. You don't always need to push people away. I laid my head on his chest. You can let me in. You can trust me. His heartbeat slowed. His breathing evened out.
I do trust you,
he murmured, half asleep. The words warmed me from the inside. Trust clearly didn't come easy to Noah. Chapter 16. The next morning, Noah was gone. At least he wasn't in bed when I rolled over and unconsciously reached out for him. The sheets were cold. He hadn't been in bed for some time. My heart immediately began thumping hard in my chest. I knew that Noah would never have said the things he told me last night if it hadn't been for the alcohol. I chastised myself for letting him get that drunk. I should have known better. Noah was always so closed off. I hoped he wasn't upset with me, or with himself, for the things he'd said. Soft strains of piano music filtered through the closed bedroom door. I slipped out of bed and headed to the bathroom adjacent to the bedroom. After a quick shower, I wrapped Noah's dark blue bathrobe around myself. It was ridiculously oversized on me. Opening the door a crack and peeking out, I saw Noah sitting at the piano. He wasn't playing the song we'd been working on. It was an interesting melody, warm and peaceful somehow. My worry eased a little. He wasn't scowling and tossing things to the floor in a rage. Maybe last night had been some sort of important breakthrough between the two of us. "That's a nice song," I said softly, patting out in my bare feet. "Something new?"
Something old.
"Something borrowed, something blue?" I quipped.
Don't make wedding jokes.
I made a face. Maybe I'd been wrong, and Noah was in one of his moods. I made my way over to the kitchen and looked through the cupboards for something to eat for breakfast. For all that Noah and I had been humping like rabbits, I hadn't yet stayed overnight. "Noah," I called out.
What?
Came the sullen reply. "You literally have a carton of expired eggs, a jar of pickles, and a bottle of mustard in your fridge. That's it."
There's also a 6-pack of beer.
I took that as a given.
What are you doing snooping around anyway?
I closed the fridge door and left the kitchen with my stomach rumbling. "I was looking for something to make us for breakfast."
Cooking breakfast for me? How domestic.
He didn't look up from the piano. In fact, he hadn't met my gaze once. I went back to the bedroom and shimmied into my skirt and top from the day before. I grabbed my purse and cell phone, which had been dropped unceremoniously to the floor. I paused before picking up Noah's phone from the nightstand, too. I went back to the living room and shoved the phone in his face, interrupting his playing. "Here." He nodded his head with a jerk, indicating I should leave it on top of the piano. I set it down and took a seat beside him on the piano bench. He didn't move over to make room for me, so I had to perch on the edge. Mr. Cranky Pants was out in full force this morning. "I could order something for breakfast," I said, trying to cheer him up. "Or we could go out somewhere. Do you know of any good brunch places around here?"
Not hungry.
I suppressed the urge to sigh deeply. It was like we'd lost all the progress we'd made, and we're back to square one. I shouldn't have pushed him to open up. Maybe it was too soon.
I might have some instant pancake mix in the back cupboard,
he said grudgingly. "I can work with that." I went to the kitchen and set about making some pancakes. When they were done, I put them on a plate and took them to the island counter with tall bar stools, the only dining room Noah's apartment had. I turned to ask if he had any syrup hidden away somewhere. I stopped. Noah's eyes were closed, his head bowed forward, messy hair falling over his cheekbones. His fingers fluttered over the keys in fluid motions. The song had changed while I'd been in the kitchen. The melody was slower, softer, more mournful. I was mesmerized, not only by the sorrowful strains, but by the way he played. His expression was relaxed and open. There was no tension between his brows, no scowl on his face. His lips were soft and slightly parted. He hummed to himself every few bars. I found myself sitting on a bar stool, watching him. As the pancakes cooled, I took in every detail, every slow, deep breath, every twitch of his eyelids, every movement of his lips. Noah had said he wanted his audience to spontaneously orgasm when they heard our song. This one was different. There were no sensual undertones. The song was moving in its simplicity, yet impressive in its range. Unbidden tears stung the back of my eyes. The song came to an end, his fingers resting lightly on the keys. I let out a breath. I hadn't dared breathe or move or speak for fear of breaking his concentration. "That was beautiful," I said softly. He jerked his head up, staring at me as if he'd forgotten I was there. "I don't know why you need my help, if that's the kind of thing you're capable of composing on your own," I continued.
It's okay, I guess.
He shifted, looking uncomfortable. It was moving, I told him. Soulful. I was beginning to think he should throw out everything we'd been working on and go with this one. You made me feel something with that song, something powerful and something heartbreaking at the same time. His mouth trembled, expression open, with a hint of vulnerability. Then his face shuttered closed.
You getting emotional on me?
Isn't that what you want? Isn't that the whole point? To evoke emotions in your audience? His eyes burrowed into mine, as if he were digging deep into my soul and uncovering every single one of my secrets. If he only knew how many times I'd listened to his lyrics and imagined getting to know the man who wrote them. How many times I imagined spilling my own soul to him. I'd always thought someone who wrote such tortured, passionate lyrics could be someone who understood me. I'd thought Noah Hart was the one person in the world who could understand what I'd gone through. The scorching hot look in his eyes was causing me to throw all my reservations out the door. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to tell him how much he meant to me.
I've heard it all,
he said abruptly. What? I blinked.
I changed your life. No one else understands your pain like me. That's what you think, right? I'm not your savior, he interrupted. I'm not your god. I write songs, that's it. I don't understand your pain any more than you understand my—
He cut himself off, looking away with clenched fists. How do you know? I whispered. He whipped his head up.
What?
I swallowed hard and continued. How do you know I can't understand your pain? His eyes were hollow.
You want to save me? You want to be the girl who saves me from myself?
Yes, I did. I wanted to be that girl.
You can't, he said. So don't even try.
I wasn't planning on it, I bit out. But you clearly need to talk to someone.
There she goes again, thinking she knows everything.
I don't know everything, but I do know some things. Carrying around all that unresolved guilt isn't doing you any good. Just because something happened to your sister—
Don't you talk about my sister. You have no idea.
Why are you being like this? Last night you were so—
Drunk?
He shot back.
People say things they don't mean all the time when they're drunk.
So you didn't mean anything you said last night?
No.
What about when you said you trusted me?
The only person I trust is myself.
That's a terrible way to live, Noah.
Whatever,
he said dismissively.
I don't need this.
And by this, you mean someone who actually cares about you? Someone who's willing to listen?
I mean dealing with some deluded fangirl who thinks she knows everything about me.
So this is how it is? You just push away anyone who gets too close? Is that what you did with Lily? Is that why you sent her away to London? Noah stared at me with dead eyes for several long, silent minutes. He stalked over to the door and threw it open.
Get out.
What do you mean, get out? I said, shocked. His eyes were shuttered, his face expressionless.
It means I don't need you anymore. I'm done.
Chapter 17. At first, I'd been upset. Beyond upset. Noah had said such sweet things to me the night before, then shut right down and thrown me out the next morning. I had seethed the whole way home, stomping my feet with every step and cursing Noah Cranky Hart. Once I calmed down, I tried to see things rationally. Clearly, I'd poked Noah in a sore spot. I shouldn't have provoked him. I certainly shouldn't have mentioned his sister. I suppose he'd had his reasons for acting like that. He clearly didn't like talking about his feelings. He was obviously embarrassed about how much he'd shared. I wasn't going to let him off lightly, but I would at least give him a chance to apologize for throwing me out like that. After a few days, I sent a text saying that we should talk. No answer. I left voicemails. Nothing. It seemed Noah had been telling the truth when he said he was done. You look like you're a million miles away, my friend Natalie said, as she popped her head around my shoulder to smile at me. I had a standing lunch date with my two best friends. We had lived together while we were at college. They had both recently moved in with their boyfriends, so we'd made a pact to have lunch together at least once a week to make sure we kept in touch. Ivy had recently reunited with her long-lost childhood sweetheart, Ren Sada, after 5 years. Natalie had managed to capture the attention of her lifelong crush, Morris Edwards. Both happened to be members of Darkest Day's rival rock band, Feral Silence. Nat and Ivy managed to stay down to earth, despite having famous boyfriends. They often teased me that I should try to snag a rock star boyfriend of my own. My mind immediately went to Noah. I scoffed at the thought of him ever actually opening up enough to someone to be their boyfriend. Even friends with benefits was out of the question, since Noah didn't have friends. We were merely work colleagues who had sex. And as it turned out, we weren't even that anymore. "Tell us about your new job," Natalie asked. "I can't," I said with an apologetic shrug. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, although I didn't know if I even still had a job. "That's not fair," she said, faking a pout. "Can't you even tell us where you're working?" "It's in the music industry, I can tell you that much." Nat's eyes lit up. "I'm so happy for you, Jen. You've worked so hard. You deserve it." I looked down at my sandwich, picking out the cucumbers and setting them aside. All my hard work had clearly been for nothing. "I haven't worked any harder than you two have." "Are you kidding? With all those long hours you pulled practicing before and after class, and on weekends in between your part-time jobs? You made the rest of us look like slackers." There was a reason for that. I had to work 10 times as hard to be even half as good as anyone else. As much as I loved music, it didn't come easy to me. Sometimes it felt like I had to struggle to be even 1/10 as good as anyone else. "Ivy, what's wrong?" Nat asked. "You looked like you're ready to explode." I looked to Ivy. Her eyes were shining. She was practically vibrating in her seat. "I know a secret." Both Nat and I crowded in to get close. Ren let out something he shouldn't have. "Tell me," Natalie insisted. With her hair pinned in a chic bun and her subtle makeup expertly applied, Nat might have been the picture of elegance if it weren't for her wide eyes and almost manic expression. "Tell me, tell me!" Ivy looked to me. "You're not allowed to tell anyone where you're working, right?" "Right." She paused for a moment, looking hesitant. "What if someone else found out and told?" "Ivy!" Nat pressed her hands onto the table. "Spill!" Ivy dropped her voice into a whisper and leaned over, her long blonde hair falling over both shoulders. "Jen's working with Noah Hart." "No freaking way!" Nat slapped her hand down on the table to emphasize each word. "Are you serious?" She turned to me. "Is she serious? Are you really working with—" "Shh!" I looked around to make sure we weren't being overheard. "I can neither confirm nor deny that statement." "Oh my God!" Nat squealed and hugged me so hard she almost broke my ribs. "That's an amazing opportunity!" "Yeah, it is. Of course, I might have completely blown that opportunity." "I know you didn't want to use our connections in the music industry to help you, which I still don't understand, by the way," she said, making a face at me. "But I'm so proud of you." "I get it," Ivy said. "You wanted to do it on your own." Ivy's independent streak was even more stubborn than mine. She got why I didn't want to use my friends to get ahead in my career. I needed to prove I could score a job on my own merits. As it turned out, the only merit that mattered was my fuckability. "I can't believe you get to work with Noah Hart," Natalie sighed blissfully. Even dating a rock star herself hadn't cured Nat of her fangirl ways. "He's so passionate on stage." Ivy looked thoughtful. "From what I've seen, he seems kind of closed off in person." "What's he really like?" Natalie asked. "An emotionally stunted jerk," I muttered. What was that? Nothing. I'm still getting to know him. I remembered the various and myriad ways in which I'd gotten to know Noah Hart and flushed. He said he was done with me, but I wasn't done with him, no matter what our personal feelings were. And God, were there a lot of feelings tangled up in my chest right now. We still had a song to work on. We still had professional business to take care of. I had to convince him we still needed to work together, that I was the only person who knew him well enough to work on this with him. He said all the others were hacks. I wasn't near as good as the rest of the members of Darkest Days, but I wasn't a hack. No matter what else he'd thrown in my face, Noah had said I was talented. He took my opinions and suggestions into consideration. When he wasn't getting pissy and throwing me out of his apartment, that is. But despite all my texts and voicemails and emails, Noah wouldn't respond. I had been contemplating showing up at his apartment door and not leaving when the solution came later that afternoon via text from an unknown number.
Hey, gorgeous. I'm throwing a huge rager at my place tonight. You in?
From the gorgeous, I knew it had to be Cameron. I asked how he got my number. He said he had his ways, with a winky face. I assumed he'd asked Naomi. Is Noah going to be there?
So it's true. The two of you? Damn. I was hoping I had a chance.
I need to talk to him.
I'll make sure he's there. Give them your name and tell them Cam invited you.
Going to a party with rock stars would be fun. Not to mention I would get a chance to talk with Noah. Maybe I could corner him so he couldn't get away. Maybe if I went to the party, I could salvage something. Maybe I could convince Noah to take me back. I had to stop thinking of it like that. It had too many different connotations. But as much as I tried to convince myself this was a purely professional move, there was a part of me mourning the loss of our relationship. It wasn't just the sex, it was all the other little things. The little smirks and the small touches, and even the grumpy way he grunted after I caught him saying something sweet. I knew there was something more between us. There had to be. Chapter 18. I hadn't known what to expect when I arrived at the address Cameron texted. Another expensive high-rise condo building like Noah's, perhaps. What I hadn't expected was an enormous mansion with loud pounding music vibrating from every door and window. Drunk partygoers were laughing and falling over themselves on the front lawn, which was perfectly landscaped, aside from the beer bottles and trash littering the grass. Dozens of paparazzi were hanging around on the sidewalk out front, no doubt as close as they could get before officially invading private property. As soon as I stepped out of the taxi, flashes went off in my face. I brought a hand to my face to shield my eyes. As soon as the media realized I was a nobody, they backed off, ignoring me completely. As taken aback as I was, I had to admit this kind of thing was exactly what I should have expected from Cameron Thorne, reputed to be the party animal of the bunch. A bouncer stood guard at the front gates, tall, beefy, and intimidating. I gave him my name when asked. I wondered for a second whether I'd even be on the guest list when he went to check his clipboard, but he gave me a nod and ushered me in. The front door opened onto a vast foyer, with 5 times as many drunk people inside as there had been out on the front lawn. I was torn between excitement and nerves. I wished I'd invited Ivy or Nat to come with me. They no doubt had experience with this kind of thing, although I knew that their boyfriends Ren and Morris were a lot less crazy partiers than Cameron Thorne was known to be. The moment I stepped through the door, I was greeted by a group of drunk guys who tried to pull me into a game of strip football. I didn't know how exactly that would work, but I declined and made my way into the next room as soon as possible. A random stranger thrust a beer into my hand with a cheer and a grin. The top was on, so at the very least I knew it wasn't spiked. I still laid the beer down on the side table as I made my way towards what I assumed was the kitchen. I didn't want to drink this early in the night. I needed to have my head about me if I wanted to have this conversation with Noah, if I could ever find him among the throng of drunken party-goers. I caught sight of a tall blonde in the corner and recognized him as August. I squirmed through a crowd of people to get to him. They mostly seemed to be talking about music and their work on the latest album. "Excuse me," I said, sliding through an empty space. August nodded when I caught his attention.
Hello, Jennifer.
I was still brought up short by how beautiful this man was. His platinum blonde hair complemented his ice blue eyes. Eyes that looked like they could see into your very soul. I gave myself a mental shake. "Hi, August." It felt weird to call a celebrity by his first name. He had always been August Summers to me. "Do you know if Noah is around anywhere?"
I think I saw him out back near the pool.
August gestured to the others in his circle of followers, indicating that they should leave us alone. When they dispersed, he shot me a careful glance.
How's it coming along?
He asked quietly. "It?"
Noah's song.
Tension spiked through me. "It's going fine. Great, even. He's working hard on it."
I hope he isn't giving you too much trouble with your consulting.
He stressed the last word, giving me an oddly penetrating look. He knew. August definitely knew I was writing the song for Noah. Did he know we'd had a fight? Maybe August knew everything that went on in the band. Noah's not too bad once you get to know him. I was lying through my teeth, of course, but I didn't want to badmouth August's fellow bandmate in front of him.
If you ever need help getting through that thick skull of his, let me know.
Actually, I wondered whether I should tell August what happened. The thought of confessing our sexual escapades and subsequent falling out was embarrassing enough that I found myself flushing. No one could find out about that. We had a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm trying to find him so I can clear things up.
Please be patient with him.
I blinked. Patient? August nodded.
He can be difficult to work with.
I've noticed.
Like I said, if you ever need any help.
I'll remember that. Thank you. The rest of the mansion was as full with people as the front rooms had been. I had to tiptoe around drunk people and duck to avoid flailing limbs. When I finally found the back entrance to the pool, my dress was spotted with splashes of beer and smears from sticky fingers. I was glad I hadn't worn white. I found Noah sitting out back, slumped over on one of the stone-carved benches. He leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees and a beer in one hand. "Hey," I said tentatively. He inclined his head a fraction of an inch, not meeting my eyes.
"What?"
he said flatly. I flinched, but steeled myself. "I thought we should talk about what happened."
Nothing happened.
"Are you really going to pretend that we didn't?" I looked around surreptitiously, making sure no one could overhear. "Pretend we didn't spend weeks having sex with each other, only to have you throw me out during our first fight?"
Nothing happened.
He stressed each word carefully. Probably wanted to forget all about his temper tantrum. Maybe he also wanted to forget about the rest of it, too. The thought made my heart clench. "Fine, if that's how you want to play it. If nothing happened, then that means there's no reason why we can't continue working together as adults."
Right.
Okay. I stood there fuming. "Then I guess I shouldn't mention the song you were playing when nothing happened."
What about it?
I folded my arms across my chest like armor. "I liked it. I think you should use it."
Use it how?
"Use it for your album. That should be your song."
No.
I raised an eyebrow at his curt reply. "Why not? It's good. Better than anything the two of us have been able to come up with."
The stuff we've come up with has been fine.
Do you want your song to sound fine? Or do you want your song to sound like Noah fucking Hart?
That song sounds nothing like my style.
It sounds more like your style than you know.
Because you know me so well.
Are we really going to get back into this? As far as I've been able to tell, I'm the only person who's gotten this close to you in a long time. If I can't tell what's a Noah Hart song and what isn't by now, then I should be fired.
Fine, you're fired.
You're hilarious. I took a seat next to him on the bench. You said the song was old. Was it something you composed a long time ago? Before you were with the band?
Why do you care?
Humor me.
I've been working on it off and on for years,
he said grudgingly. So it's not something you wrote because you knew it would sell?
Lily liked it when I played. I came up with stuff I thought she'd enjoy.
My mom liked it when I played too, I said quietly. I used to wonder if it was the only thing that kept her from... I cut myself off sharply. Noah stared at me with sharp eyes. I avoided his gaze. Anyway, if it's something you composed for your sister, I think your fans would like it too.
I don't know.
You don't know if you want to expose that much of yourself to the world? I guessed. Noah shot me a dark look.
Always think you know everything,
he muttered. You said you only wrote your songs because they were marketable, but I don't think that's true. You wouldn't have been able to touch so many people's hearts if you hadn't put something of yourself into them.
And did I touch your heart? Did my words speak to you?
I narrowed my eyes at him. You know, at first, I couldn't reconcile the Noah Hart I knew from those lyrics with the Noah Hart I'd met in person. But those two men aren't so very different.
Right. Now that we've been fucking for weeks, you're starting to think I really am that passionate, romantic poet you crushed on as a teenager?
I've gotten to know you, Noah, I said. You act like an ass sometimes, but you can also be sweet, thoughtful. And I think if you use that song, your fans would get to know the Noah Hart I've gotten to know.
And what makes you think I care about my fans getting to know me?
You don't have to be scared of showing people the real you. Noah stood from the bench.
You don't know anything.
I know you had a bad childhood. I know that your sister got hurt, and you feel like it's your fault. Noah's face was dark and clouded over. He looked like he was biting his tongue. I pressed on. I know that you were betrayed once by people you trusted. I know that's why you don't let people in. But you don't have to be afraid. You can open up to people. You can open up to me. He clenched his fists.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You think I don't get it? If you opened up once in a while, maybe you'd see that you're not the only one who's experienced pain.
You think you understand?
His eyes burned with resentment.
Poor Jennifer. Her mom was sad all the time. What a terrible childhood.
Anger rose in my chest, pushing down the devastating pain his words had caused. I clenched my fists so hard they shook, resisting the urge to punch him. You can be a real jerk sometimes, you know that?
You say this like it's new information.
I'm just trying to help you. If you don't stop acting so pissy...
Who says it's an act? This is how I am.
He put his back to me and brought his beer to his lips to take a swig of his beer. A storm raged through my chest. I wanted to punch something, kick something, namely Noah. If that's how you're going to be, then fine. Feel free to wallow in your unresolved guilt issues forever. Finish your goddamn song on your own. I turned on my heel. I waited a moment to see if he would stop me. He didn't say a word. I stormed away, blinking back tears. Chapter 19.
Hey there, gorgeous. Where are you going in such a hurry?
I stopped on my way out the door, eager to leave the party, only to find Cameron Thorne laughing with the twins, Damon and Ian Drake. I didn't necessarily want to talk to them, but now that they'd seen me, I couldn't be rude and ignore them. I made my way over with my rumpled, beer-stained dress, frazzled hair, and tear-stained cheeks, trepidation rising in my chest. As soon as I approached them, Cameron was immediately concerned.
What's wrong? Are you crying? You should be creaming in your panties at the chance to party with rock stars.
I resisted the urge to sniffle and wiped at my cheeks with the back of my hand, getting rid of the evidence of my tears. It's nothing.
I can guess why you look so upset. It's because of Noah, isn't it?
Cameron looked pissed.
I've said it 1,000,000 times. That asshole doesn't know how to treat a woman.
But you do? I shot back. Cameron's eyes narrowed, an evil expression on his face.
Hell yeah, I do. I can show you personally if you like.
His bright red hair fell over one eye, turning the evil look sultry. As tempting as it was, I knew better than to encourage a man like Cameron Thorne. That's okay, I backpedaled. I'm good.
Is His Royal Highness giving you problems?
One of the twins asked. I always liked that nickname. I've just been calling him Mr. Cranky Pants. The twins laughed uproariously. They both wore light blue jeans with identical rips and matching Metallica t-shirts. Even this close, I couldn't tell a single difference between them.
Holy shit,
one of them chuckled.
That's genius,
the other continued.
He'd kill us for calling him that. All the more reason to do it.
They smashed their drinks together in a cheer.
Best way to get over the guy who broke your heart is by getting under another one.
Cameron handed me a beer with a lecherous grin.
I'm happy to volunteer as tribute.
We're not... He's just... I pressed my lips together, not wanting to go into it with them. Did you just make a Hunger Games reference?
Hey, Katniss is hot. Even Damien agrees,
Cameron added, using the twins' portmanteau name. I supposed even Cameron couldn't tell them apart, treating them as one entity like the rest of the world.
Cam's right,
one of the twins said as the other nodded in agreement.
We'd fuck Jennifer Lawrence every day of the week.
Is that the royal we? I asked. The twins shared a mischievous grin. I just don't understand, Noah. If anyone could sympathize, it would be his fellow bandmates. They knew what he was really like in person.
No one does,
Cameron shrugged.
That's why he's the sexy, mysterious frontman.
I love his lyrics. I've cried over his songs, literally cried. I know people said off stage he's more broody and closed off, but I always thought the person who wrote with such emotion, with such passion, wouldn't be such a...
grumpy bastard.
The twins spoke in one voice. Well, yeah. They both shrugged in unison.
You get used to it,
one of them said, giving me a sympathetic look.
You'll learn how he operates.
The other twin snorted.
Or just smack him upside the head. That works too.
Believe me, I've been tempted, I muttered. August said I should be patient with him.
That's because August has the patience of a saint,
Cameron snorted.
Don't know how he hasn't killed the lot of us 1,000,000 times over by now. It's like family,
said the twin who'd given me the sympathetic look.
Even when you hate each other, you love each other.
The other twin pulled his brother into a headlock.
Aw, you getting all sentimental on us?
The two of them tussled, throwing fake punches at each other, until they crashed into a side table, knocking it over. Claps and cheers went up around the room as the glass top shattered. The twins laughed the entire time. Cameron continued drinking his beer, eyeing me as he ignored the spectacle.
I don't know what went wrong between the two of you, but if you really want to fix it, you need to be persistent. Noah's like a hedgehog.
Spiky on the outside, soft and cuddly on the inside?
Spiky on the outside, and a skittish little rat on the inside.
Hedgehogs aren't rodents. That's porcupines.
Same deal.
I'll take that under advisement. I sighed into my beer. I guess I should try to talk to him again.
Don't forget about my offer.
What offer? Cameron leaned forward until his lips were against my ear.
To show you how I treat a woman?
Are you always so forward?
Gorgeous, if I was really trying, you'd be flat on your back with my head between your legs already.
I backed away and flushed. I'm going to go find Noah. I wanted to get away while I still could. As much as Noah affected me, Cameron Thorne exuded sex from every pore. From the rumors I'd heard, I had no doubt his powers of seduction were that good. The party didn't seem to be winding down anytime soon, but there were fewer people than had been there when I first arrived. It seemed the ones still here felt they needed to make an even bigger ruckus to make up for the ones who'd left. I spent a while bracing myself, trying to summon up enough courage to brave Noah's wrath once again. If I wanted a chance to make things better with him, I'd have to catch him before he left, too. I couldn't let things end the way they had. He wasn't on the back patio. I had to go searching through the mansion. I found him in one of the living rooms. He was slouched on the far end of a sofa, his head leaning back, propped up by the cushions. I marched up to him. "We can't end things like this." He tilted his head slightly to look at me, neck limp. His eyes were unfocused.
"Jen, you're still here."
I was trying to enjoy myself, but the pending implosion of my career has gotten me all out of sorts. He stared at me silently. I steeled myself, throwing my shoulders back. "I'm not leaving until we come to an understanding."
"I don't mean to be an asshole."
I was so taken aback I was speechless for a few moments. I gathered myself together. "Doesn't stop you from acting like one."
"I know. It's hard."
"What's hard? Not being an asshole?" He lifted his eyes to the ceiling, avoiding mine.
"Yeah."
I knew Noah hadn't had the best life. He'd already opened up to me a little. Maybe that was the best he could manage right now. If I wanted to break down those walls, I'd have to take it slow. "Can we start over?" I asked. He squinted, eyes glassy.
"Start over how?"
"Let's pretend we haven't been—" I glanced around, making sure no one could hear us. "Pretend we haven't been sleeping together. Just act professional from now on."
"I don't want to forget."
His eyes burned into mine, even as glazed over as they were.
"I want to remember every minute, every second."
Some small part of my hardened heart softened. "Noah,"
"Let's go,"
he said abruptly. "Go where?"
"Home."
He heaved himself off the sofa, lurching forward. I hurried to put my arms around his chest, keeping him upright. His eyes met mine.
"I want you to come home with me."
"You're drunk." It worried me a bit. This was the second time I'd seen Noah get drunk. I had to admit, he did seem to drink a lot. But like he'd said, he was a rock star. I suppose that was just what they did.
"Not to fuck, just to talk, and then sleep."
"You want me to spend the night? Without sex?" The only time we'd slept in the same bed had been the evening after the club, when he told me about his sister. "I don't want you to regret this in the morning like last time." He brought a hand to my cheek, gazing into my eyes as he spoke slowly and carefully.
"The only thing I regret is hurting you."
Chapter 20. After we left the party together, I guided Noah into a taxi. He clung to me the entire time. Clung wasn't really the right word. He buried his face in my neck, pressing his lips against my skin in not quite kisses. He rested his hand on my thigh, not high enough to be inappropriate, but still high enough to cause my insides to flutter. The taxi driver kept glancing at us through the rearview mirror, no doubt wondering if we were going to start making out, or God forbid have sex, in the middle of the ride home. Luckily, Noah managed to keep his touches relatively chaste. By the time we made it to his condo, Noah was walking upright by himself. His eyes were clear, having sobered up on the ride home. I settled myself on the sofa as Noah got us some water. He took his own seat at the other end of the sofa, leaving some space between us. I took the glass of water he handed me with a murmured thanks. "So what did you want to talk about?" I asked. He avoided my eyes, looking almost chagrined.
"I wanted to explain."
About why he'd gotten so angry and thrown me out? Why he'd been a complete asshole? Why he said hurtful things if he knew he was going to regret it? There were too many questions I wanted answers to. I decided to stay quiet and let Noah speak. He leaned back on the sofa and let out a slow breath.
I was telling the truth when I said I didn't mean to hurt you. Sometimes I say shitty things without thinking about them.
Good to know you're self-aware. He side-eyed me. I shut up.
I just want you to understand,
he said. I'll listen to whatever you have to tell me.
I told you I was in foster care, he began. Our mother was a drug addict. She ran off on us one day, left the house and never came back. For all I know, she's dead. OD'd in some crack house, maybe.
I touched his arm softly. I'm so sorry, he shrugged.
It was almost better that way. She was always using the last of our money to score drugs. Always coming home high and yelling at Lily and me. I almost felt relieved when she was gone. I know that makes me a shitty person.
No, it doesn't. I understand. I understood too well. You were sad she was gone, but you were relieved you didn't have to deal with her anymore. Noah nodded.
That's a good way of putting it.
Can I ask how old you were?
I was 14. Lily was 9. We had no other family to take us in. I suppose we were lucky. They managed to keep us together.
He eyed me out of the corner of his eyes.
I guess I don't have to explain that I went through some bad shit.
I can imagine. I'm sorry.
It wasn't so much the foster parents. They wanted the paycheck. They didn't pay any attention to what was going on in that house. It was anarchy. The older kids preyed on the younger kids. They used anything and everything against you. And they knew how much I loved my sister.
That must have been part of why it was so hard for Noah to open up to anyone. You couldn't show any weakness, or it would be used against you.
Psychoanalyzing me again?
Just trying to understand more about you.
And do you?
Not everything, but a bit, I think. I'm sorry for interrupting. Noah continued.
I did everything I could to make sure Lily got out of it unscathed. Even if it meant sending nasty little fuckers to the hospital on a weekly basis. I protected her, watched over her, but I couldn't always.
He cut himself off sharply. You said something happened to Lily? I asked softly. He looked away, avoiding my eyes, not acknowledging my words.
I got her out of that house as soon as I was able to. I took my first check from Etude Entertainment and got a place for me and Lily to live.
So that's why, I mused quietly.
Why what?
Why you said you only care about marketability. About how much money you make. You wanted to be able to provide for Lily. He averted his eyes. It's okay if taking care of your family is a motivating factor, I said. It just doesn't have to be the only factor. I'm sure your fans would love to hear something more personal from you.
Are we back to this?
I'll drop it. For now. I needed to convince Noah to put more of himself into his song. That was going to be an uphill fight the entire way. So Lily came to live with you? Somehow I doubted the story ended there with a happily ever after.
Our whole life it had just been the two of us, Noah and Lily against the world. Then Darkest Days exploded onto the music scene. All of a sudden I had money and fans and media attention. All the band's hard work had paid off. But
things changed, I guessed.
People started crawling out of the woodwork. People I'd barely spoken to as a teenager would show up and act as if we were best friends. With our mother taking off and having to grow up in foster care, me and Lily felt unwanted, unloved. We only had each other. Now I was suddenly in the limelight and had everyone fawning over me.
And is that when Noah Hart started getting a big head? I said, trying to lighten the mood.
I hated it,
he said flatly.
I wanted me and my sister to be left alone. But Lily loved it. She was always having people over. We were always going to the best parties and events. People wanted a piece of Noah Hart, and sometimes that meant they wanted a piece of Lily, too. Anything to get close to me.
She finally got all the attention and love she'd never had growing up, I murmured thoughtfully.
But being in the spotlight had a price. Paparazzi started following her around everywhere, taking pictures. People would pretend to be our friends, only to turn around and spill everything to the media for cash. Then one night,
He stopped abruptly, his expression pained. Unease settled over me. You don't have to tell me.
these 2 guys we knew broke in. They thought the place was empty. They planned to steal everything.
He said in one breath, as if trying to get the words out as fast as possible.
They had been in foster care with us. We bonded over all the shit we went through. I thought they were my friends, my brothers, but they'd just been using us the whole time. And they found Lily home alone.
Cold dread ran down my back. I feared what Noah was going to say next. He shifted across the sofa to press himself against me, seeking comfort from my presence. He looked up at the ceiling so he didn't have to meet my eyes.
They threatened her, held her at gunpoint.
He clenched his fist. Rage exploded across his face. My heart clenched in my chest. Did they?
No. They took everything and left her alone, tied up, for hours. I found her that way when I got home.
I let out a small breath of relief. It could have been so much worse.
She was so scared.
Noah's mouth was set in a firm line, the rage on his face not easing.
I should have known better than to trust those assholes. I thought, because of what we'd gone through as teenagers, I thought they were like family.
He finally turned to look me in the eye.
I sent Lily away. I didn't want her to get hurt again. Didn't want people using her again.
Is that why she's in London?
I sent her to a private boarding school. Then she spent some time studying art in various workshops and programs. She wants to come back home to start college. I'm trying to convince her to stay in London.
Don't you miss her?
Yes, but she's safer there.
I wrapped my arms around him and squeezed, leaning my head on his chest. He brought his arms around me, resting his cheek on the top of my head. We were practically cuddling. My heart swelled.
That's why I don't want anyone to know Lily is coming home,
He murmured into my hair.
I want to keep her safe.
I won't tell anyone, I promised.
I'm sorry I got angry.
He cupped my face with both hands and tilted my face up.
I'm sorry I threw you out. I'm just not used to people knowing all this shit about me. It makes me feel...
He trailed off. Vulnerable, I guessed. He hesitated before nodding. That's a good thing, I told him. Everyone needs someone they can let their guard down around. Everyone needs someone they can trust. Noah flicked his eyes to mine and quietly spoke the words I've been longing to hear again.
I trust you.
Chapter 21. My chest throbbed with a sweet ache at Noah's words. Trust. It was such an important thing to have in a relationship. I knew how hard it was for him to say those words. I brought my lips to his in a gentle kiss. Noah, I'm so sorry. I hate that you had to grow up like that. That you and your sister were betrayed like that.
I'd say I'm over it, but I guess it's clear I'm not.
He shrugged.
You were right when you said I had issues.
I gnawed on my lip. How much do you trust me?
Why do you ask?
Will you trust me when I say you need to put more feelings into your song?
Are we back to this again?
You don't have to be afraid to show the world who you really are. That song you were playing before is really good, Noah. You should use it.
I don't want to. I wrote it for Lily. I don't want to use it for the album.
I thought hard. Okay, then we'll scrap the song we were working on and start from scratch. We're going to forget all about that marketability stuff and go with our hearts. His eyebrows drew down. Just hear me out, I rushed to say. The other guys in the band are going to have songs that sound like them. We want this song to sound like you. We've been talking about making it unique, authentic. This is the most real I've ever seen you. This is the Noah Hart I think fans should see. He shifted on the sofa, looking uncomfortable.
I don't know if I can do that.
That's why I'm here, to help you.
You have been helping.
He ran his hand up my thigh, fingertips sneaking under the hem of my skirt. A wave of arousal sang through me. That's not the kind of help I meant, I told him, though I couldn't help smiling.
Are you sure?
He murmured, leaning forward until our lips were almost touching.
Because you've been very, very helpful.
He kissed me to punctuate each word. His soft lips teased me. My pulse sped up, beating hard at the base of my neck. Warmth took hold inside of me. I could never say no to Noah. Our lips pressed together for long moments, then parted for breath, before meshing again. I opened my mouth, letting his tongue curl over mine. His grip around my waist tightened, pulling me onto his lap. My legs spread over his thighs until I was straddling him on the sofa, hiking my dress up. I moaned as I felt his rising hardness against the thin cotton of my panties. I clutched at his shoulders so I could press myself closer to him. He groaned softly, fingers digging into my hips. He deepened the kiss, attacking my mouth with his tongue. I allowed myself to get swept away by the urgency of his touches. His hand slid up my sides and around to my front, cupping my breasts through the fabric of my dress and bra.
This needs to go.
He tugged at the collar. I quickly grabbed the hem and threw my dress over my head, tossing it to the floor. His shirt followed mine, revealing smooth tattooed skin over iron-hard muscle. I ran my hands over his chest, basking in the feeling of silk over steel. With deft fingers, Noah unsnapped my bra and immediately sucked my left nipple into his mouth. I gasped at the sudden wet heat. He played with the right nipple using a thumb and a forefinger, plucking and pinching lightly. I rocked against him as the sensations went straight to my throbbing core.
You've got the sweetest tits,
he murmured against my skin. He switched sides, sucking on my right nipple and playing with the left. Back and forth he went, until I was a squirming, writhing mess. My panties were getting wet. I was aching inside, clenching around nothing, needing to be filled. Please, I said, scrambling at his shoulders. He lifted his head from my chest to pin me down with a hard stare.
Please what?
I flushed, knowing that he wanted me to beg, and too turned on to refuse. Please, I need you inside me.
That's my good girl.
He blew warm air against my breasts, causing me to shiver. Noah cut me through my panties, running 2 fingers between my lips. I swore I could feel every swirl of his fingertips, every rough callus, even through the fabric. I whimpered, flexing my fingers into the muscles of his shoulders. He slipped a hand inside my panties. The barest of brushes against my clit had me bucking my hips. He avoided my most sensitive spot. A single finger probed at my entrance, making small circles.
Is this where you need me?
I exhaled shakily with a nod. He slid the finger slowly inside. My eyes fluttered closed as he sank into me. He pumped in and out, dragging his tough skin against the soft skin inside. The friction was enough to make me dizzy with want.
Is this enough?
I violently shook my head no.
You need more?
Yes, I whimpered. He pushed in again, using a second finger, spreading me open.
Is this what you need?
My only answer was a low keening sound. Noah hummed in dark amusement as the 2 fingers worked me over, fucking into me. More, I moaned. I couldn't stop the rocking of my hips, wanting it deeper, harder, faster. My fingernails dug into his skin. I struggled to keep myself from flying apart.
If you want more, you'll have to work for it.
I slowly met his eyes, not understanding.
Get up.
I did, climbing off his lap and standing, confused but willing to go along with his demands for now. Noah shifted on the sofa, sitting back against the cushions and spreading his legs wide. He took himself out of his pants, unzipping just far enough to let it spring free. He took a few brief seconds to pull out a foil packet from his pocket and roll on protection, then slung his arms across the back of the sofa in a relaxed pose. His hardness jutted out at an angle.
Fuck yourself on my cock, he said.
My eyes went wide. What?
You want it, don't you?
I nodded, shuddering.
Then climb on my cock and ride me.
I hesitated for the briefest of moments, long enough for Noah's eyes to flash dangerously. I climbed back onto his lap, perching myself against him, straddled across his thighs. Noah nodded approvingly.
Good girl.
His eyes hardened.
Now slide down onto my cock and fuck yourself with it.
The dirty words turned me into molten liquid at my very core. My breathing went shallow. I met his eyes, nearly black and full of a dark, animalistic lust. I could feel the tremor in the muscles of his thighs. I could tell he was struggling to keep that lust contained, struggling against the urge to impale me on him then and there. Noah took himself in one hand, angling the head away from his taut abs. I adjusted my hips until the tip of his hard length nestled between my folds. The liquid from his weeping tip mixed with the wetness dripping out of me. I relaxed the muscles in my thighs, letting my legs go limp. I sank onto him. I parted around him, the stretch a delicious burn, as he spread me wide open. The feeling was exquisite. I whimpered, small, soft sounds, as I lowered myself inch by inch. Finally, my ass touched his thighs. He was fully buried deep within me. Noah groaned softly the whole way down, but didn't move, keeping his hips still, his arms still resting on the back of the sofa.
So fucking tight, he growled. Now grind against me.
I did as he commanded, rocking back and forth, pushing myself up and down. The head would exit my body, leaving me wanting, only to push into me again. I couldn't keep the moans from escaping my lips as our hips rolled together with delicious friction. My gasps became harder and sharper. My legs began to tremble from exertion. Noah, I can't. He put his hands on both my hips, lifting me up until the head was barely resting between my folds.
You want me to fuck you properly?
I whimpered and nodded my head. With a firm grip, Noah pulled me down, impaling me once again. I cried out in pleasure. He did it again, lifting me up and shoving me down, driving in and out of me. My body shuddered as he began fucking me harder and harder, moving faster and faster. His hips snapped up and down, burying himself to the hilt, filling every part of me. He pummeled into me with force, the clench of his fingers a near bruising grip on my hips. I threw my arms around him. I clung tight, feeling the firm muscles of his shoulders and back, feeling his warm skin under my fingertips. I arched my back, pressing my breasts against his front, wanting to feel as much skin-to-skin contact as I possibly could. When even that wasn't enough, I attacked his mouth with mine, our lips and tongues tangling together as I breathed heavily into the kiss. The friction of his chest against my nipples, the smooth slide of his tongue along mine, the rubbing and pulsing of his head against my inner walls, all of it was enough to send my mind spinning. I clenched down tight, getting close. Every muscle in my body seized up, a tsunami of pleasure threatening to overtake me. Noah brought his fingers to my clit to play with me. I shuddered and let out a choked cry as a powerful orgasm hit me. My brain short-circuited, and I was lost in a whirlwind of pleasure. I slumped against him, moaning heavily, twitching and pulsing. When the cloudy haze dispersed and I could think again, I felt Noah still hard inside me, not having reached his peak yet. I wanted him to feel the same pleasure I'd felt, but I didn't know if I could continue getting fucked like that. Noah had been utterly thorough. I slowly slid off his lap. He hissed as he fell out of me. I immediately dropped to my knees in front of him. I looked up to meet his eyes.
Was my cock in your pussy not enough?
His eyes blazed with a scorching heat.
You want me fucking your mouth too?
My mouth nearly watered as I nodded silently. Noah cupped the back of my head, fingers sifting through the strands of my hair. He quickly divested himself of the condom and pulled me forward. I let him guide me until my mouth was a hair's breadth away from the head.
You want to taste me?
Yes, I whispered, sending hot breath washing over his length. He took himself in one hand and painted my lips with his weeping tip.
Open your mouth.
I did so, wetting my lips before parting them, tasting him on my tongue.
Wrap those pretty pink lips around my cock.
My insides pulsed as I whimpered, his dirty words sending heat flooding through me yet again. I bobbed my head forward until his head passed through my lips. He lay hot and heavy on my tongue. I sucked, using my tongue to flick at the underside. Noah hissed, fingers clenching in my hair. I took more of him into my mouth. My lips stretched wide to accommodate his girth. I used my tongue and lips to tease at him. I continued sliding up and down, taking him further each time, stopping before my gag reflex could kick in.
Deeper,
he commanded. I hesitated for a moment, not knowing how much deeper I could take him without choking. Noah put a hand on my throat, thumb stroking my pulse point.
Just relax. Take a deep breath in.
I did as he said, inhaling slowly, letting my racing heartbeat calm.
Exhale,
he commanded. I breathed out. Noah shifted his hips, sliding his thick length along my tongue, deeper inside my mouth, inside my throat. He fisted my hair, tilting my head back to get a better angle. I let my jaw go slack, accepting more and more of him. He cupped my head as he bottomed out, hitting the back of my throat. My lips were split wide around him. I breathed shallow breaths around him. He was so big. I had no idea how I was taking him this deep without choking.
Such a good girl,
he murmured. I flushed with pleasure. He pulled out. I took the chance to inhale. He shoved himself back in, going deep, going faster. He used one hand on the back of my head and the other under my jaw, guiding me on and off him.
So fucking close.
His grip tightened, pulling at my strands to pull me off him. I pressed my lips together firmly and sucked.
You want it?
He growled, no longer tugging on my hair. I moaned around him and nodded vehemently. He pulsed in my throat, throbbing in time with my heartbeat. Noah grunted and tugged, pulling me toward him with a jerk and burying himself in my throat to the hilt. Hot, wet liquid splashed over the back of my tongue. I hurried to swallow him down, savoring the sensation, the heat of it, and the taste of him. Noah's taste. He pulled back slowly, not fully exiting my mouth, allowing me to take in a deep breath. He was still hard on my tongue, the last few sticky drops weeping out of the tip. I peeked up to meet his eyes. His were clouded over with spent desire. I waited until he was looking at me. I wrapped my lips around the tip, licking and sucking, tasting every last bit of him. He groaned, closing his eyes, enjoying my ministrations for several long moments, before he yanked me off him with a tug on my hair. Noah pulled me from my knees, taking me into his arms.
If you keep that up, I'm going to have to spin you around and fuck you all over again.
I relaxed into his embrace, sighing with deep satisfaction. I don't think I can take another round like that.
I better let you rest then. Wouldn't want to break that sweet pussy of yours.
I let him cuddle me for a few moments. He took my hands in his, placing soft kisses on the tender skin of my inner wrists.
You were a very good girl for me.
I shivered with pleasure at his words and rested my head against his chest. Why is it all so important to you? I asked sleepily.
What?
You always want me to beg. Noah stroked a hand along my spine and hummed.
I don't know. I never thought about it.
You've never thought about why you like to have sex the way you do? He shrugged.
It's just sex. I do it to get off.
I sat up in his arms. There has to be more to it. He cracked a small smile and pushed strands of hair away from my face.
Always trying to psychoanalyze me.
I just want to understand you. Noah went quiet for a moment.
I suppose I like knowing that, in that moment, you need me more than you've ever needed anything. I want to be the only thing that can satisfy you. I want you dying for it. I want to know you want it.
Noah, my heart melted a little. Is your kink enthusiastic consent?
Are you shitting me?
It is. I grinned and placed a kiss on his nose. He immediately scrunched up his face in disgust. You get off on enthusiastic consent. Noah Feminist Hart.
Shout it to the world, why don't you?
I just smiled and buried my head in his neck, enjoying his warm arms around me. Chapter 22. When Noah invited me out to another concert, I knew he was expecting me to have a fangirl freak out.
The band Feral Silence is also going to be performing with us.
There was a smirk in his voice. Sounds cool, I said, keeping my attention focused on the sheet of music I was working on. We'd thrown out the old song and begun working on a new one. That meant we were now weeks behind schedule. The band was going to want to see something concrete soon. I was beginning to panic, but Noah always reassured me we'd get it done on time. I hoped he was right. If we didn't manage to pull this off, I would have failed in my first and only job ever in the music industry.
You're a Feral Silence fan, right?
Noah asked, keeping his tone nonchalant. Yep. I could see him frown out of the corner of my eye.
Aren't you excited?
Sure am, I said breezily, making a mark on the paper. Noah looked nonplussed at my reaction.
I could introduce you,
he offered. No need. I've already met them.
Oh.
I finally looked up. His whole expression had turned disgruntled. I gave him a soft smile. Noah, are you trying to do something nice for me? He looked away. I left my work on top of the piano and went over to throw my arms around him. That's very thoughtful of you. I stood on my tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Thank you.
It's not like I wanted to do you a favor or anything.
I laughed inwardly, making sure to keep my lips from twitching upward. I squeezed him tight and laid my head on his chest. You better stop being so sweet, or I'm going to start thinking you actually like me.
I'm not sweet. I'm Noah fucking Hart.
Despite his words, he wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his cheek on the top of my head.
How exactly do you know those guys anyway?
I could hear the frown in his voice. Jealous? I said coyly. Don't worry. You know you're the only rock star for me.
Just wondering, he said.
2 of my friends are dating members of the band, I explained. They'll probably be at the concert too, if their boyfriends are going to be there performing. I lifted my head with a grin. We should do a group date.
No.
It doesn't have to be anything fancy. We can go to that dive bar of yours for a drink.
I don't do couple dates.
My heart jumped. Did that mean we were officially a couple? Noah and I hadn't talked about our relationship status yet. Over the last few weeks, we'd spent almost all our time either working, having sex, or sleeping. We hadn't gone on any more outings to Walt's bar, as Noah liked to say, or dates, as I privately referred to them. Ivy and Natalie had always joked about me getting a rock star boyfriend of my own. Did I finally have one? I didn't dare bring up the topic. Not yet. Noah was still so prickly, so touchy. If I went too far, too fast, he'd push me away. Going slow, at least emotionally, was the key to a successful relationship with Noah. Still, my heart beat a small thrill at the thought of Noah being my boyfriend. Of Noah being more than my boyfriend. Although he was still a bit of an ass, I'd gotten to know the man he was inside underneath all that snark. His Royal Highness liked to keep people at a distance. Somehow I'd managed to find myself on the other side of his castle walls. Now I needed to figure out how to make my way across the moat. Or figure out a way to get him to lower the drawbridge. Noah had to be at the concert venue early again, so I decided to team up with Natalie and Ivy and attend the concert as a trio. I'd been so busy working, I'd had to cancel our last few lunch dates. I knew they were dying for more information about Noah, especially Nat, being the ultimate fangirl she was. When it was just sex with Noah, I hadn't known what to tell them, so saying nothing was easier. Now that there was the possibility of something more, maybe it was okay to talk about it. At the very least, saying that Noah and I were kind of sort of dating was less embarrassing than admitting I was letting a rock star use me as his sexual muse. "I can't believe I get to watch Darkest Days perform from the front row!" Natalie brought her clenched fists to her flushed cheeks. Despite the rock star boyfriend, Nat had never gotten over her excitement at seeing her favorite bands perform. "Who's playing first?" she asked, shouting so we could hear her over the noisy crowd of people surrounding us. "Does it matter?" Ivy shouted back. "I need to save my energy for Morris," she said, referring to her boyfriend Morris Edwards, Feral Silence's drummer. "But I'm afraid if Darkest Days goes on first, I'll end up fainting from sheer awesomeness." "You might end up fainting from the heat." Ivy scanned the concert venue. "Ren said it's going to be a full house. It's already cramped, and it's probably going to get very hot. Why couldn't we watch from backstage?" "Because," Natalie and I both insisted. "Being in the audience is 1,000,000 times better," Nat explained. "The viewing angles are all wrong backstage," I said. "You don't get the full concert experience. It's not as much fun if you can't cheer and scream and dance and rush the stage. There's nothing better than being in the middle of a rock concert, surrounded by the energy of thousands of fans." "If it's that important." Ivy looked befuddled. Ivy wasn't a rock music fan like Nat and me. Her preferred instrument was the cello. She was only here because her childhood sweetheart and current boyfriend, Ren Sada, was the bass guitarist for Feral Silence. Her first rock concert had been where she'd met Ren again after 5 long years. "And what about you?" Nat grinned at me. "Are you going to be saving your energy for Noah Hart?" I stammered, not knowing what to say. "You're blushing." Nat pointed an accusatory finger at me. "Is there something to blush about? Have you been holding back on us? Is there something going on between you and him? How dare you not tell your best friends every detail of your life?" "Nat, calm down," I hissed, batting her finger out of my face. I looked around surreptitiously. We were surrounded by throngs of fans. Nat and Ivy leaned in close, eyes wide. "I think we're sort of, maybe, in a kind of relationship," I hedged. Nat gaped at me, astonished. "What's a maybe, kind of, sort of relationship?" Ivy asked. "We're sleeping together," I admitted. Nat threw her arms around me with a cheer. "Jen's having sex with the lead singer of Darkest Days!" She pulled back and looked me directly in the eye. "Please tell me it's amazing. Please tell me it's kinky. Please tell me he has an enormous—" "Nat!" The lighting in the concert venue dimmed and cheers rose up. "You're going to tell us every single detail after this concert is done," Nat demanded. An explosion of lights and sound dazzled us. Every fan in the audience held their breath with anticipation. Nat gave me one last look and turned back to the stage as a 4-member band was revealed, instruments in hand. Feral Silence's lead singer and frontman, Kel Pierce, with his curly blonde hair flopping over his forehead, grinned madly at the audience as they cheered the band's name. He brought his hand to his ear and leaned forward, teasing the fans, indicating that we should scream louder, to which the crowd dutifully obeyed. "Oh my God, Morris is so hot!" Nat squealed. Although almost hidden behind his drum set, Morris's large frame, with a wide torso and chest, made him visible from the front row. He practically dwarfed Natalie in person. On stage, he seemed larger than life. Ivy's mouth popped open as a spotlight hit Ren, lighting up the long, black, glossy hair that fell over one shoulder and illuminating his sharp cheekbones and exquisite jawline. I'd wondered if he'd be playing violin for the first song, but he was holding his bass guitar loosely in his hands, long fingers caressing the strings. I saw Ivy flush, and I knew she was having naughty thoughts about those fingers. The last member of the band, Jace Evans, lead guitarist and world-renowned sex god, scanned the audience with a heated gaze, causing spontaneous orgasms as his dark eyes passed over each fan. His shirtless abs were on display, causing a flurry of swoons and sighs of delight. It wasn't that Jace only got by on his sex appeal. He was an accomplished musician. It was just that his movie star good looks didn't hurt. I swooned and squealed and fangirled along with the rest of the audience, enjoying the concert as much as I always did. But some small part of me was distracted. The last time I'd seen Noah on stage, I'd been overwhelmed by his musical prowess. I'd started having second thoughts. I didn't want that to happen this time. I wanted to enjoy his performance without drowning in self-doubt. I just had to remind myself of all the times Noah had called me talented. I had to remember that Noah trusted me, that he had opened up to me. Noah was counting on me to help him write a song that reflected his heart and spoke to his fans. I wasn't going to let him down. When Feral Silence's set came to a close, Nat and Ivy turned to me, their faces shining with excitement. "That was so awesome," Nat gushed. "Ren's amazing," Ivy sighed happily. "You guys are lucky," I agreed. "Who's the lucky one?" Nat raised an eyebrow. "I think I remember you saying something about having kinky sex with the lead singer of Darkest Days." "When did I ever say anything about kinky?" "I've listened to his lyrics as much as you have. That man has got to be into some weird stuff. You can't tell that from song lyrics." "Are you saying the sex isn't kinky?" I felt myself flushing. "Come on, dish. It's fine. I'll go first." Nat gave me a smug grin. "Morris likes to tie me up." "What?" Ivy squeaked. "It's not that weird. Noah just," I mumbled the last few words, "likes to have sex in public." Nat nodded appreciatively. "Nice." "And make me beg." Ivy looked appalled. "Oh my God." "And do you?" Natalie asked with a naughty grin. I flushed. "Yeah." "Can we not be having this conversation right now?" Ivy's face was flaming. Nat patted Ivy on the head. "Poor innocent soul. I'm sure Ren's been having a lot of fun teaching you things bit by bit, hasn't he?" Ivy looked like she wanted to die on the spot. The lights dimmed again, giving Ivy a reprieve. 5 shadowy figures made their way on stage. I held my breath as Noah took position at the front. Spotlights hit every member of the band as the music started with a crash of drums and heavy bass. My heart expanded in my chest as I watched Noah sing, his expression open, eyes full of sorrow, voice filled with pain. This Noah Hart, the one on stage, was the Noah I'd first fallen for all those years ago as a teenager. Now that I knew the man underneath, I couldn't help falling for him even further. He thought of himself as a sellout, but I knew that wasn't true. There was no way the Noah Hart I was seeing on stage was anything except 100% authentic. I just had to figure out a way to show him that he needed to let this Noah out of its cage more often. And I didn't know if I could do it alone. Chapter 23. After the concert, we headed backstage, flashing our passes to prove we weren't a bunch of groupies trying to sneak in. Ivy and I followed Natalie's lead as she weaved and darted through event venue staff and bodyguards. I assumed she'd been backstage at enough concerts by now to know the drill. We ended up in front of a closed door with the words Artist Lounge. "Are we allowed in there?" Ivy asked. "No," Natalie said as she pushed the door open anyway. Her face lit up as she ran inside, throwing herself at a large, muscled man with short brown hair, clinging to him with both arms. "Morris, you were amazing! I can't believe how hot you are on stage. All the other girls in the audience are probably picturing you naked, and it's not fair, because you're all mine and they can't have you." Nat babbled at her boyfriend as he gave her an indulgent look. Natalie had been worried at first that her exuberant nature would annoy someone as solemn and stoic as Morris Edwards. He found her adorable and charming instead. A tall man with long black hair tied back in a low ponytail approached Ivy from the side and kissed her cheek.
"Hey, beautiful,"
Ivy's boyfriend Ren murmured in her ear.
"Did you enjoy the show?"
It was loud. Ren gave her a soft smile.
I'll buy you earplugs next time.
It's okay. I don't want to miss a second of your performance. You were great on the violin tonight.
It's all that duet practice with you.
It has nothing to do with me. You've always been amazing.
You're the one who's amazing.
They gazed into each other's eyes as Rin pressed a kiss to each of her fingertips. I left the two of them alone to be sickeningly sweet together before I threw up rainbows and kittens. An arm caught me by the waist and swung me around, nearly sweeping me off my feet. I smiled to myself, happy that Noah was being so openly affectionate.
You looking for a good time, gorgeous?
Cameron swung me into his view until we were face to face. His bright red hair fell over his eyes, which were heavily rimmed with black eyeliner. He gave me a sultry look, full lips tilted upward, as if he knew a secret and I didn't. I pushed at his bare, sweaty chest. He had taken his shirt off on stage again. Those abs of his were even more impressive this close up. No wonder all the girls swooned. If I was looking for a good time, it wouldn't be with you.
Ouch!
He faked a wince and squeezed me tighter.
Shot down again. If you keep on rejecting me, I might start feeling unloved.
I'm sure you can find dozens of girls willing to give you their love.
But we always want the ones we can't have, don't we? What are you doing?
Noah's flat voice rang out from behind me. I turned in Cameron's arms to find him glaring at us. Noah was dressed in his rock star best, all black mesh top, leather pants, and the barest tint of coal around his eyes, much more restrained than Cameron's heavy Gothic look. My insides fluttered, heat pooling between my legs at the sight. Noah was already an attractive man, but the primal sensuality of Noah in leather pants and eyeliner was going to be my undoing.
Just getting in some snuggle time with my favorite girl?
Cameron threw Noah a smug grin as he cuddled me close to his chest. Noah's expression twisted as he marched over.
Hands off.
Cameron's smug grin grew wider until it nearly took over his entire face.
Do you object to me putting my hands on this gorgeous young lady?
Noah clenched his fists at his side, his lips pressed firmly together.
If I recall,
Cameron continued,
the last time I saw her, she was crying because you'd been acting like your usual bad-tempered self.
Noah's dark expression turned vaguely shamed. We worked things out. I wiggled out of Cameron's hold. He let me go with minimal fuss. Besides, Noah said he's sorry. Cameron laughed in my face. He stopped when he saw my confusion.
You're being serious? This asshole actually apologized?
I was as shocked as you are. He's not the apologetic type, is he? Cameron leaned close, fake whispering in my ear.
Whenever His Royal Highness goes on a bitchy rampage, he usually sulks for a few days, then pretends nothing happened. I'm standing right here,
Noah said. Cameron gave Noah a toothy grin before throwing his arms around his neck. Noah jammed an elbow in Cameron's ribs to fight him off. The bassist pulled his head down and placed a kiss on his lead singer's forehead.
No need to be so pissy. Get off.
Noah punched Cameron in the side. Cameron backed away with a chuckle.
Is that why he's so touchy about me trying to feel you up?
Cameron asked me, before flicking his gaze to Noah with a smirk.
Have you staked your claim? Keep your hands to yourself.
Noah put an arm around my waist and led me away from Cameron and out of the artist's lounge. Where are we going? I asked. I haven't even said hi to August or the twins yet.
You can say hi later. Right now I need to get inside that sweet pussy of yours.
My heart fluttered at his possessive tone, even as a pulse of arousal spiked through me. So you are staking your claim?
If that's what you want to call it.
You think you can just drag me off like a caveman, and I'll drop my panties for you?
Yes.
Considering the damp state of said panties, I couldn't really contradict him. Noah opened a door that said staff only on the front. He tugged me inside and closed it. We were in an office with papers piled on every available surface, including the desk, office chair, and bookshelves. I don't think we should be in... My protest was muffled by Noah's mouth devouring mine. I let my body mold against his as our lips pressed together. His tongue slipped inside, battling with mine. Any protests I had fled with the taste of his lips and mouth and tongue. The leather of his pants pressed into the bare skin of my upper thighs, exposed by my short hem. I grasped at his mesh top, tugging on it to pull it over his head so I could press my breasts against his bare chest. He buried a hand in the hair at the nape of my neck, angling my head for a more thorough kiss. The smell of leather and sweat and spice had me reeling. In my mind's eye, I was still watching Noah on stage, his eyes alight with a dark fever, passion exuding from every pore. The spotlights had lit up his dark hair, shining down on his shoulders and creating a halo, as if he were an angel from heaven. But this man was no angel. He was a devil, a demon in human disguise, sent to tempt me and tease me, and I eagerly, willingly succumbed. With 2 hands on my hips, Noah backed me up until my ass was pressed against the edge of the messy desk. With a swift motion, he tugged the hem of my dress above my hips and over my head, tossing it aside. He cupped both breasts in his hands, plucking at the nipples, until I was gasping and squirming.
"Take off your panties and spread your legs,"
he demanded. "Someone could walk in," I said, but I did as he commanded, blushing the entire time. I was dripping wet, and he'd barely even touched me.
"I don't care."
Noah dived between my legs and immediately sucked my clit into his mouth. I fought back a shriek, digging my hands into his hair. He licked and sucked at me, playing with me expertly. God, singers had talented mouths. He parted my folds with his thumbs and delved between my lips, circling my entrance with his tongue. I tugged on his hair, pulling him closer. He darted his tongue inside me, probing deeply. I moaned, my legs trembling. He returned to my clit for long moments, then went back between my folds. I panted heavily as heat pooled in my belly.
"Come for me," he murmured. "Come for me while I fuck you with my tongue."
His words were my undoing. I groaned out loud as pleasure washed over me, my limbs going weak. I couldn't keep myself upright. Noah continued playing with me throughout, easing me through my climax. His firm grip on my hips was the only thing keeping me from falling. When I could stand on my own 2 legs again, Noah pulled me to him and kissed the breath out of me.
"I could feel your eyes on me all night,"
he murmured into my mouth.
"Made me so hard, knowing you were watching me."
You were so hot. I wanted to pull you down from that stage and have you take me right there.
"Scandalous."
His hands wandered my body, from my breasts to my ass. I moaned, the kneading and squeezing making me want him even more.
"What would your friends think?"
"They'd cheer me on," I said breathlessly. "They want to know all about the kinky sex we're having." Noah slipped one hand between my legs and cupped me.
"And what did you tell them?"
I swallowed hard at the heat of his hand, shivered at the touch. "That you fuck me in public where anyone can catch us?" His fingers rubbed between my slick folds, tracing a line between the valley of my legs.
"Is that all?"
I let out a shuddering breath, my head falling back. "Noah," he slid one finger into me.
"Did you tell them how prettily you beg for me?"
I whimpered as I clinched around him. He grasped a handful of my hair and jerked my head up to look at him as he fucked me with that finger.
"Did you tell them how you whine and squirm and beg me to give you my cock?"
"Yes," I whimpered, flushing and squirming.
"Good girl."
He placed a soft kiss on my lips.
"I want everyone to know you're mine."
My heart pounded wildly in my chest, pulsing in time with the throbbing between my legs. "Yes," I said hoarsely. "I'm yours." His eyes flashed with a dark heat.
"And now I'm going to give you exactly what you want, what you need."
Noah spun me around. I whimpered at the suddenness of his fingers leaving me. With a firm hand on my back, he bent me over the desk, tossing all the papers to the floor in the process. I gasped at the cool air on my exposed ass and the hard, unyielding desk against my front.
"We're in public," he said. "That's step one."
He unzipped his pants, springing free. He reached into his pocket for a foil packet and took a moment to roll on protection. He took himself in hand, rubbing the tip along my folds, slicking himself up.
"What's next?"
he mused with a dark, wicked smirk. I let out a shuddering breath. Begging.
"That's right."
With a hand between my legs, he rubbed at my clit, using his head to tease at my entrance. I wriggled my hips back and forth, trying to take more of him inside. He pulled back. "Please, Noah," I whispered.
"Not good enough."
His fingers played with me expertly, wringing pleasure from my body. I rocked my hips back and forth, wanting more. "Please fuck me," I said with a shaky breath. He dragged the tip up and down my lips, pushing in slightly. My folds parted around him. I shivered, anticipating. He pulled back again, and I groaned in disappointment.
"Louder," he demanded.
"But—"
"You know what I want to hear,"
he chided. Noah ran a firm hand up and down my trembling back. "Fuck me, Noah," I moaned out loud. "Please, I need you inside me. Now, damn it." He pushed inside with a sharp snap of his hips. My breathing hitched as he filled me up. I bit my lip to stop from crying out and bringing attention to ourselves. He was so big. He felt even bigger in this position, with me bent over and my thighs pressed closed. He cursed out loud.
"You're so goddamn tight."
He leaned forward, pressing his front to my back, and growled in my ear.
"Just want to use you up until there's nothing left. Until the only thing you're good for is taking my cock."
I let out a shuddering breath as I pulsed and throbbed. "Use me," I begged. "Ruin me. Please, Noah." He pulled out and slammed back inside, causing me to cry out. He spread me wide open as I struggled to take every inch of him. I trembled as I adjusted to his size, feeling the drag of his head. The rough in and out, the push and pull, threatened to drive me insane. "I need more," I moaned, squirming and rocking my hips. Noah pulled out and flipped me over. He climbed onto the desk with me and parted my legs with his knees. His eyes were wide and wild.
"Gonna fill you up so good."
"Fill me," I pleaded, clutching at his shoulders, digging my nails into his inked skin. "I need every inch of you." With an almost brutal thrust, he pounded into me. The force of it had me slamming into the desk. I choked out a cry of pleasure, completely forgetting we were in public. The louder I cried, the faster he went, so deep inside me. I could swear he was filling places inside me that had never been touched before. The pleasure built, taking me higher and higher. I kept begging him to fuck me, harder and harder. The desk rocked and slid across the floor, the legs squeaking against the tiles. But still he fucked into me, never stopping, never ceasing. He brought a thumb to my clit and pressed down, rubbing in circles. I shrieked, my head thumping back against the desk as pleasure exploded through me. My vision went white, then black. Noah cursed out loud as he twitched and throbbed inside me. We both rode the waves of our release together. I shook and trembled as the pleasure intensified with every moment, until I thought I might go mad with it. Finally, it subsided and I came back down to earth. Noah was breathing heavily on top of me, using his arms to lift himself up and not crush me. I tugged him down until he was lying on top of me anyway, wanting skin-to-skin contact. Our chests heaved together in time as we panted to catch our breath. When our breathing was finally even, Noah rolled off me. I sat up on the desk, feeling sheepish that we'd had sex all over someone's workspace.
"It's fine,"
Noah said, dismissing my worry.
"This is a club. I'm sure we're not the first."
"I forgot to tell you," I said, meeting his eyes. My legs were still shaky, so I had to cling to him. Your performance was amazing. Noah smirked. I meant on stage, I said. Not that your performance right now wasn't also an experience unto itself.
Even compared to Feral Silence?
Even compared to them.
I thought they were your favorite.
I kissed him on the tip of his nose. You're my favorite. He wrinkled his face in disgust.
Getting sappy on me?
Shut up and let me enjoy the afterglow.
We can't. Someone might try to walk in.
I blanched in horror. After our clothes were back on and we were presentable, Noah took my hand in his. He rubbed his thumb over the back of my hand.
What's wrong?
He asked.
You look lost in thought.
He gave me a careful once-over.
Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? I know I can get rough sometimes.
No. I mean, yeah, it was rough, but I liked it. I like it when you lose control, like you can't help yourself.
You're the only one who's ever made me lose control like that.
Although I didn't like thinking about all the various other women Noah had slept with before me, I did like knowing I had that sort of power over him.
You didn't answer my question, though.
He placed a kiss on the center of my palm. My heart fluttered with a delightful ache. He looked into my eyes, serious for once, not being his usual guarded self.
Is something wrong?
I hesitated, not knowing how this conversation was going to go. I'm worried about our song.
Worried how?
We just tossed out everything we've been working on. We're starting from scratch. We barely have anything to show for our weeks of work. I hesitated before continuing. I think we should bring in the other guys.
No.
His answer was curt. I know you don't want anyone to know you're having trouble, but asking the band for help doesn't make you weak or less capable, or whatever else it is you're worried about.
Always psychoanalyzing me.
You trust the other guys in the band, right? I persisted. Just like you trust me?
We can do it by ourselves.
You need to learn to rely on other people. I know you think you can't, because of how you grew up, because of what happened with Lily. But I'm sure if you just told the guys how much trouble you're having, I'm sure they'd be happy to work with you.
Are you saying you want to quit on me?
I heard the unspoken words.
Are you saying you want to leave me?
No. I just don't know how the two of us are going to be able to finish on time by ourselves. I've been working as hard as I can, but I'm not some genius like you or August. We might have to consider bringing someone else in.
Doubting yourself again?
It's not doubt. It's me being realistic.
I'll think about it.
I threw my arms around his neck. Don't get all grumpy on me. I like the nice, sweet Noah Hart you were just showing me. Bring that guy back.
You want nice?
His fingers crept up my inner thigh.
I'll gladly give you something nice. I can't guarantee it'll be sweet, though.
I'm still wet and sticky from our last go. Give me some time to recover. Noah almost pouted. It was adorable. I grabbed his hand and pulled him out of the office with glee. Come on, Noah fucking Hart. Show me around backstage like the famous rock star you are. Chapter 24. As it turned out, the others had been looking for us while Noah used me to sate his exhibitionist streak.
Should we even ask where you went off to?
One of the twins said with a wicked grin.
Or do we not want to know? No, let me guess. It's more fun that way.
Cameron got in between us and threw his arms around both our shoulders. Noah tried to shrug him off, but the bassist clung to him with a tight grip.
Let me see.
Cameron eyed me up and down.
You're looking pretty disheveled with your hair all messed up like that. And you're flushed as hell.
Cameron nodded to himself.
I'm gonna go with Noah eating you out.
He turned to the others with a knowing smirk.
He's a gentleman like that. Likes to take care of his lady.
The flush on my face burned even hotter.
Would you shove off?
Noah grumbled.
Well, she certainly didn't give you a blowjob. Otherwise, you wouldn't be this cranky.
Cameron laughed in his face and danced away as Noah threw a punch at him.
We're taking off now.
August interrupted.
After party at some club. Limo's waiting.
The rest of the band followed August like little ducklings. I trailed behind, trying to force down my blush. It was mortifying to know the rest of the band was speculating on my and Noah's sex life. Did they know about Noah's fuck girls, write songs process? Did they think I was using my body to get ahead in my career? Technically, I was working for Noah. It was like I was sleeping with my boss. But none of them seemed to be judging me for it. Maybe sleeping with Noah wasn't as big a deal as I thought it was. A small part of me also couldn't help being giddy that Noah hadn't denied it. At the very least, he didn't mind the guys knowing we were sleeping together. That was progress. Maybe we really were in an honest-to-God relationship, and not just two colleagues having sex. When we arrived at the club, Cameron exchanged words with the bouncer, who nodded at a private entrance at the side of the building. We climbed a set of stairs and found ourselves on the second floor of the club, in a large, frosted glass-walled lounge overlooking the dance floor. We could see out, but no one could see in. The room even had its own private bar and bartender. Natalie and Ivy were already there with their boyfriends, the rest of the members of Feral Silence, and a handful of other people I didn't know. I was used to Morris and Wren, but the two other members of their band still made my heart flutter like a teenaged girl. I wasn't as big of a fangirl as Natalie, but I couldn't deny that being in the presence of rock stars was still exciting and nerve-wracking. Jace Evans, guitar god with the face and body of a male model, had his arm around a pretty girl's waist. The lead singer, Kel Pierce, had a manic grin on his face as he snuck up behind a second girl, making her shriek in surprise as he grabbed her and swung her around. A gorgeous young woman with dark cherry-red hair and a leather-pleated skirt and combat boots laughed at them, while a tall man with crystal blue eyes handed her a drink. There were a few more people lounging in chairs with drinks in their hand, but by that point, I was already overwhelmed.
Great, Noah murmured. The cavalry's here.
Do you know all these people? I asked.
Unfortunately.
Noah scanned the room.
Let's sit over here.
Noah situated us at a tall table with barstool chairs in the corner of the large room, away from the others. Why did you sit us so far away from everyone? Are you worried I'm going to fangirl over Feral Silence and leave you sitting alone? I teased. You know you're my favorite. Noah gave me an oddly penetrating look.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You always say I'm your favorite, and that my lyrics helped you, but you never really talked about why. Was it just because they were sad?
His words sent a small jolt of pain radiating through me as memories surfaced, sitting in my room, curtains drawn, clutching that envelope, and listening to his album on repeat as I cried myself to sleep. It's not as simple as that.
No?
He asked.
Then what was it?
I didn't know what to tell him. I knew he didn't like it when I went all fangirl on him, but I wanted him to understand. My feelings for him weren't just superficial. I took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. Your music saved me. With my mom, my breath hitched as another stab of pain spiked through me. My eyes stung, the beginnings of tears threatening to fall. I blinked them back and cleared my throat. I went through some really hard times, I continued. Your music, your lyrics, they spoke to me. I know you don't like to hear this, but I felt like you understood me. Knowing that someone else understood what I was going through made it better somehow. It made all the bad things a little less terrible.
I remember you saying you went through some tough times.
He looked chagrined.
I'm sorry I said all those shitty things to you. About your mom and everything else.
I know you're sorry. I forgive you. Just don't do it again. Noah shifted in his seat, looking uncomfortable.
I'm going to get us some drinks.
He grabbed 2 beers from the bartender and brought them back to our table. I hesitated before taking the beer he handed me. Maybe we should lay off the alcohol tonight, I suggested carefully. Noah squinted at me.
Why?
It just seemed like we do a lot of drinking.
I'm a rock star. It's what we do.
I suppose. I picked at the label on the beer bottle. I just wonder if it's too much sometimes. Noah gave me a curious look.
Are you really so worried about it?
A little, I admitted. The first time we really opened up to each other, you said you didn't want to do it sober. And we're always going to a bar whenever we go out. You got drunk at that club, and you got drunk at Cameron's party. Noah eyed me.
I'm not an alcoholic.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying maybe you don't always need alcohol to mask your feelings. He leaned back in his chair, taken aback.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
I don't know. Maybe. We just finished talking about some heavy stuff, and you immediately went to get a drink. He went silent for a few moments, before pushing his beer across to the other side of the table.
Okay, I won't drink tonight.
I met his eyes, surprised. Really?
I'm not saying you're right, but if it bothers you so much, I'll ease up.
Relief blossomed in my chest. Thank you. That means a lot to me.
Does this mean you want to continue spending the night talking about our feelings?
He almost grimaced as he said the words. I actually wanted to ask you something about the other guys.
If Cameron's being a pain in your ass...
No, I interrupted. It's nothing like that. I flushed, not wanting to bring up the subject, but knowing it had to be said. They know we're sleeping together.
And?
And you're okay with that?
Why wouldn't I be?
I'm just wondering how much of your personal life you want the guys to know about.
I don't care if they know who I'm fucking.
I swallowed hard before asking, Is that all this is? Noah stared at me, his eyes unreadable. He stared at me so long, I began to regret asking. I wanted to take back what I'd said. I shouldn't have tried to have this conversation with Noah. Not yet. Maybe not ever.
No,
he finally said, quietly.
That's not all this is. We're more than that.
The tension in my chest lifted. I felt lighter than I ever had. It was as if I were going to float up to outer space. I couldn't stop the glowing smile from gracing my lips. So we're official? Noah gave me a small quirk of his lips.
Are you going to get all sappy on me now?
I wouldn't dare. I still couldn't help grinning.
And what's got you looking so cheerful?
One of the twins approached our table. I couldn't tell whether it was Ian or Damon, but I suppose no one could. He wore faded black jeans with an Iron Maiden graphic t-shirt. His hair was still tufted up from the concert, and his eyes were rimmed ever so slightly with eyeliner, amplifying the vivid green. It's nothing, I said breezily. I just got a very good answer to an important question. Green eyes sparkled mischievously.
Dare I even ask?
I'll tell everyone about it soon. I wanted to bask in my and Noah's official relationship status for a while longer before telling everyone. I knew Noah would get a hard time from some of his bandmates. I wanted to spare him for at least a few more days. I could give him that in return for what he gave me.
We're going to play a game of strip, go fish,
either Ian or Damon told us.
You in?
I choked, trying to hold back a laugh. Strip, go fish? What? Please explain.
We used to play strip poker, but someone...
Ian gave Noah a pointed stare.
Always kept winning, the cheat. I don't cheat,
Noah shot back.
I'm just that good. So we play strip, go fish instead,
the twin continued, ignoring Noah.
Since it's a game of chance, there's no real way to cheat. Damien loves to bet away all their money,
Noah explained, using their portmanteau name. I wondered if the twins ever got tired of being treated like one person. From the way they acted on stage, it seemed like they reveled in it. I supposed if everyone else used a single name for both of them, I could use it too, as weird as it felt. How does strip go fish even work? I asked.
It's like normal go fish, but every time you have to pick up a card, you lose a piece of clothing. You guys in?
Noah looked to me.
Your choice.
I don't think so, I told the both of them. I'm only wearing boy shorts and a dress with a built-in bra. I'd be naked in no time.
We're fine with that,
Damien said with a wicked grin. Maybe some other time.
I'll hold you to that.
As he left to go join the game, Noah took my hand in his.
I could use some sleep. Want to come back to my place?
Just to sleep?
Yes, just to sleep for once. It's been a long day.
In the morning, can we work on the song some more? I asked anxiously.
Are you still worried about that?
Of course I'm worried, I said. We're still not done. They're going to want to see something soon.
It's fine. We'll get it done and it'll be awesome.
How can you be so sure? Noah eyed me silently for a few moments, long enough that I began to get nervous. It was in that curious way he'd been doing since the beginning. Why are you giving me that look?
What look?
That look you always give me? Like I'm a puzzle to be solved?
It's odd, he mused. You play multiple instruments. You've composed professional pieces. Your professors all recommend you. And yet you're still filled with all these doubts.
He tilted his head, giving me a penetrating stare.
It makes me wonder.
Wonder what?
Why you don't have a big ego. Anyone else would have. Hell, every person Naomi hired to work with me before had one.
I fidgeted with the beer bottle cap, turning it around in my hands. You make me sound much better than I am.
You were chosen to work with someone you look up to as a musical genius. You were chosen out of hundreds of applicants. You were considered worthy enough to work with Noah fucking Hart. How can you doubt yourself after all that?
I don't know. I shifted uncomfortably. I guess I've just got a good head on my shoulders. Come on, let's go. I stood from the table and grabbed my purse before he could continue. I didn't need Noah probing me. I didn't need him picking at old wounds that had barely scabbed over. Chapter 25.
What's up?
I turned to face Noah as I lowered the phone from my ear. I'd finally received the phone call I'd been dreading for weeks. My breathing quickened in a near panic. Naomi called, I said numbly.
Why do you sound so...
Noah's brow furrowed.
What's wrong? You look upset.
She wants to hear our song.
Did you tell her we're not done?
I tried. She said we'd been working on it long enough. I buried my hands in my face. I'm going to get fired.
No, you won't.
We've been working on this new song for weeks, Noah, and we still don't even have a finished draft, let alone something ready to show other people.
We'll need to work harder.
Harder how? I exploded. I know I told you we need to put the real you into the song, but I don't think I know how. I thought I could do it, but I can't.
Yes, you can. You were the one at the beginning who encouraged me. Now I'm going to encourage you. You're talented, Jen. I know we can do it.
I'm not a genius. I'm not a prodigy. I struggle with every note, with every bar. Tears sprang to my eyes. None of this comes easy to me. I have to work so hard.
Good.
I sniffled. Good? Noah's eyes burned into me. Not like they usually did when he was getting ready to pounce on me. They burned in a way I'd only ever seen on stage, when he was lost in the music. Dark and fiery, scorching me from the inside out.
Writing music, real music that comes from within, should feel like you're slicing open your veins. It should feel like you're letting every last drop soak into the page.
He cupped my cheeks with his hands. It wasn't a gentle touch. He forced my head up with a jerk, making me look him in the eyes.
You work until you're exhausted. You work until you're near collapse. You work until you have nothing left to give.
Those hands stroked down my cheeks, down my neck, finger tapping at the pulse point on my throat.
You should put everything into your music.
One hand slid down my chest, pressing against the swell of my breasts. My breath caught in my throat.
Your heart.
His hand trailed lower, tracing a line from my belly button to the apex of my thighs. My inner muscles clenched and throbbed at the touch.
Your body.
He tipped my face up with his other hand and bent to touch his lips to mine, whispering against them.
Your soul.
He captured my mouth in a bruising kiss, firm, fervent, and full of passion. Our lips locked together, his tongue darting into my mouth. I arched my back, moaning into the kiss, allowing him to deepen it. With one touch, one kiss, he made me forget all about my worries. The only thing that mattered was the feeling of his skin beneath my fingers, his mouth on mine. His length stirred against my hip. I clutched at his t-shirt, pulling him closer to me. I wanted him to take me then and there. Wanted him to fuck me until I was a sobbing mess. I wanted him to erase every bad thought and replace it only with pleasure. Noah broke our kiss. I started to protest when he picked me up, hauling me over his shoulder, my ass in the air. "You doing the caveman routine?" I asked breathlessly. He slapped my ass. I yelped, then moaned as his warm hand stroked me, soothing the ache. We reached the bedroom and he threw me on the bed. He took a moment to pull off his shirt and climbed on the bed, looming over me. The inked skin of his chest and torso made my fingers twitch. "What do these mean?" I asked softly. I met his eyes. "Your tattoos. They look like random patterns and shapes to me. They must mean something to you." He looked pained for a brief second, before his face softened.
They're Lily's designs.
"Your sister?"
She's an artist. She designed all my tattoos.
"They're lovely." I ran my fingertips along his chest, tracing the peaks and valleys of his abs. The soft, smooth skin, combined with the hard, taut muscles, sent heat flooding throughout my body. Noah let me explore his skin, kissing me softly. Long before I had my fill, he shifted down the bed until his head was at my feet. He started by pressing kisses to my ankle, sliding his lips along my leg, up my inner thigh, placing sucking kisses on the hollow of my hips. Heat pooled in my belly. He tossed my dress over my head and sent my bra flying after it. He pressed soft kisses on my breasts before taking a nipple into his mouth. I moaned as he sucked and licked one, then switched to the other.
"So goddamn beautiful,"
he murmured against my skin. The cool air of his breath, combined with the loving words, made me shiver. He ran his hands up and down my sides, my thighs, my legs, caressing and stroking. He shifted again, kissing another trail back down my body until his head was between my legs. My heartbeat sped up when his fingers traced the elastic of my panties. He slid them off with one smooth motion, leaving me bare. He breathed hot air over me. I clenched in anticipation. "You want me to beg?" I asked breathlessly.
"No, not this time. I already know how much you want me. Now I'm going to show you how much I want you."
I nearly jumped at the first touch. He gave me a long, heated lick between my folds, up to my clit. He sucked for a brief moment, making me whine and moan, then licked back down again. I tugged on his hair, urging him on. He took his time, flicking his tongue here, licking in slow circles there. My legs began shuddering, my breath hitched. God, but he was good at this. I was getting close. He sensed it and intensified his work. His warm mouth built me up. His lithe tongue drove me over the edge. I pulsed and throbbed as I came. He continued licking me through it, humming with pleasure as I fluttered around his tongue. I was still shivering with aftershocks of pleasure when I heard him undo his belt buckle. I lifted my head up to watch him unzip his pants and remove them with haste. He started to roll on protection. "Wait." He paused, condom still in hand, and gave me a questioning look. "I'm on birth control," I said, flushing and hoping he understood what I meant. His eyes burned brighter.
"Do you mean?"
I nodded. "Are you?"
"I'm clean. Just got tested."
"I want to feel you," I said, I want to feel you come inside me. I want you to feel me properly. Noah closed his eyes for a brief moment, looking almost pained, as he twitched in his hand.
You keep saying shit like that, and I'm going to fucking come right now.
Then you better get inside me, I said with a coy look. Noah returned to the bed, sliding between my legs. He was hard against my thigh, nudging at my entrance. He met my eyes as he slowly pushed inside me, his weeping head parting my folds. I moaned, low and long, as he entered me inch by inch, slow enough to drive me crazy. My eyes fluttered shut, and my head hit the mattress. He continued pressing himself inside me as he peppered my lips, cheeks, and chin with kisses, gentle enough to bring tears to my eyes. He finally bottomed out and stilled his hips. My inner walls fluttered around him, throbbing in time with my pulse. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and buried my face in his neck. I tilted my hips up, encouraging him to move. He slid out of me and moaned softly as he pushed back in. He fucked me so gently. No, he made love to me. I shuddered at the slow pace, deliberate and thorough. I clung to him as our bodies rocked as one, our hips joining and parting, then coming back together. Soon, the pressure began to build inside me again, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. I pulled Noah's head down for a blistering kiss, our tongues battling each other. I need you to fuck me, I gasped into his mouth.
Isn't that what I'm doing?
He murmured with a slight smirk. I whined and scratched at his back with my nails. I need it harder, faster. His eyes glinted with a dark heat.
You sure?
I nodded enthusiastically. With 2 hands on my hips, he shifted me down and turned me over on my stomach until I was bent over the side of the bed, my ass up. He pressed up against me. He was right at my entrance, his blunt head nestled between my folds.
You want it hard and fast?
I nodded shakily, grasping at the bed sheets.
I'm going to give you exactly what you need,
he growled in my ear.
Gonna fuck you till you break.
God, yes, I moaned. Break me. He shoved himself inside, warm and hard and big. I gasped out loud as he entered me, then moaned as he withdrew. He was so huge already. It felt even bigger in this position, me on my stomach, my back arched, my ass in the air. He didn't go slow. He gave me exactly what I'd asked for. He pounded into me, pummeling me with hard, fast strokes, beating a path inside me. I moaned in delight as the thick head stretched my entrance with every push and pull. I felt myself flutter and pulse around him. He grabbed my ass and tilted my hips up, slamming inside again. My eyes flew open, and I choked out a cry as he went deep, so deep, deeper than I thought he'd ever gone before. He drove himself home, all the way to my very core. I was overcome with the sensation of being filled, of being fucked. I was about to lose my mind with pleasure. My mouth hung open as I gasped for air. Strands of hair clung to my cheeks, wet with unbidden tears. I let out a continuous series of moans as he forced me to the breaking point, like he'd promised. He made me take every single inch of him, and I loved it.
Come for me,
he demanded, pressing a thumb to my clit.
Come on my cock.
I shrieked, limbs thrashing as I came, squeezing down around him. He growled low in his chest, a wild sound. He slammed into me with brutal thrusts, twitching and pulsing as he found his release. I felt him spill inside me, liquid heat filling me like I'd been craving. We shook and panted and trembled together for what seemed like hours. The haze of pleasure left me numb, almost unable to move, unable to think. Finally, it subsided. I collapsed onto the mattress, face first. Noah pulled out and gently rolled me over.
Don't suffocate yourself,
he said with a soft smile. I can't move, I moaned. You broke me.
You asked for it.
I did. I agreed. I pulled him into my arms and snuggled against his chest. Thank you.
For the fucking of a lifetime?
For that, too. But mostly for distracting me. I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He pressed a kiss to my forehead.
I know you feel like you weren't good enough, but I promise you, you're talented. You've got a gift. It may not come easy to you, but true art never does.
Writing music should feel like you're slicing open your veins, I mused, repeating what he'd told me. Pretty strong words for someone who considers himself a sellout. He shrugged, looking uncomfortable.
There's a difference between writing cliched lyrics for an album and composing a song that has personal meaning.
I sat up in his arms, meeting his gaze. That song you played before, the one you said you wrote for Lily, is that what it was like when you were composing it? Did you feel like you were bleeding onto the music sheets? His eyes were solemn.
Yes, Lily draws for me. I make music for her.
I let out a deep breath. I wish I had that much passion, that much creativity. He stroked a strand of hair away from my face.
You do. I don't know why you always put yourself down.
I went quiet for a moment.
I can hear you thinking,
Noah said.
You can talk to me. I'll listen.
He repeated the words I'd said to him weeks before. Noah had shared his past with me, but I hadn't shared mine with him. He knew a bit, but not all the details. When my mother fell into a depression, it seemed like the only time she was happy was when we played music together, when we wrote music together. But it never came easily to me. I always struggled with it.
All artists struggle with their art. It's part of our temperament.
It's easy to say that, but...
Why do you doubt yourself so much?
I made my mom promise not to hurt herself, I said in a rush, trying to get it out before I could second-guess myself. She promised over and over. Then one morning, I went into her bedroom to wake her up for the day. She looked like she was sleeping, but there was an empty pill bottle on the nightstand. I knew immediately what she'd done. Noah's face went soft with understanding. He drew me close and pressed his cheek to the top of my head.
I'm so sorry.
Despite my best efforts to fight them back, tears streaked down my cheeks. I pressed my palms to my eyes, trying to stop them from falling. My dad was away on business. I had to take care of everything. I called 911. I waited with her until they arrived. I had to go with the ambulance when they took her to the hospital, even though I knew. I choked back more tears. I knew there wasn't anything they could do. She was already gone. I pulled the sheets to my chest, curling in on myself. She promised me. She promised she wouldn't hurt herself. She told me if it ever got that bad, she would come to me and we'd get her help.
Are you angry with her?
Noah asked quietly. I want to be. I wish I could be. I let out a shuddering breath. If only I could have convinced her to get help sooner. If only I had done something more. Noah cuddled me to his chest.
What more could you have done?
I knew he was only trying to reassure me, but the words just brought on a wave of guilt, of self-doubt. We were both silent for long moments before Noah burst out.
Fuck, I'm an asshole.
His voice was pained.
That shitty comment I made at the party.
It's okay. I pressed a kiss to his cheek. You didn't know. Anyway, I'm over it.
Are you?
He asked. No, I said, my voice still shaking from the tears. I'm not, but I will be. I turned to Noah, facing him. His dark eyes were open, expressive, reflecting the pain I could feel inside myself. I think I'm ready to read it now. Noah tilted his head, confused.
Read what?
I grabbed my purse from the floor. I paused for a moment before unzipping the small side pocket and pulling out the unopened letter. I didn't just find an empty pill bottle on the nightstand, I confessed. I found this letter. It's addressed to me, in my mom's handwriting. I handed Noah the letter. He took it gingerly.
It's still sealed.
I've never opened it. He stared at me.
Why not?
I'm afraid.
Of what it might say?
It's like I said, playing music with my mom, writing music with her, was the only time she was happy. And it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. And I've never been ready to hear her last words to me. Except, I took the letter back from Noah. I think now I am. Noah squeezed one of my hands. I took a deep breath and tore a small line down the edge of the envelope. I pulled out the letter. Except it wasn't a letter. It was several thin pieces of sheet music. I frowned and turned the papers over. No writing, just lines and lines of music notes.
Is this a song?
Noah asked, taking a few sheets to examine himself. He scanned through the pages.
This is really good. I can imagine how it would sound live. It's moving.
He flicked his eyes to me.
It sounds a lot like you. It sounds a lot like the song we're working on now.
I halted, the words catching in my throat. We were working on a song together. We hadn't managed to finish it before. I trailed off, reading the first few words at the very top of the sheet, the title of the song. You Are My Heart.
There's something written here.
Noah held the last page in his hand. I took it from him. There were 3 words in my mother's handwriting. I mouthed the words, but couldn't speak them out loud. Noah said them for me, murmuring them quietly.
Please forgive me.
His eyes met mine.
Those were your mother's last words.
Tears fell from my eyes. Playing music with me, writing music with me, was the only thing that made my mom happy, I told him. And even that wasn't enough. She still killed herself. I looked down at my lap, my vision blurry with tears. I always felt like I would never be good enough. I wasn't good enough to save my mom. Noah enveloped me in a flurry of arms and blankets.
Your mother killing herself had nothing to do with you. Nothing. It's not your fault.
She finished our song, I murmured thoughtfully. I leaned back into his embrace. I let the letter fall from my hands onto the mattress. I rested my head on Noah's chest and wrapped my arms around him. He pulled me into a tight hug.
Can you?
Noah asked quietly. I knew what he was asking. Please forgive me. Yes, I said simply. I think I can now. Chapter 26. With the help of my mom's music, we finally finished our song. Noah had the brilliant idea of using parts of my mom's song to complete ours. The results had been amazing. The personal, emotional parts of Noah Hart that I'd managed to drag out of him, kicking and screaming at times, melded perfectly with the work my mom and I had done years ago. It was as if the 2 songs were made to complement each other. All those missing pieces I hadn't been able to put together suddenly meshed. Of course, our song still needed to be properly arranged into a real rock song with guitars and drums and bass. But for now, we at least had the actual melody composed. The rest could come later. I'm proud of you, I told Noah as I finished making a few last notes on the music sheet. We were at Etude Entertainment headquarters, practicing one last time before our meeting with Naomi.
Proud of me for what?
For opening up, for letting your guard down. Your fans will love it. I think it will really speak to them. It's meaningful. Between the 2 of us, we've written a song that feels more like a Noah Hart song, and less like a Darkest Days song.
No.
He shook his head.
It feels like a Jennifer Young and Noah Hart song.
He wrapped his arms around me.
I couldn't have done it without you,
he murmured in my ear. Are you getting sappy on me?
I'm Noah fucking Hart. I don't do sappy.
I just smiled to myself. You want to practice a few more times?
I think I need some more inspiration.
His hand slid down my back to cup my ass. I batted his hand away. Stop it. We're at work, in public.
Never stopped us before.
I think you've had enough inspiration to last you a lifetime. He tugged me to his chest.
You're wrong. I can never get enough of you.
There you go, being all sweet again. I rested my head on his shoulder. We really do need to practice, though. Naomi's going to expect something magical, considering how long this took us. We need to be ready.
We are ready.
His voice was full of confidence.
And it's all because of your hard work.
He pulled back and looked me in the eye.
You may doubt yourself, but once this album drops and sells millions of copies, you're going to realize how talented you are.
Millions of copies? That's some ego you've got.
Soon, your ego will be just as big as mine.
No one's going to know it was me who wrote the song, remember? I'm going to get rich, not famous.
Oh, right.
Noah ran his hand up and down my spine, stroking me in a sensual motion.
Maybe I can get you producer credits or something.
That would be great if I wanted to be a producer, but I want to work on the composing and songwriting side. I looked him in the eyes. It's fine. The royalties will be way more than enough to pay off my student loans. Can't get much better than that.
I'm sorry. I just don't want anyone knowing.
He trailed off, avoiding my eyes. Noah still didn't want to admit to anyone he needed help composing. He didn't want to admit he needed help at all, from anyone, ever. Noah didn't want the world knowing he couldn't do it alone. I put my hands on his cheeks. If you really want me to get fame as well as fortune, maybe I can help the band write a song on your next album?
That won't be for another few years.
I'm okay waiting that long if you are. I realized what I'd said and held my breath, waiting for his response. Noah looked at me intently. He nodded.
Sure. I'll bring you in to work on a song for the next album.
Noah was thinking of us in the long term, and he seemed okay with it. He wasn't shutting me out. A little thrill of glee thumped through my chest. Maybe I was finally getting somewhere with Noah. Maybe His Royal Highness was finally letting his guard down. I should probably start looking for a real job, though. I switched topics before Noah could realize exactly what he'd agreed to and change his mind. We're done with the song, so technically I'm unemployed now. I've got nothing to do.
Nothing?
He placed a kiss on my neck. I shivered, need coursing through me.
I thought you were my sexual muse.
Is that my job now?
It's the most important job in the world, succumbing to my whims.
I don't ever recall succumbing to your whims.
Do I need to give you a reminder?
Footsteps sounded down the hall. I parted from Noah reluctantly. That's probably Naomi. Don't want to get caught sucking face.
She's the manager for Darkest Days. She's seen worse.
I pushed him away and wrinkled my nose at the thought. When Naomi walked into the room, she gave us a no-nonsense smile. "Show me what you have," she said, getting down to business. I stood behind Noah while he played the song for Naomi on the piano. I twisted my hands together, shaky with nerves. She didn't change her expression in the slightest. A million thoughts raced through my head. She hated it. She was going to fire me on the spot. I'd get blacklisted from the industry and would never work in music again. Butterflies threatened to spew out of my mouth. I felt sick to my stomach. Noah finished the song and turned to her.
"Well?"
he asked impatiently. Naomi nodded. "Fantastic." I let out a sigh of relief, nearly slumping over. "Really?" She gave me a small smile. "This is some great work, Jennifer. Exactly what I was hoping for. You worked wonders." It had its challenges, I admitted. Noah ran off all the others so easily. Naomi gave him an exasperated look. He stared back, unrepentant. "I'm glad you managed to hold your own against him." "He's not that bad, underneath all that grumpiness and snark."
Can you not talk about me as if I'm not sitting right here?
Naomi patted Noah on the shoulder. Your fans are going to love the song. Good job, you two. She turned to me. Jennifer, when you've got a spare minute, I'd like to speak about some further work we may have for you. A jolt of surprise went through me. You want to hire me again? What you've shown me so far is impressive. I believe we may have more work for you in the future. And, of course, I'd be more than happy to act as a reference for you. I had to suppress a squeal of glee. When Naomi left, I threw my arms around Noah's neck. Did you hear that?
Told you,
he said with a smug grin.
I knew from the first moment we started working together in this room that you were talented.
Even when you were snarling and snapping at me?
I didn't snap at you. Are you even paying attention? I said in a gruff voice, imitating Noah. Or are you too busy having sex daydreams about me? Well,
he raised an eyebrow.
Weren't you?
I flushed. Not the point. Noah pulled me onto his lap, making me straddle the piano bench.
Don't you remember all the sexual tension we had in this room? You should be glad I didn't pull up your skirt and fuck you over the piano on day one.
My heartbeat sped up. If you want to fuck me over the piano so bad, why don't you go ahead and do it then? Noah? Noah and I bolted away from each other as Naomi's voice sounded from the hallway. We were barely presentable when she walked back in, her cell phone in hand. I thought Lily was trying to keep a low profile, she asked. Noah froze.
Why?
She gave him a concerned look. You may want to warn her.
About what?
She's all over the fan sites and social media. Check your phone. I sent you an email with all the links. Naomi walked out, a frown on her face. Noah pulled out his phone, his brows furrowed in confusion. As he scrolled and tapped, the confusion morphed into disbelief, and then anger. What is it? I leaned over and peeked at Noah's phone. He was looking at news websites. There was a big headline on the article. Noah fucking Hart's hot baby sister makes a reappearance, and this time she's legal. Dread filled my chest. Someone had found out about Lily. They'd found out about her coming home. How? Noah lowered the phone slowly.
Who did you tell?
My mouth popped open. What? His eyes met mine. They were ice cold.
Who did you tell?
No one, I protested. I didn't tell anyone anything.
Then how did they find out?
Maybe someone overheard Lily talking about it?
She knows she's supposed to keep it a secret. You're the only one who knows.
Noah was looking at me, but it was like he was staring right through me, not seeing me.
I can't believe you would do this to me.
His voice was flat. I didn't do anything to you, I stressed. Someone must have found out some other way.
I trusted you.
The words were pained, even as his eyes were shuttered and guarded. Noah fisted his phone in his hand so hard I could hear it creak.
I can't even look at you right now.
He strode out of the room with long strides. Noah, I called out after him. He slammed the door behind him. Chapter 27. Noah was one of the most frustrating people I'd ever had the displeasure of dealing with. When he held a grudge, he really held it. Just like the last time he'd shut me out, he wouldn't answer texts or phone calls or voicemails. I gave him a couple days to cool off. He'd soon realize I would never betray his trust like that. He was probably just shocked and taken aback. I knew why Noah was upset. I didn't blame him for that. I just hated that he jumped to conclusions and automatically assumed it was me who let the word out. I spent more time with Ivy and Natalie. I hadn't wanted to tell them about my fight with Noah, but as a Darkest Days fan, Natalie immediately asked me about Lily. I'd totally forgotten about Noah's little sister, she said, as she slid into the chair next to me during one of our weekly lunches. It's been years since anyone's heard of her. Do you know anything? No, I lied. Noah doesn't say much about his personal life. Not even after all that? You know. Nat raised her eyebrows.
All that what? Kinky sex? Nat, I groaned.
You have been sleeping together for a while now, Ivy chimed in.
He told me a few things, I admitted, but it was private. I don't think he'd want me blabbing his secrets. So Lily is a secret? Nat jumped on the last word. Can we not talk about this? I said. Ivy agreed.
We shouldn't be gossiping about Jen's boyfriend.
My heart sank. He's not my boyfriend, I mumbled.
Your lover, then.
My heart thumped at the word. Love had never been part of the equation when it came to me and Noah. At least, not on his part.
Jen, what's wrong?
Ivy asked, distressed.
You look upset.
Did that asshole hurt you? Natalie asked in outrage, clenching her knife and fork in her fists. Because if he did, she stabbed her butter knife into the table. I choked out a laugh. Thanks, Nat. But something did happen, right? She pressed. Noah has trust issues, I explained. I just need to give him time. I hoped giving him some space would allow him to see the mistake he'd made. I spent some time reading up on Darkest Days gossip, especially gossip pertaining to Lily. I wanted to know if there were any disgusting trash sites putting a price on pictures of her. I couldn't find anything in my searches, but who knew what kind of gross stuff happened behind paywalls and on secret forums. Even on normal sites, though, most of the comments were gross. Lily was only 19. It made me sick to think of the media and fans objectifying her like that. In my head, she was just Noah's baby sister. Somehow they'd found her social media accounts and were tracking her every move. Like Noah had said, she was traveling around Europe. From the photos she shared, it looked like sometimes she was alone, and sometimes she was with friends. Even if I hadn't known they were related, the resemblance would have made me wonder. Lily's dark hair and eyes were the exact same as Noah's. Their faces shared similar contours, although her cheeks had more of a cute cherub shape, whereas Noah's were more angular with sharper cheekbones. She was cute, there was no denying that. Noah would have to beat the guys off with sticks. I had no doubt he would act even more like the overprotective big brother type if and when she came home. Perhaps, with all this attention, Noah would forbid it. He might force her to stay in London. I felt bad for Lily. It must have been hard to be sent away from everything she knew. It made sense that she would want to come back, if only to be with her brother again. Now that she was an adult, she could make her own decisions. Of course, I was sure Noah wouldn't see it like that. The more I thought about it, the more I wondered. Sending your little sister out of the country was a drastic move. Of course, Noah was a dramatic person, as much as he would have liked to think otherwise. It couldn't have just been that he was afraid for her safety. Surely he could keep a better eye on her if she were closer. God knew what kind of things a teenage girl could get up to living abroad, far away from home, and without any adult supervision. His mother had left him. He was glad she was gone. He felt guilty he was glad. He'd been through hell in foster care, never able to show weakness. He'd done everything he could to protect his little sister, Noah and Lily against the world. He also believed he'd failed her. I knew that when Noah felt vulnerable, he tended to lash out and make bad decisions. Could this have been one of them? Had sending Lily away been less about her safety and more about Noah's own personal issues? He was such a complicated person. Of course, I'd always assumed that to be true. Listening to his lyrics as a teenager, I'd always felt that Noah Hart was full of contradictions. He could write such lovely words of adoration and devotion, just as easily as he could write words of fury and wrath. His songs, the meanings behind his lyrics, were never one-dimensional. That's why I felt he understood me. I loved my mother. I hated my mother. I felt guilty over her suicide, felt like it was my fault. I felt relieved I no longer had to take care of her. I was sad she was gone. I was happy she had finally found an end to her suffering. So many conflicting emotions inside of me. So many feelings for a teenager to deal with. It was no wonder Darkest Days was my favorite band. The contradictions I felt inside were reflected in the lyrics of Noah Hart. Noah's words spoke to me. There was something inside of him that mirrored my own experiences. Love, hate, guilt, relief. Noah understood me, and I understood him. It wasn't just a fangirl infatuation. I was in love with Noah Hart. And I just knew that, underneath all that pain and distrust, Noah loved me back. I just needed to get him to open up and trust me again. After I'd made a decision to confront Noah, the only thing I had to decide was when and how. I didn't want to show up at his door and pound on it until he opened it. The Noah Hart I'd gotten to know would probably leave me out there for hours until I got fed up and left. When Naomi asked me to come back to the Etude Entertainment offices to talk about another potential contract, I knew I had to take the chance. I tried to subtly ask if Noah was going to be around.
Maybe, Naomi said doubtfully. He's been in a pissy mood lately.
Would you mind asking him to come in, without telling him it's me who's asking?
Had another falling out?
I cringed. Did Naomi know everything? I just need to talk with him and clarify a few things.
I'll see what I can do.
When I arrived at the offices, Naomi told me he was in the piano room. She'd asked him to play the song for her again. When I walked in instead of Naomi, Noah shut off the piano bench. His usual scowl immediately transformed, his face going expressionless.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, echoing the very first words he'd ever said to me. "I wanted to talk to you."
"We have nothing to talk about."
"Yes, we do. You know we do." Noah's eyebrow twitched. I could tell he was upset, but didn't want to show it. He probably wanted to pretend like nothing had happened, just like he always did. "You can't shut me out every time you get angry about something."
"I'm not angry,"
he said flatly. "You stormed out on me. You've been ignoring my texts and calls. Giving someone the silent treatment is a really awful thing to do."
"It's not the silent treatment. I just have nothing to say to you."
I crossed my arms, exasperated. "I didn't tell anyone about Lily."
"Right."
"I don't understand why you won't believe me. I care about you. I would never hurt you like that. I would never betray you." Noah turned around, facing the piano.
"I don't care to hear your excuses anymore. We're done. Get out."
I fumed for a few moments before bursting out. "How can you walk away from everything?"
"There's nothing to walk away from. The song is finished. This business relationship is over."
"We're over? Just like that?" Noah stayed silent, not looking at me. Tears threatened to sting the back of my eyes. "Did it all really mean so little to you?"
"You're a fangirl with a crush. Of course it meant nothing to me."
He finally looked at me. His eyes were pained for a moment before his face shuttered closed.
"Did it really mean so much to you?"
I swallowed hard, blinking back the tears. "So what if it did?"
"Then you're a foolish little fangirl. It was sex. That's all."
The words hit me like a blow. Pain radiated from my chest outward. "I know you're just saying that because you're hurt," I bit out. "You're lashing out like always." But the fact that he automatically thought the worst of me, that he wouldn't even listen to me, made it worse. Noah snatched the music sheets off the piano, clenching them in his fists as he stalked towards the door.
"I don't need to stand here listening to this."
"You're going to regret throwing this all away," I told him as he passed me. He looked back only for a brief moment. Blank face held not a hint of emotion.
"The only thing I regret is trusting you."
Chapter 28. For the next week, I sat in my apartment moping. I'd barely spent any time here since I first started working with Noah. We were always at his place working or having sex. For a while, I only came here to sleep. Then, even that changed when I started spending the night. Natalie and Ivy were technically my roommates. They still paid rent. But they'd essentially moved in with their boyfriends and were never around. I had the entire 3-bedroom apartment to myself. It felt cold and lonely. I spent most of my time thinking about what had happened with Noah, wondering if I could have done something or said something different. But what happened had nothing to do with me, and everything to do with Noah's insecurities, with his inability to open up to people, his inability to trust. I was torn between sadness and anger. I knew Noah had his issues. Maybe I should have been more understanding. But he'd turned his back on me 3 times already. Once he'd thrown me out, and twice he'd walked away. When Naomi called me, I was immediately worried the new job we had been talking about had fallen through. Maybe Noah had been bad-mouthing me. I wouldn't have put it past him, the cranky asshole. Instead, Naomi had a completely different reason for calling. "Noah has been a complete basket case for the last week," she told me. "Nothing we've been saying to him works." "What do you mean by basket case?" I asked carefully. "He's more than his usual pissy self. He won't talk to anyone. Do you know anything about why?" "I know he's worried about Lily," I hedged. "It's not just that. He's supposed to be working on arranging his song, but everything he plays is awful. He storms off whenever anyone talks to him about it. You worked with him. Do you have any ideas?" Noah and I had been able to write that song because he'd opened up to me. Maybe he was having trouble capturing those emotions with his current mood. "Would you mind coming in and talking to him?" "I don't think he'll listen to me." "It can't hurt. He's certainly not listening to anyone else." "I'll try." I walked into the piano room the next day with dread. To my surprise, the rest of the band members were there along with Naomi. August's mouth was twisted in a frown. One of the twins fidgeted with the thick buckles on his leather wrist cuff, looking worried Noah wasn't there. "Is this an intervention?" I asked.
"Of a sort," August said. "Noah's been giving us some trouble. We hoped you'd be able to get through to him."
"I don't know how much help I'll be. Noah's pretty angry at me."
"He's angry at everyone these days,"
said the twin who'd been fidgeting. He didn't sound sarcastic or flippant. He sounded like he was genuinely concerned. For all that they messed with each other, his bandmates did honestly care about their lead singer. When Noah walked in, he made it 2 steps before stopping in his tracks.
"Why the fuck is she here?"
he said, his voice devoid of emotion.
"You worked with Jennifer, didn't you?"
August said calmly.
"She's one of our production consultants, isn't she?"
Noah crossed his arms. "We need you to play the song again," Naomi said. "This time all of us want to hear it."
"Why?"
Noah shot back.
"We just want to make sure everything's going smoothly with the songwriting process,"
August said.
"Do us a favor and play."
Noah grumbled but took a seat at the piano. He threw me an unreadable look as he passed. He paused with his fingers hovering over the keys. He looked hesitant and uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to play. I tried not to wince, but it was hard. This song sounded nothing like what we had composed. The notes were all the same, but he played them in an odd, discordant way. His hands didn't move smoothly over the keys. There were odd pauses in places where there shouldn't have been, and he rushed in places that should have been slower and more thoughtful. Noah finished the song with a final crash of keys. He sat there, not looking at the rest of us.
"That was shit,"
said one of the twins bluntly, the one who hadn't been fidgeting.
"Don't tell me that. Tell her. She's the one who—"
Noah cut himself off sharply, looking like he'd bitten his tongue to keep from saying the rest of the sentence.
"Jen helped compose the song," Naomi declared. "Noah had writer's block, or composer's block. Whatever it was,
He was having trouble. We decided to bring in outside help. I reeled back, shocked that Naomi had told everyone outright. Noah glared at her with so much ire, I was surprised she didn't collapse dead on the spot.
"Why didn't you ask one of us for help?"
Cameron said, sounding affronted.
"Seriously, Noah, why didn't you just say something?"
Noah looked down at the piano and mumbled something indistinctly. "It doesn't matter," I said, hoping to save Noah from having to confess his insecurities. Even as upset with him as I was, I didn't want him to lose face in front of his friends and bandmates. "The only thing that matters is that we need to fix this."
"Fix what?"
"You," I shot back. "That's not the way the song is supposed to be played."
"And you know all about that, don't you?"
"I sure as hell do. We worked on it together. I know how it's supposed to sound. It's supposed to be soulful. It's supposed to be heart-wrenching. It's supposed to be sensual."
"It's supposed to sell records,"
Noah bit out.
"I don't care about the rest of it."
"Don't you? I thought the whole reason we were working together was so you could make a song that sounded like Noah Hart, not like Darkest Days."
"That's stupid,"
he said flatly. "You told me you wanted it to sound authentic," I stressed.
"You always think you know everything," he snarled. "Don't tell me what I want. You don't know anything about me."
"I know a hell of a lot more about you than anyone else."
"Do you?"
he scoffed.
"Maybe you only know exactly what I wanted you to know. Maybe everything you know is wrong."
"And maybe if you actually felt any human emotions, aside from irritation and disdain, you'd be able to play something that touched people." His eyes burned with indignation.
"I don't need some fangirl telling me how to play my own goddamn song."
"Clearly you do, because the way you're playing it right now is trash."
"And I'm sure you're going to tell me exactly what you think I should be doing differently."
"You need to stop shutting me out. You need to get back to the Noah Hart who actually opened up to people, who let himself be vulnerable."
"You think you can just fix everything, don't you?"
he snapped. "I want to help you," I shot back.
"How in the hell can you help me? You're just a fangirl. You can't help anyone. You couldn't even keep your mother from—"
He cut himself off sharply. A burning hot spike pierced my chest before it froze over completely. "Go on," I challenged. "Finish that sentence." Noah looked pained.
"I didn't mean—"
he murmured. "No, finish that sentence. I couldn't even keep my mother from what?" My words dripped with a glacial chill. The scabs that had finally begun to heal threatened to tear wide open again.
"Jen."
From killing herself? I saw the others flinch out of the corner of my eye. One of the twins glared at Noah. Cameron looked appalled. "You're right. My mother killed herself and I wasn't able to stop her." I ignored the rest of them, as if we were the only two people in the room. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't fix her. I pinned him down with an icy stare. "And I sure as hell can't fix you." I turned to Naomi. "Sorry, but I'm out. You need to deal with Noah by yourself." I spun on my heel and stormed out. I thought I caught Noah calling my name, but I couldn't hear over the blood rushing through my ears and the angry pounding of my heartbeat. Good riddance to Noah fucking Hart. I was done. Chapter 29. With the curtains drawn to cast my bedroom in shadow, and with Darkest Days blasting at full volume, I was practically reliving my teenaged years. Listening to Noah's voice sing words of both love and loathing wasn't going to help me get over him. Still, I kept listening to his albums, one after another, torturing myself. Half the time I wondered what in the hell I even saw in that man. He was biting, caustic, and cantankerous. He never had a kind word for anyone, and he had a huge ego on top of it all. But there had been moments of thoughtfulness, too. Moments when he'd been sweet and caring. I knew how hard it was for Noah to trust people. I'd been touched to be one of the few he let inside those carefully guarded walls of his. None of that made a difference. Noah always shut me out at the first sign of conflict. As much as I'd come to care for him, as much as I loved him, I didn't need the emotional roller coaster ride that came with being in a relationship with Noah Hart. When Ivy and Nat came over one day, only to find me huddled in blankets in complete darkness with Darkest Days on repeat, I didn't even need to tell them what had happened. They decided on the spot to take me out clubbing to distract me from my misery. It seemed like a good idea at the time. When our taxi dropped us off at the same club where Noah and I had sex in the limo, I began to have second thoughts. "Get drunk and dance and forget all about him," Natalie urged. "Focus on having fun tonight," Ivy said. "Aren't your boyfriends wondering what you're doing out at a club on a Saturday night?" They both shrugged. "It's a girls' night out," Natalie explained. "Ren can live without me for one night," Ivy said. "I don't know if he can," Nat joked. "The two of you are pretty inseparable." My phone buzzed. My heart leapt into my throat. Could it be Noah? After the last time we'd seen each other, I didn't know if I ever wanted to hear from him again. I couldn't not check. I pulled out my phone.
"Hey, gorgeous. What you up to tonight?"
"Cameron, of course." "Out clubbing with the girls," I texted back.
"Where?"
"Why do you care?"
"Maybe I can get you VIP access, as an apology."
"You're not the one who needs to apologize."
"I know, but that asshole might never get around to doing it, so I figured one of us should."
"Thanks, Cameron. You're a good guy."
"Shh, don't tell anyone. So where you at?"
"That same club we went to after your concert."
"Where you and His Royal Highness had sex in the limo?"
OMG, no. We didn't.
"You sure did, gorgeous. It's okay, I've done worse, and I can definitely get you a super swank VIP lounge. I know the owner."
It's fine. Me and the girls are just going to have fun on the dance floor."
"Well, you know what they say."
"I know. Best way to get over a guy is to get under another one. Blah, blah."
"Just saying, gorgeous. I'm always willing."
I put my phone back in my small clutch purse, not bothering to respond. Cameron may have been a man-whore, but he wasn't a bad guy. The three of us got drinks and headed out to the dance floor. I decided to partially take Cameron's advice and picked out a few hot guys to grind against, moving on whenever one of them got too frisky. Halfway through the night, I felt hands on my hips as another guy came up behind me. He kept a respectable distance, so I let him dance with me for a few minutes. He smelled good, familiar, with hints of leather and something spicy. It didn't hit me until soft lips touched my ear.
"I thought this was supposed to be like having sex on the dance floor."
I whirled around to find myself in Noah's arms. I jerked back in surprise. He kept his hands on my hips, pulling me close. The flashing strobe lights of the club lit up his features, turning his dark eyes bright, highlighting his cheekbones. Messy dark hair fell over his forehead. I resisted the urge to smooth it back. I'd spent a week trying to remind myself why this man was no good for me. Trying to remind myself that he could tear me apart with his words, just as easily as his lyrics healed me years ago. One look, one touch, and I was close to forgetting all my resolve. I finally managed to find my voice. "I thought you didn't dance." Noah hugged me closer.
"I can make an exception. For you."
"What are you doing here, Noah?" I murmured. He scanned the crowd.
"Can we not do this here?"
"I don't even know what this is." His eyes burned into mine.
"I want to apologize."
My heart started beating faster. I tried not to react, showing no emotion.
"Can we step outside for a few minutes?"
Noah took my hand and tugged me off the dance floor before I could answer. I let him drag me out one of the side doors and into a back alley. The door closed behind us, leaving the two of us alone in silence. I tugged out of his grip and crossed my arms. My previous stance still stands.
"What?"
"I'm not fucking you in a crack alley." Noah looked taken aback for a moment.
"No, that's not why we're here."
Good, because I'm mad at you and I don't do angry breakup sex. He seemed to almost smile before his lips turned down in remorse.
I'm sorry.
For which thing? There's a lot you need to apologize for.
All of it. I did some shitty stuff. I said even shittier things.
You did.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you. I should have listened to you. I shouldn't have shut you out.
No, you shouldn't have. I gave him no mercy.
And I never should have.
He looked shamefaced.
I never should have brought up your mom.
My chest ached, the pain I'd felt when I'd first lost her rearing its head. That was awful of you.
I'm sorry,
he repeated desperately. You know how much I was still hurting over what happened with my mom. You know I was only just starting to forgive myself, and you still went there.
I know,
he groaned, running a frustrated hand through his hair.
I was a complete asshole. I lashed out.
Like always.
It was Lily,
Noah blurted. What about her?
Lily was the one who leaked it,
he said.
She said she knew I was going to try to keep her a secret. She said she didn't want to be kept hidden away. She doesn't care if everyone knows she's Noah Hart's little sister. She said she's an adult, and she can handle herself.
I nodded, indicating that I'd heard his words. It made sense. Lily wasn't a kid anymore. I couldn't imagine she would enjoy being treated like a glass doll, to be put away and cared for, never having a life of her own. I met Noah's eyes. You jumped to conclusions. You blamed me without even listening to me. You didn't believe me when I told you it wasn't me. You thought the worst of me.
I wish I could take it back.
You can't.
I have trust issues. I know I need to work on that.
It's more than just trust issues, Noah. I can't be with someone who won't admit when he's feeling vulnerable and instead shuts people out. He cut himself off, looking pained. You wouldn't tell your friends you were having trouble composing. You threw me out of your apartment the morning after telling me about Lily. You sent your own sister halfway across the world.
I did that to protect her.
You did that because you felt guilty and vulnerable. Noah looked down, avoiding my eyes. You can't keep pushing people away, I continued. Eventually they're not going to come back.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if sorry is good enough. What about the next time something makes you feel uncomfortable and insecure? What happens the next time I try to get you to open up?
I don't know. I told you before. It's hard.
It's hard not being an asshole?
I'm trying.
He took my hands in his.
Jen, I promise I'm trying.
I looked up to meet his eyes. They were unguarded for once, open and sincere.
I realized the betrayal wouldn't have hurt so much if I didn't care about you as much as I do.
Noah cut my cheek and brought his lips close to mine, mere inches away.
Please don't give up on me.
I let him kiss me, soft and slow for several long moments, before pulling back. I'm sorry, Noah. I slipped my hands out of his grip. I can't keep opening my heart to you, only to have you throw it back in my face. I opened the door to the club and stepped through. Loud music assaulted my ears. I looked back one last time. Noah's face was lined with pain. I gave him a sad smile. I hope our song does well. I shut the door behind me. Chapter 30. Where'd you disappear to? Natalie asked as I sidled up next to her. She and Ivy had scored an empty corner table to take a break from the dancing. Last I saw, you were dry humping that sexy blonde guy over there. Noah was here. Nat let out a happy little gasp. Why do you look so thrilled? I asked. Weren't you the one who wanted to gut him with a butter knife for hurting me? That was before he showed up to make a grand romantic gesture. She stared at me intently. He did make a grand romantic gesture, didn't he? He dragged me out to the alley. For sex? No, to apologize. Did he get down on his knees and grovel for forgiveness? I wouldn't call it groveling. He seemed sincere, though. Are you going to take him back? Ivy asked. How can I? I'll accept his apology, but all the issues that make him keep pushing me away are still there. I'm tired of banging my head up against a brick wall. A flurry of squeals and shouts interrupted me before I could continue. Oh my God, it's Noah fucking Hart! Shrieked one girl at the table next to us. Great, I muttered. He just had to make a scene on his way out. I don't think he's on his way out, Nat said with a nudge and a grin. I turned to find Noah speaking with the DJ, situated on a small stage in the corner of the dance floor. Money changed hands, and the DJ gestured to a microphone stand before going to set up a large keyboard at the front of the stage. Noah stared out at the crowd, microphone in hand. He looked oddly uncomfortable, considering he was the frontman for one of the biggest rock groups around, and had played to audiences hundreds of times bigger than this one. He positioned himself in front of the keyboard and arranged the mic stand. My heart began beating wildly. What the hell was he up to? Noah began speaking, the microphone amplifying his voice throughout the club.
Hey, I'm Noah Hart, as I'm sure you all know.
I couldn't help but snort at his ego. But then again, from the squeals and cheers in the crowd, he was probably right.
The song I'm going to play has never been performed in public before. It's a rough draft.
His eyes scanned the room.
But I want to dedicate it to someone.
He took a deep breath.
She helped me compose the song. I was having a hell of a time trying to write it. I didn't want to ask for help. I didn't want to rely on anyone. I wanted to do it myself.
Natalie tugged at my sleeve. He's doing his grand gesture, she hissed. I batted her hand away and shushed her. I didn't want to miss 1 second of Noah's announcement.
She's the one who made me realize that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to show your vulnerabilities. It's okay to open up to people. She made me want to trust again.
My heart melted in my chest as I was filled with a warm, pleasant glow. Noah looked out at the crowd, scanning the room until he found me. My pulse jumped erratically as our eyes met. He placed his fingers over the keys.
This song is for the woman I love. This song is for Jen.
My heart thumped madly in my rib cage, a pleasant ache searing through me. I'd been longing to hear those words. I would have given anything to hear those words. Noah began to play our song. Even though I'd heard versions of it 1,000,000 times as we worked and reworked it, Noah had never played it like this before.
Truths I cannot say, reflected in your eyes.
It sounded nothing like the terrible mess he'd played in front of the band. This song was moving, heartfelt.
Like wide-open gates, so pure and divine.
The song took the audience through a bevy of emotions, wringing both sorrow and joy from the hearts of every listener.
You took me apart, stone by stone.
And with tears streaming down my cheeks, I was no different.
I have no more defenses. The king's been dethroned.
When the song ended, the crowd was silent for a few stunned moments before they began applauding in awe. Noah didn't stick around to bask in their adoration. He jumped off the stage and strode over to me, moving purposefully, but with an edge, like a wild animal finally let loose. I ran towards him. The club patrons hastened to move out of my way. When I was within feet of him, I flung myself at him, wrapping my arms around his shoulders and my legs around his hips. Noah caught me, holding me up with his hands under my thighs. As I clung to him with one arm, I wiped tears from my eyes with the back of my other hand. Noah brushed a stray tear from my cheek with his thumb.
I know I fucked up,
he said,
but I'm hoping you'll give me another chance. I love you.
Let's not do this here, I whispered. He looked around and saw the gaping group staring at us, murmuring and whispering to each other.
You're right.
He carried me out the club's side doors, back into the alleyway where we could have privacy, before setting me down. I kept my arms wrapped around his neck, our fronts pressed together. That was a great performance, I said, trying not to sniffle.
It didn't sound like trash?
He cracked a small smile. I choked out a laugh. No, it was absolutely not trash.
Good, because it would have sucked to sound shitty in front of all those people.
You messed up, so you decided that a public confession was the way to right your wrongs?
Yes,
He said simply.
because I love you.
I waited before answering, staring into his eyes. They were intense, burning into me. He looked like the only thing in the world he cared about were my next words. I love you too. His whole face softened, expression lit up with wonder.
So you forgive me? You'll give me another chance?
I rested my head on his shoulder, breathing in his scent, spice and leather. I forgive you. He let out a deep sigh, closing his eyes in relief for a brief moment.
I will never lash out like that and hurt you again. I promise.
I planted a soft kiss on his lips. I went to pull back, but he tugged me closer, deepening the kiss. I moaned into his mouth as his tongue licked at the seam of my lips, seeking entrance. I gave it to him, our tongues sliding together with a warm, wet heat. I could feel his length begin to harden against my hip. A shiver ran through me as heat pooled between my legs. I said I don't do breakup sex, I murmured into his mouth. But I didn't say anything about makeup sex. He looked confused for a moment before a carnal grin crossed his face.
Are you reconsidering your stance on alley sex?
I peeked up through my lashes, giving him a coy smile. Just this once. Noah's eyes blazed as he attacked my mouth. My heartbeat picked up speed, pounding wildly beneath my rib cage. I buried my hands in his hair, tugging him closer. He pressed me against the hard brick wall, kissing me with a desperation that made my stomach flip. My body reacted to his instinctively, matching every breath, every touch of his lips, every brush of his tongue. His hands cupped my ass, grinding our hips together. He was already so hard. My hands trembled with impatience as I reached for the zipper of his jeans and pulled it down. Noah hissed as I took him in my hand. I stroked it lightly, using my thumb to play with the head, spreading around the beads of liquid weeping from the tip. His fingers trailed up my inner thighs, lifting the hem of my dress until he reached the elastic of my panties. He carefully brushed 2 fingers between the valley of my legs. I let out a soft moan at the touch. He hummed in satisfaction as he pulled my panties down my thighs.
You're already so wet for me,
he murmured.
Do you want my cock that bad?
You know I do. I stepped out of my panties and hitched one leg around his waist. I looked up to meet his eyes. I want you fucking me until I scream. His eyes flashed with heat. He picked me up and pressed my back against the rough wall. I wrapped my legs around his waist. He was right there, so close to where I needed him. He angled himself until it was nestled in my folds, barely entering me. I squirmed and wiggled my hips, trying to take him inside of me.
So fucking eager,
Noah growled.
I'm going to make you take every single inch of me.
Do it, I moaned, digging my nails into his shoulders. Make me take it all. With a snap of his hips, he thrust into me. I let out a sharp gasp, then a moan as he filled me, stretching me, spreading me wide. The feeling of him sliding into my depths was incredible. He didn't stop pushing until he was seated deep inside me, giving me every inch like he said he would. Move, I demanded with a whimper, rocking my hips back and forth. He pulled out and thrust back in again, his thick length dragging deliciously against my inner walls. He went slow at first, then began slamming into me faster and faster. The feeling of him fucking me full was pure bliss. I could feel the rough wall against my back, but that feeling was so distant, so inconsequential, that I didn't even care if it left scratches. Noah placed his hands under my thighs and shifted me into the right position. I let out a shout as he pounded against something that caused me to see sparks. Do that again, I gasped. He slammed back into me, hitting that spot over and over again, until I was thrashing and sobbing, clenching down hard as I exploded. He fucked me through it as I gasped for air, my orgasm rocketing me to heights I'd yet to reach. I fluttered around him, tightening and throbbing with every burst of pleasure. Noah groaned and continued thrusting as I felt him twitch and spasm, spilling himself into me. His shoulders shook under my hands, his arms trembling with the force of his release. After long moments, he seemed to come back to himself. He gingerly withdrew and set me back down on shaky legs. I clung to him, breathing heavily. It was several moments before I could even speak. I opened my mouth to tell Noah how amazing that was. He quickly covered my lips with his, kissing the breath out of me again. When we finally parted, he rested his forehead against mine. He looked deep into my eyes. His own were soft and loving, except for the slightly evil glint.
So now that you've reconsidered alley sex, maybe we can give this a go at waltz?
I burst out laughing and threw myself back into his arms. He caught me with a tight grip around my waist, one hand cradling the back of my head. His fingers sifted through the strands with a gentle touch.
Is that a yes?
He teased. As I snuggled down into his embrace, I began to imagine all the various and myriad places we could have sex. For the first time, I began to imagine a real future together. My future with Noah Hart. Epilogue. Noah played the final version of our song for Naomi and the band. They were more than impressed. August offered me a job on the spot. It seemed one of the newer up-and-coming bands he produced for was looking to work with a songwriter. No, Naomi objected. She's mine. I've already spoken to Jen about some work I have for her.
No reason she can't do both,
August challenged. I was both speechless and bursting with joy when Noah wrapped his arms around me from behind.
See,
he murmured in my ear.
Nothing to worry about. They loved it. They love you.
I turned around and hugged him. I should have listened to you all those times you tried to stroke my ego.
Watch out. Soon your head will be as big as mine.
Noah took a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it over. I took it, confused. What is it?
Just read it.
I opened the folded paper to find a contract. It looked like the one I'd signed before my very first meeting with Naomi and Noah. Is this the non-disclosure agreement?
Close. Look at the last few lines.
I skimmed the paper. Something about rights and royalties and copyright? He took it from my hands.
I won't make you read the whole thing, but it essentially gives you official credit as one of the songwriters for You Are My Heart.
I gaped, unable to process the words that had come out of his mouth. What?
That's the title of our song. You're going to get songwriting credits for it. I changed the contract. You just have to sign it.
My mind raced. You named our song after...
I hope you don't mind I borrowed it.
Tears stung the back of my eyes. I don't mind at all.
I wanted our song to have a connection to your mom. It was her work. It was her love for you that helped us complete it. Instead of feeling sad and angry and guilty whenever you thought of her, I wanted to help you feel something good, something beautiful and loving.
I couldn't believe Noah had been so thoughtful. He'd taken something that had only ever caused me pain and heartache and turned it into something full of love and joy. I stared at him for long moments before throwing my arms around his neck and squeezing tight. Thank you.
No, thank you. I should have done this from the beginning. I shouldn't have tried to hide everything and keep it a secret.
He ran his hands through my hair.
You deserve all the praise you're going to get for this song.
Noah's cell phone rang in his jeans pocket. I knew it must be his sister, because no one ever called Noah. I removed my arms from around his neck and let him answer. I could hear Lily's excited chattering through the tinny speakers. She must have been so happy to finally be able to spend time with her brother again. For all of Noah's fears and worries about her safety, Lily didn't seem to give two thoughts about the risks of coming home. I couldn't deny I was nervous. I wanted to meet Noah's little sister, but I worried what she would think of me. If Lily was even half as protective of her older brother as he was of her, she would be a hard person to impress. Noah and Lily had relied on each other their whole lives. It made sense they would be close, that they would look out for one another. I wanted to make a good impression on her. Noah hung up the phone, unable to keep a smile from his lips.
Lily's anxious to come back.
You really miss her, don't you?
Every day. I wish I had done things differently, but...
I put my hand on his chest. I'm sure Lily understands. He placed his hand over mine, squeezing it.
I can't wait to introduce the two of you.
Really?
Yeah, the two most important women in my life.
He took my hands and placed a soft kiss on each palm before meeting my eyes.
The two women I love.
My heart burst in my chest. Noah Hart, that's the sweetest thing you've ever said to me.
I'm trying.
I couldn't help smiling. Although he'd come a long way, we still had a few miles to go. I was fine with that. He was worth the work. After all, he was Noah fucking Hart. This concludes Hard Rock Tease by Athena Wright, narrated by Stephanie Wiles. Copyright 2017 by Athena Wright. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Pure Passion Inc. Limited and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.